too late, I believe. 4, oh shit, 4 minutes late. Sorry folks, there's a lot of moving parts before I come out of the bedroom and into the garden and we go live. I had to walk the doggy, I set up the stand, make a coffee. Oh yeah, it's a cold coffee again. Cold water and powdered coffee, what do you call it? Instant coffee. That's the word I'm looking for. I don't know what I've done with the lid. That's a topic for another day, maybe. What have I done? What have I done with it? Oh, there. Okay, it's on top of the lamp, on top of the light. It's a little bit dirty on the underside, but you know. Tramp in a field. What are you gonna do? Okay, folks, people are starting to arrive. We'll give it a minute or two. Ismo, good evening, Ismo. I thought I might see you sometime this last week, but I didn't. Jasper's still talking about storms. We've got no. There's still no mention of storms anywhere near here. People are talking about heat waves, 40, 45 degrees. My actual weather forecast apps are not talking about any such temperatures. We're looking at 30. Maybe just over. Mr. Schofield, sir. Using my school teacher or my pupil to school teacher voice still. Can't get over that. Even though I've got a half recollection that my Mr. Schofield might have been called Peter rather than David. But I thought he was David for a long time. So I'm going to stick with it for now. You on early? Yeah, I've come on early because it is. Let me unclip the phone for a second. Tent's in the way, but it is the summer solstice, and it is. The sun was there before. It is. If I can get around here quick enough, you might just catch. No, you're not going to catch a glimpse. Let me. It was just up above the garage there, just there where it's really bright. I thought you might have just caught the sun. Obviously it goes down behind the buildings and then behind the horizon in the next 15 to 20 minutes. This morning I wanted to get up and do a sunrise video. You know, with it being the longest day, I thought we'd catch a sunrise and a sunset, but that never happened. I was up late last night with big Clive and then Scruff Dog. Hey Tina, here's Tina. For anyone who wants to see Tina, here she is. She's got a flower in front of her eye. Get that flower off your face. Come on, rah, yeah, bite it. Come on, manage the environment. Come on, look this way. Uncle Ismo's on the phone. Uncle Ismo's here. Not here, but he's on the phone. Uncle Ismo. I know you love your Uncle Ismo. Okay, there she is. Let me come back to me and I'll stand up. So here's me still crouched, and I can just about stand up still without making the noises if I concentrate. I feel like making the noises, all the noises. Two young ladies walking past, one of whom just stopped to Instagram herself. I don't know if she's Instagramming herself with a tramp in the background or not. Who knows? Okay folks, so yeah, I started early tonight, just 1 hour early, because I thought we'd try and include the sunset. If you can see, I don't know how well this shows. The sky has been kind of quite white all day. It's high cloud, which means there's a good chance of kind of some sort of sunset. As the sun goes down in the next half hour, we might get some redness. I can't guarantee it, but I thought there was a good chance of it. So there's Farmer Fabrizio. Oh, what channels you been watching? Sunday night, I have kind of a fixed routine. So I watch a couple of cookery channels. There's a guy called Weary Wolf, W-E-A-R-Y, Weary as in tired, Wolf as in the canine. And Weary Wolf, he runs he has an allotment, but he also does cookery challenges. Can I live on £1 a day? Can I live the amount that I spend on a single meal deal? Can I feed myself 3 meals for that at home instead of buying the meal deal? Things like that, wartime rationing kind of challenges and things. He's a lot like it. I watch Atomic Shrimp. He's more of a morning. Is he not? I think I watch him more on a Saturday morning. I don't know Harry Johnson. Weary Wolf. I used to do artworks by Harry Johnson, a website by an artist, a guy who died, but his daughter carried on selling his artworks and prints of his artworks. He was called Harry Johnson. If you look up Harry Johnson Artworks UK, you might find a website I used to have some dealings with. I don't know anymore, but it's been 10 years, hasn't it? I'm a little bit out of the game, folks. Getting a bit windy again. We have got the moon. Whoa, what's that? That's my phone stand, fuck. I should have unplugged the cable first. Let's have a look. It's right on the... You can't see that, can you? The moon's just... There he is. Oh, I've got chat in the way. Well, chat usually, if I hover for a few seconds, chat will fade away. Oh no, someone poked. Farmer, you're a fucker. You can just see the moon under the cable. Just say if I move my arm in the right direction. It is I think that's a waxing crescent. If somebody wants to correct me and tell me it's a waning crescent, but I think that's waxing. When the sun's just coming around and creating the crescent. Once it gets after halfway, it becomes a waning whatever. Harry Johnson is a thing. It's some kind of joke I've fallen into. I've no idea, mate. I know that a Johnson is a term, but you'll get me in trouble with the ladies and I'll get accused of all sorts of testosterone stuff. So we won't go there too early. Oh, I've just lost half my viewers. That's interesting. We were up to 6 or 7 and now we're down to 4. I lost you all that quickly. Okay folks, can I do the intro? We are 8 minutes in. There's only 4 of you here. I've talked to most of you. I'm going to unplug again. I've only just plugged it back in. The channel is Delta Mike, down and out in Torrevieja. Delta Mike, your eponymous hero. Down and out in Torrevieja. Well, down and out. That's a tramp, a homeless guy, a hobo, a vagrant, an indigent person, a person of no fixed abode. Some might say a bum. Perhaps someone who lives rough, perhaps on the streets, or, in my case, in a fucking field. I don't often do this in daylight, do I? This weekend, twice I considered going live in the afternoon. But I was going to base it around like some cookery, like making some food. But when it's this hot, I just don't feel like food. I've not eaten. Have I eaten this weekend? I certainly haven't eaten today. Oh, yesterday I had one tortilla wrap, one wheat. Are they wheat or corn? I think they're wheat. I had one tortilla wrap with a tin of tuna and half a tin of sweet corn. That's it for this weekend. Saturday and Sunday, that's all I've eaten so far. I've not even snacked like with biscuits or with when it gets this hot, I just do not feel like eating. Last night I was fully determined I was going to get up this morning, not too early, but I was going to go do try and do the sunrise thing. But I was going to do bacon, egg. I've got bacon, eggs, sausages. I've got these tortilla wraps. I could have made like breakfast wraps or whatever you want to call them. And when I woke up, I think it was just before 8 o'clock, because I'd been awake late into the night. This is why I missed the sunrise. I'd been awake late into the night. When I woke up, the tent was already sweltering hot. I had to open the doors just for air circulation, just to let the heat out. A polytunnel, basically, you know, a tent it's a polytunnel. I had to open the doors just to let the heat out, and then I just didn't feel like eating. And I told myself, oh, early afternoon, 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock, I'll go out and I'll cook something. I've got this cauliflower, I've got this cabbage, I've got these potatoes, I've got onions. I'll go out, I've got these, you know, I could have thrown the sausages in with that. I'm going to go out and I'm going to do something, I tell myself. And then I'm laying there, I've taken my t-shirt off, I'm laying on the bed, I'm as low to the ground as I possibly can be. I've walked the dog out, and whilst the breeze is cool, the sun's looking hot. So I've stayed inside and didn't feel like eating. I just did not feel like coming out and cooking. Yeah, what do you do? I don't know, folks. Okay. Delia Smith or the Hairy Bikers, that's quite a difference on the cookery. I wish quite a lot of Andy cooks, that dude can cook. Wary Wolf I've already discussed. Wary Wolf Adventures, I think his channel is. There's a guy up in Newcastle kind of area. He's a lot like the Hairy Bikers, professional cook. Can't remember his name. And then there's another guy that I watch a lot who reacts. He used to do cookery videos himself, but now he reacts to other people. And I'm not remembering his name. I've mentioned him in the past. He sounds British to me. He alleges that he's American, but he's got British parentage. And so British and American, but lives in Spain. Why can I never pull these words out of my ass when I need them? The Dinner Lady, there's a channel. The Dinner Lady. There's a guy who lives over somewhere, Thailand or Singapore or somewhere. What does he call himself? It's not going to come. Let me get the tablet. Let me see if I can tell you. So and then there's gardening channels. I've been watching a lot of gardening channels for quite a while. Again, Weary Wolf is a gardening channel at times, but then there's lots of others. If I open up YouTube and I look at my notifications. Let's have a look. I've got to go back a few hours because I did actually get, I did manage half an hour or maybe 3/4 of an hour of I managed a little nap while trying to listen to some sci-fi slop. Down to Earth with Jim, there's a good gardening channel. Down to Earth with Jim. Backyard Chef was the guy out in Singapore or somewhere similar that I was trying to tell you about. Got a love heart from Professor Tim Wilson, that's nice. Oh, 2 love hearts from Professor Tim. Just give me a minute, I'll scroll back a little bit earlier today because, you know, Friday night and Sunday night are really busy. The channels that I watch put out a lot of stuff over the weekend. Chef James Mackinson, however you want to pronounce it. That's the guy that the English American who lives in Spain, who reacts. He reacts to a lot of Uncle Roger videos, but also Jamie Oliver and the other one, the shouty one, the idiot sandwich one. Scotsman, former footballer. He never really made it as a footballer, but no idea what it's called. I do know, it's just the head, the thing is, shit just doesn't connect sometimes. Earth, Nails and Tails is another one for the gardening side of things. Mr. Nigel NG, that's Uncle Roger himself putting out his own videos. Oh, and I watched who's the pretty lady who is of an Oriental persuasion. Just give me a second. Oh, Andy Cooks, that was here. Chef Elizabeth Haigh, Haigh. So Chef Elizabeth and then Haigh or Haigh, Haigh. So yeah, I've been watching. I've got a couple of political channels as well, but if I mention those, we'll go off on a tangent that I don't really want to go off on. Viewing is really low, folks. Have we got a football? Am I competing against football? I guess I could be. So Dearly Smith Harry Bikers, that was Jasper. Farmer said welcome and hello Jasper. Atomic Shrimp was a suggestion. I do watch Atomic Shrimp. I think I watched one on Friday and one on Saturday. Might have been Thursday and Saturday. I like Atomic Shrimp. He doesn't just do cookery. He does walking, he does history, he does all sorts. Foraging. Yeah, picking the plants and the mushrooms and the this, the that and the other. Nettle beer was a thing that he made a while back. The wind's this time of day again, folks. Look, the wind's picking up again. Well, I'm saying look, you can't see. If I point you at the tent, obviously the wind will die down. Look at that. It's like the air's perfectly fucking still. Every time. Look, like that tree's... Oh, look, there's the tent. There's the tent blowing around up here. It is... You just have to kind of take my word for it. There's the tree moving. It's not particularly clear. There's the bush around it. I've got quite a breeze blowing in my face at the minute. You just wouldn't know it to look at the other stuff around me. It's always the way. I can sit inside the tent and it will be like, it'll be leaning over at 45 degrees. I start the camera and say, look at the fucking wind, and it's like, whoa, 90 degrees, perfectly erect. Tina girl, no, leave that alone. No. She's still picking at the area where we had one night, I think, might have been two, where she peed on her pads and on the newspaper and whatever she's laying on, and I didn't know. She didn't indicate to me and I didn't spot it, and she laid in her own mess for a little bit too long. When I picked her up the next day, she was kind of stuck to the newspaper, and she lost chunks of hair. And there's a word, it's a chemical in urine. Why do I want to say anemia? That's not even a chemical. Ammonia. Laying in her own mess could make her sore, and she did have, there was flesh exposed, and she, as a dog, she wants to lick her wounds. Now, I'm hoping it's not an actual wound. I've been putting alcohol gel on and trying to keep her... it's a balance of exposing it to get air in for it to dry out, but keeping her like laying on it most of the time so that the flies and whatever aren't around getting to it. I said on Big Clive last night, I don't think we've got long left, folks. I don't think we've got another month. Maybe we've got a month, maybe we've got just over. We certainly haven't got 3 months. When I get her up in the morning, I get her up and out of bed, and you know I'm carrying the back end. The front end's just got no strength in the morning. She twists around. She's collapsed on the ground, and I'm carrying the back end, and then she starts peeing, and we're still inside the tent, or maybe we're still on the bed. I think it'd be unfair on her. The weird, there's no sign of pain from her. When we're on the bed, she's Tina. She's still my Tina. It's when we get out of the bed and out of the tent, the deterioration's just apparent. And her quality of life, like that, she could still walk with the front paws. I could put up with that, and I did put up with that. And it's been over a year now, I think, since I got the doggy wheelchair. And I'd been carrying her back end for a while at that point. But if she starts getting sores, the incontinence is a problem. If she starts getting sores, if the flies get to it and they get infected like my legs did last year, and I can show you, I will in fact show you my legs. I'm going to do it this way. I'm going to point down at my legs, so the image you're going to get is kind of going to be upside down, probably. I don't know how the phone's going to react. Give me time. Give me a second. There's a friend walking past. She hasn't seen us. She doesn't know we're here. But have a look at my legs. See that? That was a scratch last year that then the flies got to. You see that? That was a scratch the flies got to, and that, again, a scratch that flies got to. And my feet are covered in other ones. Down the sides of my legs there's some smaller ones. These were each pus-filled pustules that I could squeeze in the morning and would fucking explode out. And both legs. In a field you pick up scratches. And I had also picked up blisters, and the flies got to them and infected them, and Tina's now got what looks like it might be a wound, an open wound. I think the skin's still closed. I'm hoping, from what I can see, from the best inspection I could get. I've had to wash it a few times, soap and water. I've had to apply alcohol gel to try and dry it all out and dry it all off. I think she's lost the hair. I don't think it's an actual open wound, but the fact that I can see pink flesh through my doggy's hair, it's not ideal. And she is incontinent, and she is going to pee at night, and she is going to lay in it, and I'm not going to know for a few hours. Do you end a perfectly rational, like the dog, my Tina? She's still my Tina. When she's awake and when she's there, she's still just Tina on the bed. It's the out and about, the up and away. Where's the line? When do you draw that line? What do you do? How do you do? How do you do it? I mean, I assume I'm going to contact a vet, and I'm going to say, hey, I think my dog's at the end. They're not going to just put her down, are they? They're going to insist on some kind of inspection and assessment, and then they're going to call me all the bastards under the sun because why did you not come earlier? And then they're gonna, what? Suggest some tests or some treatment that's gonna cost me a fucking fortune that I don't have. And then there'll be a cost for doing the deed, what, a week later, a month later, whatever they say. There might be some kind of attempted intervention, some attempted cure. Hey, do this, give her these tablets for so many weeks, or I don't know. There'll be costs, there'll be fees, there'll be things that I haven't. And then there's the deed itself. There's the logistics of getting her there, probably at least twice, maybe 3 times. And then the costs of whatever they charge for doing that. And then disposal, would you call it? And then they're going to try and sell all sorts of upgrades. Do you want a funeral? Do you want this? Do you want ashes? Do you want... I've got no idea what they're... I've no... It's first dog. Never been through this. I don't know. I don't know. I'm scrolling. Did we go through Farmer's post? I don't think we did. Pound, smash, poke, prod, press, push, punch, slap, chop, bump, tap, flick, kick, click, lick, rub, slam the like button and subscribe. See folks, sometimes I can read in a straight line. Joking Mike, Harry Johnson's a thing, not that I know of. Sometimes I have to let out the accumulated spirits in my body in the form of gas emissions. We all do that. A Merry Brit. Yeah, the James Makinson. He grew up in, I think, Arizona, I think he said the other day. There's not a trace of an American accent about him to me. To me, he sounds British. But then he's lived most of his adult life in Spain. Well, he's worked around Europe as a chef for, as he would put it, for many, many years. Many, many, many years. And then he started his YouTube channel. He did some cooking on the channel, but now he mainly reviews other people's, reacts, reviews, call it what you will. Gary in South Africa, Sis Ifrika, aloha Mike and Tina. Mike and Tina, yeah, hold on. Sending love from me and Tyson and Percy, them's your doggies. And right back at you, my friend, right back at you, Gary. Am I low numbers because I've started early and people weren't expecting it? Or am I clashing with a World Cup match? I've no idea. I don't know much about the World Cup. I watched the second half of the Netherlands-Sweden game yesterday. I caught the end of the first half, but mainly the second half. That was an alright game. It's a shame that it was Sweden's midsummer kind of major celebration, other than Christmas, their most major celebration of the year, and they were playing football and getting hammered. To my Swedish friends, oops, and I do have some, including probably my biggest contributor, financially, biggest contributor, donator, whatever word you want to use, donators, Sven and Anna. But hey, it's a football match, what can you do? YouTube, 90% American vids, don't matter what I search, it comes up American, says Jasper. Algorithm, mate, algorithm. If you use a VPN and you set yourself to be in, I don't know, Brazil or something, you probably get 90% Brazilian content, or at least a higher proportion. Use a VPN. I look for all videos but try to avoid American ones. David says, yes you are. Oh, I don't know what the question was. Right. Oops. Camping and survival. I watch a lot of those myself. Corporal's Corner's a big one. TA, is he called TA Survival? TA Outdoors, I think. Then there's Kent Survival. You've got UK urban prepper, so prepper and survival and the woodcraft type blogs. What's that called? There's a better word than woodcraft. I watch a lot of those as well. I've got a lot of time on my hands. I watch a lot of YouTube. Basically, you'll see people online joke. If they're early in a video, they'll say, yes, I'm this unemployed. I am that unemployed. I've got a few of these swallows, swifts, house martins, whatever they are, flying past with the distinctive tail. I don't know, but we haven't had them. A few years ago there was a whole fucking swarm, a flock, a murmuration, I don't know, there was fucking loads of them. I've got them, there's videos. My phone wasn't very good, so the videos are all a little bit choppy. But I have got, there's a few of them flying around now. I do like them. They used to fly. They would fly within a metre of my... I felt like I could have reached, if I'd have just reached out at the wrong time, or the right time, depending on your point of view, I could have plucked one out of the sky. And when you see them about to clash with each other, and they kind of stall in midair, and then they both peel off, and they don't guess. It's not, I'm going to go left, I'm going to go right, and we end up doing that dance where you... No, they just avoid each other. I mean, they stall because they're going to crash, but then they miss. It's like in aerospace, don't we always go left? I think planes always go left. If they're on a collision course, both planes go left. So if this one goes left, that one goes left, and because they're going in opposite directions, each other's lefts are opposite each other, different to each other. The birds do the same. I don't know if they go left or they go right, but these ones, they miss each other. They did fascinate. A few years, it's 2, maybe 3 years ago now. But there's not a lot of them here, but there's enough. There's maybe 10 of them circling the field at distance and at height. I would have thought it was the fly. I would have thought it was the flies that they were after. Yeah, they're feeding on the flies. This year, my tent's been bad for flies, but the field doesn't seem to have been that bad. Previous years, lots of mosquitoes. If I sat out here, my legs would have been eaten by now. As we hit this dusk, isn't it? Dawn in the morning, dusk at night. There's not the flocks of them that there were. We went to the park one day and it was almost horrendous. Sat on the floor and there's multiple of them flying past your head within a metre or two, flying right at you and then just veering off at the last minute. I got videos of that. If you search my playlist of Torrevieja Nature, I think that particular playlist is called, you will find those. Like I said, it was an older phone. It wasn't great on either the resolution or the frames per second, whatever the word is for that. There is a word, I can't remember the word, but you can see them, and I do show them. So yeah. I'm hoping that we get some kind of sunset. I thought, oh, you see, this is weird, isn't it? I showed you before how white, you see how white the sky, oh yeah, that way, because you're looking backwards. The sky's really white. And now it's like clear. I can see this moon. You probably could if I could point, there you go, there he is. Top left corner of the picture. Oh, unless YouTube reverses it and you see that as top right. Try and put it centre. There you go, centre picture, centre frame. All day long it's been kind of hazy white sky rather than blue sky. And now that I thought that might give us a little bit of a sunset, us off. Isn't that just my look? I come live an hour early, an hour earlier than normal, with my still unwashed, kind of greasy hair. I am thinking of washing my hair for the first time this year, but my bowl has got a hole in it. I've got to throw this away still. I got a big bowl, but even though I've got about 200 litres of water, slight exaggeration, but even though I've got a truckload of water, I don't have enough water for this bowl. It's fucking huge. It's got to be like 5 times the size of this one, probably 8 or 10 times the volume. That wouldn't really make sense, would it, mathematically? If we calculate a radius and a circumference and a volume. But let's not do that. Let's not get all mathematical. Just a little bit of hyperbole. Just roll with it, folks. Roll with it. Fuck. Don't be so picky. What is it with you guys? Have you had other dogs? Asked Jesper. No. Gary said, please send Tina love. Hey Tina. Uncle Gary sends all his love. From South Africa. South Africa and the Netherlands. Or, what do the Spanish call it? País Bajo. The Low Country. País Bajo. That's all I could hear yesterday when I was watching the commentary during the football. País Bajo. And then there was Esquina and Linear and Sacar Esquina. I said the other day that they use the same word for throw-in and corner. Well, they prefix both with the same word. Sacar Esquina. Sometimes they don't even bother mentioning the second. There's Sacar Esquina and Sacar Linear. Or something similar. My ability to hear Spanish is really limited. But sacar means to hurl, to launch. It doesn't mean throw, it doesn't mean kick. So they can use it for both. So a corner kick and a throw-in both start with sacar. To launch, to throw, to propel. I don't have an exact. It's just always annoyed me. What's the other one? The name for the two halves. There's a word that means, well, it doesn't really mean half, but that they use for the halves. But they also use it to mean the name of their team. So you know you've got your normal squads, your Manchester United, your Liverpools, but then you have your national team. They just use equipo, which just means equipment. It means equipment. It's just that's what they call their national team. I know that we have contradictions in English where one word, you've got the whole present kind of thing going on in English, haven't you? Where this the same spelling, that basically the same word has different meanings. So when you see it in other languages, it shouldn't surprise you. Sometimes it just does. That's the beer I was drinking before we started, folks. I have just taken the bin bag. Oh, that was a bad miss. That ricocheted off the table leg and came halfway back. I've just taken the bin bags away today. I've emptied the bins and I've left it facing in the wrong direction. I was aiming for a bag I could never ever get it into, but I missed so badly. It's closer to me than it is the bin bag right now because of the ricochet, the bounce back. These are not as cold as I would like either. My fridge is really struggling. If I set it for like just -3, -4, I know that it's a false reading. I know it doesn't get anywhere near that. It's reading an air temperature at a certain spot inside the freezer. So it's not a true reading. So I set it, you're aiming with the fridge, you're aiming for somewhere between 0 and +3, +4 Celsius. This is centigrade, whatever you want to call it. I'm not getting it. Although, I think it was Karen, was it Karen that gave me some ice lollies? Some ice cream lollies. It's got to be, when she left, was that 2 weeks ago now or 3? Don't know if she's here. I accidentally left one in there and it was still intact, but it was only intact. The ice cream's probably melted and refrozen and melted and refrozen multiple times in the period, 2 weeks, 3 weeks, whatever it's been. But because it's covered in a hard chocolate shell, it didn't go anywhere. So it was still there. I was trying to make, I've had a bottle of, I thought it was cordial, orange cordial, orange like a syrup. I don't know how many countries understand cordial. I know you don't understand the word squash, so I won't use that. But an orange cordial, it's a syrupy concentrate that you put about a quarter or a fifth or a sixth. You fill it 5 to 1 basically, something like that in a glass. Cold water and then some of this stuff. I thought it was that, but it's not. It's just an orange drink. You just get it nice and cold and drink it. I've had it sat in a bag outside my tent for about, well, if I said weeks, I'd probably be lying. It's probably months. It's probably Karen again. I don't actually recall, but it probably is. I put that in the freezer today at the wrong end. I put that where I put my beer, which is kind of the warmest end of the freezer compartment. And then I moved, here we go. There's a swarm of mozzies. Looks a lot like midges, if you're British, if you know what a swarm of midges looks like. They've gone again. Carried away on the wind, maybe. Oh, there they are. Anyway, I got this drink. I had it in the fridge for about 3 hours. It was still tepid, it was still warm. So I moved some already cold water away from that end and I put this orange drink at that end. Still not drunk it. Here's the thing. Do I tell you this? This probably get me in trouble. You probably think less of me after I tell you this. So obviously I'm going to tell you it anyway, because this is the guy that says all the words and says all the things. Tell you everything. The aim of the channel, folks, is to document my life as a homeless guy. So I may as well document it truthfully and honestly. Yesterday, I clung on until dinner time, and I went out and I bought 24 beers, 2 12-packs of beer. And I thought, that'll get me through the weekend. So hot inside the tent. I was drinking so much, so rapidly, just because cold drink, hot tent. I'm going to tell you that's the reason. I mean, you can judge me however you will. It's just because you're a fucking alky. Whatever. Tramp in a field must be an alky. Anyway, those 12 beers ran out at about 2 o'clock this morning. And I was still awake, so I was still drinking. So I started on the second, the first 12 ran out, I started on the second 12 pack. Oh man, there's loads of these flies, whatever they are. They're bigger than mosquitoes, but smaller than normal flies. And they do get bitey. Anyway, back to the story. That's why you're here. So I started on the second 12 pack, which ran out. Well, it's only just right. I was hoping the second 12 pack was going to get me through, you know, and then either tomorrow or the day after I'll go and buy some more beer. But I was so hot this afternoon. T-shirt off, wet through, sweating like a sweaty thing. I'll keep it PG. I was sweating like a sweaty thing. Remind me after. I'll come back to the sweating like a sweaty thing. Anyway, and I thought this beer's not gonna. It's not gonna last me through today, and I'm doing TrampCast. I want to have a nice drink and relax. You guys won't believe this. I get nervous before I talk to you guys. I've said in the past how I was the quiet, shy guy. I'm not the outgoing guy that you think I am. If you met me in a pub, I'd probably sat in a corner reading a book or reading a newspaper. I used to take the Sunday Times into the pub and sit there 3 hours maybe, just reading and sipping on my beer. I'd maybe have 3 pints of beer in the 3 hours. If I'm busy reading and mind's occupied, I'm not thinking about needing a drink. You see, there I go with the alky speak. But you know what I mean. And then I'll chat with people as they come in and out. But they'll have to come to me and initiate the conversation. I'm not the gregarious, outgoing. I'm not that guy. I'm just not. Quiet and shy. I tell people this, and usually I tell them it like when I'm 4 or 5 pints in at the bar, and then they don't believe me, because I use the beer, the alcohol, as a social lubricant. It oils the wheels of camaraderie, of conversation, of connection to people. And so then you can build friendships, and without it, I'm just that oddball sat in the corner reading I sat in a bar in York once reading A Brief History of Time. Stephen, what's his face in the wheelchair? The connections are not firing. Stephen Hawking. I got there. Who sits in a pub in York, the historic city of York, the Roman city, Ybor Arkham, whatever you want to call it? Who sits in York? And I think it's called the King's Arms. This is a pub that has the levels. Each year it floods. The pub's going to flood, all right? And when it floods, they draw a line for that year. Especially if it's notable. If it's the first 6 inches, who cares? But if it gets up, waist high or something, chest high, they draw a line and label it the date. You're in York, historic city of York. With was she my wife or was she my girlfriend at the time? I'd have to look back and calculate years. Tina, shush. Tina, quiet. Quiet. No, they don't want to say hello. It's okay. They're quiet ones. They don't want to say hello. No. One's walking, the other's on his. Does anybody remember when a scooter was a toy for a 5-year-old girl? She didn't want to ride a bike. She hadn't learnt to ride a bike yet. Her brother was on his bicycle. She hadn't learnt to ride the bike yet, so she had a scooter. Kind of annoys me a bit nowadays. No, quiet. No, hey, quiet. Shush. Quiet. Shush. Spanish. When you walk past someone, we say hola. Yeah? The Spanish, if you're not stopping, they say hasta luego, or just luego, abbreviated. So they don't say hello, they say goodbye as their greeting. I guess you're ships that pass in the night kind of thing. Anyway, I better scroll on. I've you had other dogs? That was Jasper asking. No other dogs. Tina was my first. Look at the 41 minute and 15 second mark. His name's supposed to be Harry Johnson. Oh, you've given a link. I haven't watched Friday Nights back yet. I haven't watched Friday Nights back yet. Well, try to make her as comfortable as you can and take her for a walk if possible, or when I do. So my old routine was to try and take her out every 4 hours. It just doesn't work now. I take her out after 3 hours and she doesn't do anything. I've reduced it to 3 hours to try and help so she's not sitting in her mess. It's also helpful if she's not soaking my bed with, you know, her effluent, but that's another story. But I'm trying to take her out 8 times a day, and I just can't do it. It's just physically impossible. There's so much work. I'm carrying the back, and now I'm winding her lead around my arm to pick up the front, because the front end just doesn't. She's trying, but she's not walking on her paws with her. She's walking on her kind of her forearms. She's walking on the bottom half of her leg. So I'm trying to pick. So I'm carrying both ends almost. But when we're out, she's not doing it when we're out. She doesn't do. Half the time she doesn't do anything. I mean, sometimes she will. I won't even know. If I showed you my shoes, one of my shoes is white and one is black or dark brown. She pisses on me. She pisses on my foot. She pisses down my leg. I don't even know it's happening until after it's happened. There's no warning. There's no notification. There's no... And that's the good one, because we're out of the tent. We're in the end days, folks. I'm pretty sure. Unless the vet comes up with some miracle cure, which I would love to see. Obviously, I'll get a telling off for not coming sooner. You know, I have had a vet out here. You know that I'm 50-50 from about whether that vet was legit or not. But she was sent by a charity that I tried to raise money for and repay. So the charity raised the money, and then they just reach out to a bunch of vets, and then they pay the vet. So the vet's doing fuck all for charity. The vet is not being charitable. The vet's taking a fee from the charity. And the vet was basically, was it 2 weeks or a month? I think it was a month's worth of painkillers and some vitamins. And if she's not better in a month, hey, we'll have to. And that's somewhere between a year and 18 months ago, isn't it? It's 15, 16, 17 months ago. Someone would have to look up the specifics. So I don't blame the charity. But I'm not convinced that the vet was on the level. I'm getting a little bit dark and dull here, a little bit dim, folks. I'm going to, if the wind seems to have died down, I'm going to open the brolly. I'm going to hang my fairy lights under it. And I'll put my proper light on as well, because, you know, we didn't get, I don't believe, it's still kind of light over on the horizon, but I don't think that we got the sunset that I was, hold on, full middle. Normally we go with middle. I've had to put it closer, but that's okay. Middle's okay. Cheers, folks. First day of summer, technically. I'm going to open this brolly up. That was it Farmer that thought made me look like a unicorn last night. Friday night. I'm going to open that up and I'm going to hang the fairy lights under. Fairy lights are hanging on the back of this chair here. Give me a second. Let me do that. Whoa. Thinking. I know it seems weird opening up a parasol in the middle of the night. Well, you know, late at night. But sometimes I'm just fucking weird. What can I tell you? Oh, every time you collapse it, you have to reapply these end caps. Always come off the individual spines. It's going to take a little bit. Give me a minute or three. Just to tidy it up a little bit. I won't get them all, probably, but I'll get a few of them just to give it a little bit of structure. I think this is why the person that threw it away, this is why they threw it away. Every time you put it down, the fabric disconnects from the what do you call them? The spines, the tines, whatever they are. Fingers, I don't know. You're off. Okay. How much are you off by? Oh, you're the one that doesn't really much. Hold on. So you're going to force you while the other ones are not connected. Got you. Hold on, folks, I'll be right with you. Almost every one of them comes off when you fold it down. There you go. Of course, I haven't failed on any yet, so normally there's one or two that just won't happen. Oh, this one. This is the one. There we go. I have the power. I have the power. By the power of Tramp Camp and TrampCast, I have the power! What a dick. Okay, so meanwhile, back in the real world, when I'm not doing all Castle Grayskull and all that, try to make it comfortable, take her for a walk if possible when you can, Mike. Yeah, I do. We go out as often as we can. In the morning and an evening, we'll do a slightly longer walk up to the main road. I say longer as in like 100 metres instead of just going 40 or 50 metres. In the height of the heat of the day, whatever, midday, we go short. We go that way to the bottom and turn around. It's just too hot to be carrying a 30-kilogram dog any kind of distance. So yeah, I am way behind, folks. I'm going to catch up with you shortly. I'm on 21:30. I'm on the 30-minute mark, and we're an hour in almost. If you think it's necessary but as bad as it is every animal I've had when the time arrives, yeah. Here's the thing, she's not in pain. Apart from this laying in her own mess and potentially getting some kind of sore, in and of herself, she's still just Tina. There's no sign of pain, there's no sign of being too weary to go on. It's just the leg's not working. It's just the thing. But it's not just her, is it? It's me. My back, carrying that much weight off to one side, and her staggering around this way and that. When she walks under me and I accidentally kind of stand on her foot, or when I jerk to one side to avoid standing on her foot, and I'm ragging my back all the time. You see the white? I'm not young anymore. I can't be like suddenly while carrying that much weight, suddenly jerking to one side or the other, suddenly moving my feet this way or that. It's getting to the point where it's too much for me. And that I hate to say, I hate that it's a thing, but it's a thing. It's a thing. It's getting to be too much. I would hate to end a life because it's too much for me. That's just ridiculous. I can't do that. I won't do that. But if I keep her and then she gets some kind of bed sores or you know, some kind of sores from laying in her own urine, and then I end up going to the vets, and then they're going to have a dig at me, aren't they? I've mentioned I am a man with anger. I won't be happy if the vet starts having a pop at me after I spent a year and a half just carrying her around. If someone has a go at me, you should have done it sooner, or oh my God, what kind of state is she in, or how have you let this happen? I will pop off at someone. Wow, the sky is clear, the stars, and I think that's one of the planets again. I don't know. The two planets that were there the other day, one of them's still there and the other one's fucked off. But that is still one of the planets, I'm pretty sure. There's no other. See, the sky is darker over there. I can't see stars. Over there, the sky's still bright, but I see that fucker. Anyway, let me move on, folks. Let's move off of the Tina endgame topic. Football is on, said David. Okay, that would be. Gary said Elon for some reason. Guinea fowl, birds in the field. I don't think we've got anything that you would consider edible in the ordinary sense. Oh, pigeons. Pigeons and doves would. Normal pigeons, you know, the ones with the purpley blue and green kind of sparkly necks. We got those, and we got the brown ones, which I think are the wood doves or wood pigeons, whatever those are called. Nothing else I think is of an edible nature. Although classifying edible, I said the other week about the French eating starlings and robins and things. Your definition of edible is circumstantial. So no, I wouldn't know a guinea fowl if it got up and bit me on the arse. No idea. Steve Owen's Good Cooking channel. Oh, I also watched that. What's he called? The Pots and Pans guy that you guys put me onto. Goes around France and Spain, and his subscribers, he talks about them as having joined the academy, is it he calls it? He is a proper real trained chef who trained under a famous chef. I just don't remember who or what. But he only makes shorts. His videos only seem to last 2 minutes. I think he could do better if he made actual long form videos. Steve Owen's Good Cooking channel. There's the other guy. What's he called? The guy who it's like he jumps off a stepladder and lands and goes, oh. And then it's usually a slow cooker recipe, and it's all very edited. He says, take an onion, and there's a picture of onion in his eye. He says, chop the onion, and he just throws chopped onion. It goes from being a whole onion to a chopped onion thrown into the slow cooker. Take a chicken breast, and then it's suddenly sliced and in there. Or he says, take a chicken breast, and then there's 6 chicken. Take a mini whisk out of your pocket, and at the end. And if you happen to have some dry parsley in your pocket, sprinkle that, make it fancy. Drew Cooks, official, original, Drew, D-R-E-W, Drew Cooks. I do like the guy, the sense of humour. And there's the gay lad that I thought was Irish but isn't, Dylan B. Thomas, maybe? Dylan, the letter B and then Thomas, who sounds like he should be either English or Irish, but he's actually from a Caribbean island. One of the money laundering ones. He's very, very gay, but he's very, very funny with it. I mean, you know, camp, gay as in, you know, Kenneth Williams or John Inman or something. Oh, folks, we're really, really struggling for viewers tonight, aren't we? Just 7 of you. If you haven't hit the thumbs up, please do. Or please consider it. Life in Content Allotment channel. Life in Content. Is there a demarcation there in the sentence, Jasper? Life in Content. Is that the name of the channel, or Life in Content Allotment? Single T in the middle of allotment, I believe. But okay, we'll carry on. I'm not here to criticise spelling. What it decides to be straight. Hold on. What it decides to be straight, then we're all fucked off my ass off. Yeah, I would need. I'm gonna have to watch this back and put the comments alongside what was happening on screen at the time or just before. Listen, birds are not real. Oh, the whole birds are not real. That's kind of a joke conspiracy theory started by someone. Birds are dinosaurs. We all know this. This is not new news. You don't need me as a science educator, as I like to think of myself sometimes. You don't need me to tell you. Birds, they're not from the pterosaur family, but they're not from they're not from like pterodactyl or whatever. They're not from the tyrannosaur family or anything, but they are what's the word we use? Hold on. What are the little ones that run around in that film with Gandhi? No, the maker of Gandhi, Richard Attenborough. And the other guy, the New Zealander, Sam Neill. Where the dinosaurs escape on the island. Why have I got Rav? I've got Raven in my mind, and that's not the word I'm after. That's not the fuck. You see, I did this the other day when I was talking about Josie and her husband, and I had Patrick in my head. I couldn't see past Patrick. It's Josie and Peter. Everybody, when you see Josie, say hello to Josie and Peter. I had Patrick just fucking stuck there and could not see past it. Sam Neill, Jurassic Park. Do you see? I get there eventually. I give myself a clue to something that I already know, but that I can't get to. When you watch Jurassic Park, raptor, but most, okay. There are only 2 types of birds of prey: raptors and owls. Not all birds are raptors or owls, but the 2 birds of prey, there's only 2 families. There are owls and there are raptors. All the rest are just chickenosauruses. What do you call the guy who consulted on Jurassic Park and who wanted to make a chickenosaurus? All of the genes to turn a chicken back into a kind of a mini dinosaur are all still there. The genes for teeth are still there. all you have to do, what do they call it? You have to switch them on. You have to, there's a word and I'm not going to get the word. You put the right chemicals in the right place. You're not really you're not introducing new genes. You're not editing anything. It's the epigenome. You just have to reactivate, and you reactivate it with a process called, it's got an E at the beginning, maybe. And he's called something like Jack Frost. Is he Jack Frost? The guy who, literally, he's the guy who consulted on Jurassic Park. He's a paleontologist. He's called Jack. It's definitely Jack. And now I've got Frost locked into my mind, so it might be right. It might be a Horner. Hold on. Little Jack Horner or Jack Frost? Oh! I hate it when that happens. Because I've met a Jack Horner. I worked with a Jack Horner at Reebok in the offices. Reebok marketing department. He didn't sit in the corner. I thought it would have been so funny if we'd have had the corner desk. Little Jack Horner sat in the corner. I'm pretty sure he's Jack Frost, the paleontologist guy. He wanted to build a Chickenosaurus. He wanted to reactivate certain genes by, I can't get that word with the E. It's definitely an E word. When you trigger genes in the epigenomic, epigenomic, you trigger them. It's not. Is it not just nucleation? It's not nucleation, is it? Maybe it is. Have I got it wrong with the E? Who knows? Anyway, he wanted to build a Chickenosaurus. It's similar to the people who want to take elephants and turn them back to woolly mammoths. It's interesting, isn't it? It might be doable. Birds are not real. They charge on power lines and the surveillance drones. You think when they land on the power lines, they're charging? And if you observe them at 4:11, why 4:11? They reset. Is that like what was the film with the angels who all stood on cliffs and power lines and looked out and waited for sunrise? Farmer Fabrizio says, laugh my ass off, Gary. I think that's meant to be prepare them rather than repair them by roasting in the oven and retrieving frame after I've consumed organics. You guys lose me so easily. And retrieving frame after I've consumed organics. I'm looking at different words. What could I change a letter or two and make that make sense? Retrieving frame. The roasting in the birds roasting in the oven. Prepare rather than repair. I can get. I get that far. Retrieving frame. Be very careful of them birds. They're like grey men. They blend in. Until they don't. Tipihedron. Hedron. It was, wasn't it? Isn't it? Didn't it? Wasn't it? The least suspicious drones. Yeah, if you see a drone flapping its wings. Have I told the story here that when I was a kid, I saw something that looked, to my young eyes, was flying way, way higher than any bird I'd ever seen. So to me, it was a plane, and it just kind of glided across, and then it flapped its wings. And I'm like, there's a plane that flapped its wings. It's just some kind of different bird that I'd never seen before that flew really high, mainly gliding, and suddenly had to flap. But hey, Cruising My Home channel. Dutchman, problem with boat he bought. Oh, I think you mentioned this. Was it Friday or was it last week? I got one for you, and I can't remember the name of the channel. I think have I posted him in the description. One of the little sections is friends of the channel, and I think I've put Stephen in there. If I haven't put him in there yet, I'm about to. I don't know whether I've done it yet or not. I'll have to look. And I have two devices, so sometimes I'll make an update to the text file on one and forget to copy the text file across to the other, which can create issues when I come to create a stream and I'm using the outdated text file. What's Stephen's channel called? Why am I trying to guess? I've got... I don't know whether he's in the... if he's not in the description of this video yet, he soon will be. Excuse me. Oh, and again. I got the burps over here, but the hiccups next. I've had those a couple of times recently, haven't I? The hiccups. What's the best way to tell? I guess I go into this stream and I look in the. I don't even have I don't get a notification about my own stream. How do I find me? Oh, I go down here. I click on me, and I go your videos, and I go live, and it shows Friday Night TrampCast. Doesn't show this one. Where's this one, you fucker? The fuck? I came in here the other day and got me. How do I not get me? This is weird, isn't it? I hate when they change shit. Let me just scroll and make sure that I don't see me. These are 20 minutes ago. You got a like, got to look at your car. Okay, that's a Babylon 5 post. How long have I been live? An hour and 17. So you got two chances. One is an hour and 17 ago, one is 30 minutes before that. Neither. I have no way to read the description of this stream. That is just ridiculous. What are you fucking doing? Your videos live. And the last one here is Friday nights, which I haven't had a chance to watch yet. I only went for 5 hours, folks. One thought tonight was that by going live early, I could go long without staying up too stupid late, you know. I just realised I haven't added my pinned comment either. And if I can't even get to my own stream, I can't add it now. YouTube, the fuck are you doing? Okay, folks, if anybody out there wants to support Tramp, I am right on the cusp of having enough money for my experiment with Temu. Give a Tramp 50 euros, not individually, not 50 from any one of you, but if I got 50 euros from a group of you, how much could that change my life this summer? As we're just getting into the first day of summer, right? As we get into summer, and we've now got 3 months of stupid hot heat, what could, just 50, I know, just 50 euros. What could a tramp do with 50 euros to make his life better? I've got some thoughts, I've got some ideas. I've even picked out, well, I've picked out 2 of these aircon units that I know are not, the use of the word aircon is it's a misnomer, but I'm hoping they're not a con. Swamp coolers. Ice cold water, spritzing fan, cool water into the air, humidifying and cooling. I know 13, 14, 15 euros doesn't buy you aircon. I know that. But if it cools down at 3 metre by 3 metre square, or 2 metre by 2 metre square, whatever it might be, you know, I'm not trying to cool down a house. I'm not trying to cool down a big room. I'm trying to cool down my bedroom at night, or maybe mid-afternoon. 15 euros, it's worth a gamble. We'll do a review. We'll do an unboxing. We'll talk about it. We'll talk about the science behind it. We'll talk about the limitations. Once humidity gets up at 70, 80%, swamp coolers lose effectiveness. We'll talk about alternatives. Just putting a bottle of cold water in the freezer and making it as cold as possible, and cuddling a bottle of cold water. Like a hot water bottle in winter, but a cold water bottle in summer. So we'll discuss that. Spritzing yourself. Just I've got a squeezy bottle. I've got a spray bottle that I can fill with water and get cold. Either I put the bottle in the freezer, or I just have a separate bottle of cold water that I top up the spritzing bottle. Keep me and Tina cold. Well, we're not going to be cold, but keep us cooler. We'll discuss about the options and around the topics. Some of the items I buy will be 2, 3, 4 euro little knickknacks. Some of them might be cooker related or whatever, food related. 50 euros, folks, that's what I'm looking for. I've got, depending on how you count it, I've got between 35 and 40 in the fund at the minute. We're not looking for much extra. Link is in the description. I will now stop begging and move on. Channel Dutchman problem with by frame I mean bones, and by organics I mean meat. They're birds, people, different chickens. They're birds, people, different chickens. Laugh my ass off. They're birds, people, different. You think birds are different from chickens? I don't know. The last time I ate bird was in 1997. I hope you're not getting sexual there. I've got no idea where to go with that. Techmoan is old school tech. Techmoan. Okay. Memories coming back. Jasper's got something to say about eating bird. Do they have scrapple in South Africa, Gary? Scrapple is pork meat from the scrap pork bones, boiled until clean of the meat, then flour and pepper, spices added, usually by Amish. I've never heard of scrapple. Scrapple. So scrap, because it's the scrap, it's just the little bits left on the bone after you're butchered. Maybe? I've never heard of scrapple. Not a phrase, not a term or a phrase about the UK. What's the building with the bright light shining in the background? So behind me there's a little bay. Well, behind me off to the side there's a, what's the best word, like a crevasse. There's a gorge. It's that's too dramatic a word. So water, when I've talked in the past about the water at the top of the field and it runs down and then it runs to the sea, it follows a natural fault in the earth, and it's washing that away, and it's created a channel, and it's like there are trees in the bottom, and you're looking at the top of trees when you stand at the edge. You're looking at the tops of trees, so it's quite big. that goes out, and then there's a bay. On the other side of the bay there are a couple of little housing projects, but mainly it's kind of scrapland. It's unused land, and they put a light on the top of a big pole, a big pylon, whatever you want to call it, to floodlight the area so the police can see who's there. And the police don't like anyone to be there. Through the day you can park there, get out your car, walk around, maybe walk down the steps and onto the beach, which is just rocks. At night, guys will pick up prostitutes in town and come and park there and have a happy ending. Sometimes people will bring a camper van, an RV, a recreational vehicle if you will, and park there. And the police don't like that for some reason. So all the other stuff goes on, nobody cares. But you try parking a caravan or an RV, a camper van over there, and you'll have the police on you at 2 and 3 in the morning telling you to get the fuck out. So that's what the big light's about over there. It's nothing really special. There's a couple of houses here, then there's a big gap, and then there's just one line of houses kind of on a cliff top, because there's another bay the other side. So these houses are on the edge of a cliff top, and basically in 30 years these houses are expected to be gone, because when your house is on a cliff top, you know, it don't last long. Erosion. What do they call water? The universal solvent. That's the one. No, we don't have scrapple. We'll have polony. That's like a sausage, like doctor sausage. Meat, fat, and cream or milk, kind of solidified into a sausage shape, with herbs and spices of some description or other. Might be the same as polony or spam. Spam is spiced pork and ham, if I remember correctly. Unlike corned beef fools a lot of people. People think that corned beef has corn in it. But to corn something is an old word which means to make little pieces of. It's like grating something and getting lots of little pieces. To corn is to make something like peppercorn sized. So that's where corned beef comes from. There's no corn in corned beef. It is 100% beef. Or as close as after you add salt and whatever else. Don't like watching sport, but it's a national knockout. It's funny. Is it a knockout back? Is that where you're going? It's a knockout, but national. Stuart Hall. Am I allowed to say Stuart Hall? My childhood has been removed, folks. I'm not allowed to say Rolf Harris. I'm not allowed to say Jimmy Savile. I'm not allowed to say Stuart Hall. My childhood has gradually been eroded and censored to the point where you're not allowed to look back with any kind of what would be the word? Fondness, any kind of fondness. You're not allowed to like the things that happened in your childhood. Farmer and Gary are discussing beef scraps and different bits of meat. Apparently an alien ship is supposed to land at the World Cup in Miami on the 24th and pick up 700 people. Is this a publicity stunt, or is this some kind of prediction by a cult? It sounds like a cult prediction. 700 of us are going to ascend into the heavens with the angelic... whatever's... no idea. Chocolate sprinkles. Oh, now you're bringing me back to... when you mention sprinkles, you're bringing me back to fairy... they call it fairy bread in Australia. I'd never heard of this before, but I watch a guy called Croc. He's not Crocodile Dundee, but he just seemed to be some kind of park ranger type guy, and the first name is Croc, or the first word of his handle. His real name's Steve. He's Croc, and then it's a surname, Croc somebody or other. Let me find out. Oh, sorry folks, you get a close-up of my chin while I'm sat a long way away from the table right now. I don't know why. And I'm a long way behind on the Turnbull. I haven't even, I turned the screen on, I haven't even loaded anything. Croc Turnbull. Turnbull. I didn't even, honestly, it didn't even, the screen just lit up and I just remembered his name without even getting there. Where are you, Tina? I've got to check where my doggy is. I don't want to hurt her if I move. Oh, your front paw, you're kind of, hey babe, hello you. I did do an intro with the right at the start, folks. I'll reintroduce her momentarily, but I'm going to get a bad back if I don't move the chair closer in. So I'm just gonna, I did just check, she's in the danger zone, but she was too far forward. Let me entertain you. Robbie Williams. Robbie Williams isn't really known outside the UK as far as I can understand things. Hold on, no, turn it around. Fuck, hold on, a minute ago. I click flash, here we go. Hey babe! Hello. Hey, I got to try and do this without getting my hands in the way. Yes, can you see Tina? Hello Tina. Hello. Hello. Hey. You cuddled up and you got closer to your daddy. I don't know where. Are we on camera there? I don't know where I'm pointing. Hello, babe. I can't do it the other way because I need the light. You got a flower in your face. I'm sorry, babe. Can I get rid of that for you? Daddy, get rid of the nasty flower. It's okay. Daddy's job, isn't it, to look after his girl? Hold on. I've no idea what you can see and what you can't see there, folks. I can't see what you can see or can't. Even now, there she is. There she is. Half the time the chat's in the way. Nobody type anything. Hey, babe. How are you? I know we've not got many weeks left. I'm sorry. I wish I could have been a better daddy. I wish I could have been a better doggy daddy. Hey. Come on. Lift up. Lift up on it. Push with your paws. Lift up. No? You're just gonna lay there. Oh, babe. Sad to see your body just deteriorate under you. Okay, folks, I'm gonna. That's Tina. That's my glamorous co-star here in the field. There's a tent, all falling apart. I didn't get as far as patching that one big rip in the roof because two more have appeared and there's half a dozen others about to appear. I'm just gonna have to put a big tarp over the top. I don't really have a big enough tarp, but I've got one that's kind of sort of big enough. Around here, look folks, here's the field in which I live. There's my clothes dryer. There's a couple of chairs for guests. There's a chair that supports my two solar panels, which I have somehow managed to fuck up within 3 months of obtaining. The other one lasted 2 years, the solid aluminium and glass one. These flexible ones I've broken straight away, basically. What do I know? What did I know? I have no idea. Oh, look at that. I didn't know that wasn't there. You see that big rip in the... That's not in the tent, that's the tarp. At this end of the tent. I didn't know that was there. Everything's just perishing in the sun. Let me bring it back to me. Oh, we're in the dark. My hand's in the way of the light. What do you know? Who knew that being a tramp would be difficult? Is there a polytunnel greenhouse on Temu? I don't know, mate, but I've looked at people building Down to Earth with Jim, a channel I mentioned a while ago. He was gifted as an advertising thing. He was given a polytunnel and it was erected, and it took like a team of 5 people a day to put it up. And then he bought one himself, and it took him 3 weeks to put it up with just him and a couple of friends. I don't think polytunnels are as easy to put up as you think. The ribs of this, the bones of this are still fine. A big tarp will... What do I want to say? I've already got my next 10. I'm aiming to get through summer. But if I was to get, like for 50, I think it's 47 or 50 euros, something like that. Something like a 10 metre by 6 metre tarp. So it's not that the tent's 10 metres long. You have to go up 2 metres at both ends. So that's 4 metres. And then across 6 metres. So that's your 10 metres. And again, sideways, up 2 metres each side. So that's 4. And across 2 or 3 metres. So something like a 10 metre by 6 or 10 metre by 7 metre tarp. This tent would do another, well, however long that tarp lasted that you acquired. You've got the frames, you've got the bones. As long as the seams hold, which are the pieces of the fabric that hold the bones, that hold the poles in place. As long as the fabric holds the ribs, the bones, the poles in place, you can just throw a tarp over and it'll survive. I mean, things will be able to get in and under and all of that. 3 by 2 green 3 metres by 2 metres is not big enough for me. I mean, that's smaller than a one-man tent. I mean, that's you got to bear in mind. Well, for now there's me and the dog, but there's all of the gear that I've got. Now I should probably prune that back somewhat. Karen steps in and says hello, everyone. Something's just happened and I'm at the bottom of chat. I'm right on the. I need to go back about an hour. I'm gonna go back. How far do I need to go back? Cordial and squash. I didn't get. I remember that conversation, but okay, Barry. Okay, beef scraps. Okay, that's. Oh, look at that! It won't let me back any further than that. What happened? That it's my channel and I can't go back further than that. I'm in the middle of live streaming and you're restricting what I can see. I've only just thought. I'm still on top chat, not live chat. Which is fucking, I've probably missed. Farmer said drink. See, I didn't see that. Social lubricant. Mike, she never called it that. Okay. That's a different kind of lubricant. Lots of people walking behind you, Mike. There's a track goes down here and around, and either down to the beach to the right or off to the cliff tops on the left. Yeah. People walk past. York. I was talking about York, Ibaracum, Ibo, yeah. Do you like Vindaloo? Zami, hello. Oh God, you're in North London somewhere, aren't you? You're somewhere near Fulham. I don't know. I like curries. I like spicy food. I'm not a connoisseur. I can't put a name to anything. I couldn't tell you whether a Vindaloo was a creamy one or a tomato one. I think a vindaloo is supposed to be spicy, more spicy than others. I've had some really disappointing curries over the years, including here in Torrevieja. I was out with a group one time, and we ordered spicy. We ordered the spiciest curry they had, and it was like they were doing white man spicy. So we said this is not hot enough. So they took it inside and microwaved it and brought it back out. What can you do? This is a few years ago. You know, this is in the before times, before I became a tramp. So I wouldn't know a vindaloo if it got up and bit me on the arse, but I like spicy food, yeah. Don't open the umbrella, it's going to take out the beer again. No, it's been relatively well behaved so far. Once I got all of the end points reattached. I don't understand why every time you fold it down, is it 8 or 10? I think it's 8. All of the end caps that are on the spine all detach. That's the reason the person who... This is the one that just appeared in the field overnight. Tina barked like fuck. I told her to shut the hell up, and then I got up at like 3 in the morning, and here was the sleeve that the parasol was wrapped in. So someone's donated it without saying, hey, here, have it. But you can see why. There's like 10 minutes work literally every time you put it up. You got to go around and reattach all 8 of the end caps to pull the fabric taut. That and the fact that if you sit under it, you still get sunburn. I've only had one day out in the sun. I had one 8-hour day in the sun, and I am lobstered still. My shoulders and chest have all peeled entirely. I've got a second layer coming off from them peeling. So it's not UV, a parasol that doesn't protect you from the ultraviolet. What's the fucking point? You sit under it thinking, oh, I'm in the shade. And by nightfall, you're still... What's the word? I haven't got a word. Frazzled. You're still burnt to fuck. You're still lobstered. You've still gone bright pink. Your skin's going to peel off in the next 2 weeks. Pound, smash, poke, prod, press, push, punch, slap, chop, bump, tap, flick, kick, click, lick, rub, slam the like button. And consider subscribing. Why not? It's free. Okay, we're picking up a little bit. If the wind carries on picking up like that, then maybe I'll have to collapse the brolly down again. For now, I just like having my head's kind of in the way most of the time. I like having the lights there for you guys. Oh, that didn't get it. There we go. Does that put them off to one side, off from my head? There you go. I think my head's been blocking. Who's that? Okay. There's a big strong light up at the Chino Bazaar, and it's annoying. Right, I'm scrolling forwards. Oh, Greystalk. This is Greyskull, Greystalk. Okay, I think it was a pun on Greyskull. Then it says drives, Farmhouse says drives, I don't know why. And then there's a link to a video I can't play. Drives. And then it says power. When I see drives, who's going to drive you home? That's the only one I think of. My sheep Harry trod on my leg today. Ow. That's why you wear the wellies, mate. You're supposed to put the back legs inside the wellies. You're not Welsh, but Cornish is close enough. I think you sound Cornish. I don't know that you are Cornish. I know that you're in Germany, but I'm gonna guess Cornish just from the accent. You could be Devon or the other one, Devon, Cornwall, or the other one that has Lyme Regis that I can never remember the name of. Devon, Cornwall, and What's the county that has Lyme Regis? And the Jurassic Coast, which ties back to when we were talking about dinosaurs and chickens earlier. Harry Fridolin Rudy sheep. Harry Fridolin Rudy. Those are your sheep. Okay. What were the last? You had a different batch before, and I think they all passed. Smithy, evening, Mike, Tina, everyone. I'm sorry that I'm 40 minutes late or 30 odd minutes late to your hello, Smithy. Hello, and welcome. Parasol is going to pre-launch in a second. It's been a little while, it hasn't taken off yet. John Inman, I'm free. He ended up saying that he wasn't gay. How many people believe that John Inman wasn't gay? If he's not gay, then I haven't got a fucking gaydar. I got told off once, apparently you're supposed to be gay to have a gaydar, but you know, who knows. Starmer's leaving as Prime Minister tomorrow, so everyone is probably out celebrating. Well, you think that's why that we're low on viewers? I think he'll hang on a little bit longer, but I think the transition process is underway. It's only a few days ago he said he was going to stand and fight. He was going to stand in the election, the leadership election. Now only Labour members get to vote in that. This will not be a public election, if there is an election. If he stands down, he admits that he's like the biggest failure ever. Well, since Liz Truss, which isn't that long ago. How long she last? 39 days or something. I was in a field and Her Majesty the Queen died and we'd got this new Prime Minister, and then fucking, I don't know, the next time I got online to me it felt like a week and a half later we've got a different fucking Prime Minister. I don't even remember who. We had so many Prime Ministers in such a short time, and none of them were elected. So that party won the election, and then they swapped leader and swapped leader and swapped leader. But no election involved. Not of the general public. Oh, getting a bad back. I said that earlier, didn't I? We're nearly 2 hours in. Yeah, listen, historically I'm a lefty. Historically I'm a Labour voter. I grew up Labour. Even more, would you say extreme? I come from a mining village. Arthur Scargill was King Arthur. Now I'm a right-wing Nazi somehow. And I haven't changed. I'm still just fucking me. Well, I'm not fucking me, but, you know, I am me with emphasis. Politics moved so far left, it left me behind. And I'm now a far-right Nazi. Who knew? And if you're going to go around calling 40% of the British public far-right Nazis, you're going to have a problem. I don't want to get political. Not too much, anyway. He hasn't resigned, but the speculation is that the backbenchers, the people, like some people in the party still support him. But the speculation is that the front benchers, the ministers, the people who have senior positions in the party, all say that his position is untenable and that he can't remain in power. And so speculation is they've given him the option to stand down and arrange a smooth transition. You know, step down, there'll be a leadership contest that he's not in. Either do that or they'll all resign en masse. Now, whether this speculation is true, these rumours, these newspaper articles, whether they're true or not, who knows? But that's the stated current position. Hey, just resign, just go nicely, or we'll make you go nastily. Your call. AI over the news farmer, and Trump has said he's resigning tomorrow as well. Not that Trump's resigning, but that is that meant to be all speculate all over the news? You missed an L. I read it as AI. Sorry. He's resigning tomorrow as well. Hopefully he does. Tell us the meaning of dystopia. A dystopian. It's not just less than ideal, it's the opposite of ideal. An ideal society, an ideal situation is there's a word. Will I remember the word? No, ideal. And utopia, I got it. Utopia is a fantastic place to be. This means not that. Like distrust, disturb, discover means uncover. This means not covered. It means as soon as you add this, it means not. So this, I guess you could have said dysutopia, but for some reason, historically we dropped to the U somewhere along the lines. Maybe it's a question for Rob Words or the Purple People podcast. Sexy Susie and Giles Brandreth. Susie Dent, Sexy Susie Dent and Giles Brandreth. Can librarians be sexy? I guess so. Maybe. Am I sexist? Probably. I'm a bloke, so it's allowed. Jamie stuff. Give us a clue. Oh, I don't know what the conversation was at the point you said there was Jasper. Give us a clue. It was a good TV program. That guy on it was very bent though, except I thought he was very bent. Didn't he have about 7 kids? Una Stubbs on one side and he was a dancer. You thought he must have been bent, and then it turned out he had like at least 5 kids, maybe more. Bit like that Lawrence Llewellyn Bowen. I would have swore, he's so camp, I would have swore he was a gay boy. He's got about 5 kids as well. Is my gaydar off? Or are they just undercover? Me and my mum argued about Philip Schofield. I said he was bent as a 9-bob note. She said not. Then like 15 years later, 20 years later, you find out he's got kids. And you think, oh, not. But no, then you find out he is bent as a 9-bob note. Bob. Gotta explain Bob for our foreign viewers. A bob was a slang term for a shilling. There used to be 20 shillings in a pound back in the old days. 20 shillings in a pound, 12 pence in a shilling, so 240 pence in a pound. And there was no such thing as a 9-bob note. There was 5-bob notes and 10-bob notes. There were pound notes. So if you ever saw a 9-bob note, it's bent, it's forged, it's unreal. There's no such thing. So the phrase, it's as bent as a 9-bob note. Bent meaning illegal, unlawful, strange, crooked. Not meaning bent in that way. That came later. Yeah, just seen now Starmer expected to resign Monday, but nothing's certain. I don't think Trump will. No, I don't think he was saying Trump will resign. I think he was saying that Trump said that Starmer will resign. Trump doesn't like Starmer. A Temu cart stroke trolley. Yeah. I'm trying to put together a €50 order, so if anybody does want to just donate an extra 5 or 10, I'm there or thereabouts. It just depends. They've been saying he'd be gone for a year, and still not gone. He does hang on, but I've always said he wasn't going to manage the full term. For such a landslide victory, to turn around this quickly into let's get rid of the cunt. Got a bus pulled up at the top of the road and it doesn't look like he wants to leave. I think the driver's looking at me. He's still not gone. Now he's starting to pull away. Okay. Sign of nature, say my favourite conspiracy theorist. Okay. Shopping trolley and cushions for Tina's mobility, and a route down to the sea to cool you both down. Tina hates water. Tina won't go anywhere near water. I have difficulty getting a bowl of water in front of Tina. I had to wash her rear end the other day. She wasn't happy. First I had to just rinse it with water. Just pour a litre or two of water over it. Then I had to get a cloth and some soap and water. Then I had to dry it off and put some alcohol gel on. Not happy. My girl, it's not quite rabies level hydrophobia, but she has never... Oh, in the early days, I got her... My friend Ismo that was here right at the beginning, I don't know if he's still here and lurking or not, probably not. He goes to bed early. But me and Ismo, two of us, washing Tina in my backyard. But I had a house back then. No, it took two of us. We had to hold her down, we had to pick her up. She wriggled, she struggled. I think it was one of us, was it Ismo, picked her up and then flat on his fucking back, still kind of carrying the dog. I think it was Ismo, it might have been me. One of it, I don't know, it's 10 years ago nearly, 9 years ago. It's over 9 years ago. Took it to the, it used to be that the only dog beach around here was 50 miles that way. I'm using miles. They use kilometres here, so I'm not entirely sure. But it's almost at the Alicante airport, Santa Pola. There's a dog beach. The guy scans the chip. It's on the back of the neck, not the front. Scans the chip, checks the doggy passport, checks that you've got a roll of poo bags. Like, Tina gets there, she sees the other dogs. The other dogs are all in a group over. Tina's like skating around the outside of them. We go in the water, we try and get Tina in the water. All the other dogs come in the water. Tina doesn't. Only when me and a lady friend got way out, Tina got so worried for us, she jumped in and doggy paddled frantically like she's never been in the water before. Gets to me and keeps fucking paddling. I was worried I was going to have a great white come and have a pop at me any minute. So much blood on my chest. I thought we were going to be attracting sharks. I had to carry my girl. I had to carry her back to shore. She didn't weigh as much back then, but I got out and I had been clawed to fuck. She does not like water is the long and short of what I'm saying. My doggy doesn't do water. She doesn't even like being spritzed like with a spray. But yeah. Trolleys are a good idea. And we do. There are people dump supermarket trolleys at the top of this field every now and again. The problem is we've got to get out of the field to get to the trolleys because field, trolley, little wheels, even the road, little wheels, it won't work. I've got, so Tina's wheelchair, it's got extra wheels, it's got front wheels. I could put her in that, and if I could jack her up enough off the ground, I could just pull her along, maybe. But again, field, track, it's not impossible, but the incontinence angle, the laying on the bed incontinence, the lying on the bed incontinence in the middle of the night, me not knowing, and her laying in it for 2, 3, 4 hours before I notice, depending on how long I fall asleep. And then what? When it deteriorates more, where does it go from there? What do we do from there? I mean, having the wheelchair is like a great idea. I've always had to walk her before putting her in it, because the way that she sits in it is a mess if she does her stuff. It doesn't... I sound like I'm being really negative. I don't see much of a way forward, folks. My body is tired, is aching, is struggling. Now I'm having to carry the front and the back, or at least I'm carrying the back, and I'm like about half carrying the front. I'm giving support, especially for the first walk in the morning is particularly bad for it. It's like her front legs aren't there. I pick her up and she just spins around. She's on the ground at the front. As the day goes on, the front gets a little bit more awake, a little bit better. It's a little bit there. Are there any radical options we could try? I talked a couple of weeks ago about potentially getting ivermectin, just as a random... What if this is all like caused by a tick bite or a worm or something? A worm infestation, I don't know. A Hail Mary, I guess, would be the word, wouldn't it? It's an Americanism, but a Hail Mary option. But I don't know where to get ivermectin. I did a search and it highlighted some vets that were way off, but I can't get there. I can't do that. I don't know, folks. Let me finish this beer. It's at the top of the hour. I've missed it by 7 minutes because I was late starting. I was 4 or 5 minutes late starting. I do apologise for that. So yeah, we're midnight my time. It is now no longer the longest day. From here on in, folks, the nights start drawing in. Smithy was clarifying that Trump was saying Starmer was resigning, not that Trump was saying he was resigning. Sign of nature. Hello, living, legal and natural persons. I was figuring it just sounded different. Yeah, if you read the sentence, Trump says he's resigning, but yeah, it's the object and... what's that called in grammar? The person who's doing it and the person they're talking about, something object. I was never much good at grammar. I mastered the basics. Nouns, verbs, pronouns, adjective, adverbs. That's as far as I got. Didn't know what a gerund was until about 3 years ago. I still don't know whether it's gerund or gerund because I read these things and that doesn't tell you what it is. So those are the ing words, the running, jumping. I was going to say shooting, but that's probably not a good example. Clapping, talking, whatever. I could say sweating because what's the fucking temperature? But the viewership is particularly low tonight, folks. I'm really unimpressed with your turnout. Consider yourself all admonished. Those of you that watch this on the those of you that are here, I'm not having a go at you. Those of you that watch this on the replay or on demand, you guys, where the fuck were you? I started 1 hour early just for you. Oh, that means it's not midnight. It's 11. Fuck, I thought we'd hit midnight. Because we were 2 hours in and I normally start at 10. It's not. I started early. Idiot. Idiota! Like I called that Swedish bloke in the fucking shop the other day. I was thinking earlier. I went to the shop I mentioned earlier. I should have invited him to step outside. I was annoyed with it. Would have been gentlemanly conduct. There would have been no kicking a man when he's down. I wouldn't have been trying to strangle him and kill him or anything. But hombre in el parking. Man against man in the car park. Let's just step outside. I should have. I wish I had now. What am I looking for? I've forgotten. I've prattled on so much. I've picked the tablet up to look something up and I don't know what. See whether I can remind myself. Living legal persons. Just certain when announces it otherwise. Bright light, the dogging place. Yeah, you'd think, yeah, Jasper. Yeah. The guys pick up the prostitutes and either bring them down this lane or onto the cliff top at the other side of the bay. And there is a big bright light to dissuade them, which is why we get them come down here. I've said multiple times about how cars come down and stop like a third of the way, or that. I've got a little snicket here, a little gunnel, a little path. It's a little bit overgrown now this year because we had so much rain and we don't really go out that way much. So it's overgrown. I had cars just parked there or park outside my door, not even realising I'm there, and I'll turn a light on. I'll bring the dog out for a fucking walk at 3 in the morning. I'm not dogging, it's not that. It's not. This is not one-handed dog walking. Can't do one-handed dog walking anymore. That's a reference to one-handed reading material for anyone who doesn't get the reference. But I've picked the tablet up and I've got no idea why. I lost the plot. I apologise. Someone at the bottom of the chat's probably reminding me, but I'm on 22:30. I'm on an hour and a half. I'm 40 minutes behind almost. What if it's not legal and it's not natural and not natural? Oh, that's the legal name and natural name, the dichotomy that free men of the land and sovereign citizens discuss. I hope he does, though. He's destroyed my country in 2 years. To be fair, your country's been destroyed over the last 20, Smithy. Maybe 30. Oh, well, the rape report says it's been 50 or 70 years. 5,000 to 10,000 girls a year, every year for the last 50 years. I don't think you can just blame it on the guy who's been there 2 years. The country's gone to shit. Oh wow, there's a lot of people getting off the bus. Everybody getting off the bus. Oh no, there's one person left. I'm people watching, folks, and I didn't bring you along for the ride. I could have turned the camera around and zoomed in. H2O, Jasper, water. Is this about dog? Is this about Tina not liking water? Cornhole. What the fuck? Jesus Christ! Well, that came out of nowhere. Hey, baby, it's okay. It's okay. It's okay. Well, that frightened me. Never mind you. Fucking hell. All the other doggies are barking as well. That's behind us. Is this a solstice thing? It was midsummer for the Swedes and the Finns yesterday. Friday was Midsummer's Eve, Midsummer Night's Eve, or however you would phrase it. That doesn't sound right. Yesterday was Midsummer's Day. For those, the Norwegians is on the 23rd. and the Spanish as well with their San Juan. This is the solstice on the 21st. That came out of nowhere, folks. I apologise. I think I swore a little bit. Tina's shaking like a leaf. It's okay, babe. It's okay. It's okay. You're with your daddy. Nothing can hurt you when you're with your daddy. Okay? It's okay. It's okay. It was a surprise. It hasn't hurt you. It's okay. Calm down. Relate. Relax. Relax. It's okay. It's okay. Promise you, nothing will ever hurt you while you're with your daddy. It's okay. It's okay. Okay, you can stop shaking now. That's better, yeah? That's better? We're okay. As long as it doesn't happen again in the next few minutes. Okay, folks, I'm sorry. A little bit of time for my doggy. I've got to look after my girl. That's the priority. Hey, babe. Well, that came out of literally fucking nowhere, didn't it? This is the thing about fireworks. I don't mind like a firework display on an occasion. 4th of July in America, November the 5th in Britain, New Year's Eve, maybe even Christmas Eve if you must. But just bang out of fucking nowhere. To me, it's childish. It's, I want to have a, you know, I want to be noticed. I want to have a thing. Probably wasn't even a second bang, no? Do you think that there was one big bang and then an echo from the tower block or something? It definitely was behind me. Somewhere. I couldn't gauge where. I'd have to listen back. When I watch it back tomorrow, was it two distinct fireworks, or was it one firework and an echo a second or a second and a half behind it? Because of bouncing off the walls. I don't know. There's a breeze. It's not exactly cool. Not exactly cool. It's cooler than it's been most of the day. Jasper only had a cheese sandwich. Corn whole beef. That was the corned beef conversation some time ago. Only God above us. Oh, religion. I don't do religion. Well, Mike, if you're with a lady, you can't look back at another lady. That's a what? No, that's not what you mean. I'm assuming this is about when me and a lady friend took Tina to the beach. Is that what the conversation was? Okay, you're back. Where have I been? Yep. Sounds like bop. Hello Tina, good dog. Pats for you. Okay, farm mice. Did you miss the earlier ones? Was that your first? Okay. Butcher 2 slices of bread on one side of each slice, then put cheese on the buttered side. Hold on. Put the other slice on top of the buttered side, then fry on both sides till middle melty. That's cheese on toast for me. You have another word in America. Well, in America, what's that called? Oh, you have a different word. That's the one that Gordon Ramsay really fucked up. I couldn't remember Gordon Ramsay's name earlier. That's the one he really fucked up when he used big, thick slices of bread and really thick, dry, hard cheese. He messed his, what's the word they use? And they do it in a frying pan, not in the grill broiler. Not cheese toasted. I do like the one with the press, with the either the panini press or the cheese the toasty, the toast maker, the toasty maker. Baked beans is the best filling for a toasty, but cheese works as well. Single-use devices though, I'm not a big fan in general. There was just asking about polytunnels on tent. Next tent rip again. The next tent will rip. Hopefully I get a year out of it. I want to get another 3 or 4 months out of this. Maybe with a tarp over the top. Then it's the new tent. It's the rigmarole of emptying it, deconstructing it, putting a new one in, putting everything back in. I went to great lengths to put, if you watch the video from, I went to great lengths to put the last one back and put everything in really, really, really neat. And I kid you not, within 2 weeks, once you start looking for things and you can't find things and you move a bag from here to there and you move some shit from there to there, the storage end of the tent, the spare room, any organisational attempts fall apart certainly within 2 weeks, maybe even sooner. Next tent rip again. Farmer says ring, I've got no idea why. This was a 3x2 green plastic greenhouse. 3x2 small, too small. Karen arrives. I'm currently in a 6 metre by 3 metre. That might be slightly wrong. But previously it was 7 by, I think, 3.5. I think this one is slightly smaller. It's slightly smaller in footprint. It's much smaller inside because the gap between the outer shell and the bedrooms is so much bigger. There's so much lost space. It loses about a foot on each side. So 2 feet, it's over half a metre. 2/3, almost 3/4 of a metre, is lost in the overall width, usable width in the bedroom. That was the thing I really missed. In the last tent, I could have a double bed, a cabinet, a chest of drawers off to one side, and still have space to walk around the bed. I've had to bum shuffle off this one ever since. There's no room. The beds, I haven't even got room to open the bottom drawer of the chest of drawers. There's that extra room to go. And the next tent's slightly smaller again as far as I can evaluate from the numbers. So yeah, it's that. But that was Karen arriving. This is 22:42, so that's still over half. I haven't caught up any. Still over half an hour. It sounds windy. Oh, is it bad? Somewhere here. Is it this one? Okay, folks. Is the wind bad? No one told me there was a problem. Hold on. I have a thing. I got my sponge with a slit in the side. It is now my actual sponge when I'm washing up. I don't have spare sponges for washing. But it can go over that end where the microphone is, if that helps with just Google cheap greenhouse plastic. I guess if that's cheaper than tarps, I could just cover the frame of what I've got with greenhouse plastic. Maybe. I'm not opposed to it. Maybe this €50 Temu order, if anybody actually donates and I can actually buy the damn stuff. 39 degrees this upcoming week, Keith, sign of nature. Yeah, I think you're going to have it warmer there than we are here. People said we had a heat wave coming, but the weather forecast for the upcoming week for me are still just hovering around 30 degrees in the day, 23, 24, 25 at night. Hannah, hello. I'm sorry I'm behind. I still 15. Oh look, I'm now 35 minutes behind. Hello Mike and Tina, how are you? We're okay, my love, we're okay. I don't know if you saw Tina before. I've only just put a cover over the microphone to try and prevent wind. If I was to, and that blocks, so the menu for switching cameras and turning on the flash, That's all down that side. If you don't mind, I'll avoid putting that on for now. Hannah. I was just telling everyone earlier, I think Tina's only got a few weeks left. She's great in and of herself. When we're on the bed, she's loving and she's not in any pain and it's all good. When I get up in the morning and I pick the back end up, even the front end now, it's not just that, if you remember a few weeks ago, she was having difficulty walking. I can pick her up now and the front end's just not there. She just kind of spins around on the floor if I don't maneuver her properly. I'm having to take her lead, wrap it around my wrist and hike her up. I'm having a half, not fully, but I'm having a half carry the front end. If she hasn't got the back end, which she hasn't had for over a year now, maybe 18 months, if she hasn't got the back end and she hasn't got the front end, and her bowel and bladder have gone, and she's laying in her own mess, potentially getting sores, I don't think we've got much longer left. 1 month would be a stretch, maybe 2 at an absolute push. Unless a vet can come up with some miracle cure. So we're fine in and of ourselves. We're fine together. We're happy. But she's on her way out for. I want to prepare everyone for this because I'm aware that I've kind of built Tina up into this, I don't want to say internet phenomenon, internet superstar that she is. I look back on our early videos. If you watch my first few videos and I introduced Tina and she's on her feet and she's walking about, even the one where a guy came in the field and Tina ran at him dragging a log behind and she tore a rip in the entire length of the fucking tent. But Tina was mobile. That was Tina. That's how I want to remember Tina. She was like shit off a shovel when I first got her. When she ran away from me those first 3 or 4 times. I wasn't happy at the time, but I'm looking back now and those were the happy days. That's what I want to remember. I don't want to remember her shitting on her pads and on newspaper in the bed. Oh, she did the biggest, sloppiest, wet shit this morning. I don't want to remember that. I want to remember me and Tina walking to Guadamar, walking to whatever that big shopping centre's fucking called. I can't remember what it's called, but they're equidistant. One's 12 kilometres that way, one's 12 kilometres that way. I want to remember the times in the park when she was running around and playing. The tummy tickle video. If you've seen, I've got 2. I made 2 in quick succession. I made a tummy tickle video, and then I made one where I kind of played it backwards and added some music and some animation. That's my favourite one of those 2. I want to remember those. My first ever video, I get about 2 minutes in and then I introduce Tina. Go watch my first ever video. That's the best Tina. Tina under her own power, on her own feet, having to be tied down to stop her being a fucking nuisance. That's my Tina. Hey, babe. I love this Tina as well. It's just a different Tina. Okay, babe? It's still you. Daddy loves his girl. Always will. I keep telling her, when she's gone, I'm going to say hello to her every morning and good night to her every night. I'm going to roll over in the night and feel for her. I know I'm going to... God, I'm crying. What a fucking wuss. I'm going to turn over and reach for her, expecting it to be there. Oh, shut up, you puff. Okay, folks, onwards. Hannah set me off. That breeze sounds life-saving cooling. Yeah. In the day, when you get a strong gust coming through the tent, so the two doors don't align, they're offset, and you get that cross draft, and the whole tent billows, and it pulls air out of the bedroom and brings cooler air in. And then I've got the fan as well to help push some of that cross breeze into the bedroom. But I'm running the fan. What? It varies day by day, whether I run it from 10 o'clock in the morning or 11 o'clock in the morning, through to 6 or 7 at night. I'm running that almost continuously. I try and turn it off every now and again because the fan uses 30 watts and having the inverter on uses 30 watts, and I've only got kind of 50 watts coming in from the panel. So basically I'm losing power most of the day. The last hour or two I take the EcoFlow and a solar panel to the other side of the field to top up. Today I got both panels up to 75% at the end. So I've got 150% of a single panel, of a single EcoFlow, split between the two. But I've still got to run the fridge. And in this heat, you wouldn't believe how hot it is in there, folks. In this heat, the fridge reports being like -7 degrees 1 minute, and so I turn it off. And within 10-15 minutes it's like +4 or +5. Now, it's not real. The stuff in there isn't varying that much. That's like the air temperature at a certain point inside. So that varies more rapidly. The actual cold stuff doesn't vary that rapidly. But it's still not doing it any good. If it's going from frozen to fridge temperature to frozen to fridge, that might be okay with veg. You might get away with that. You don't want to be doing that with meat. So yeah, and then I've still got like 6 bags of food on the floor in there because I'm not eating much. I'm not really getting through these bags of food that everyone gave me. Gonna have to have a sort. I still haven't had a proper sort through. I've picked individual bags and picked stuff out and found the odd treat here and there, but I haven't had a proper sort through of the whole lot of bags. Scrolling, folks, scrolling. Why they call it Vindaloo? Does it mean fast tracked to toilet? Could be, Jasper, could be. Nice, Karen. I haven't really talked to Karen properly for a few days. Oh, I got the hiccups again. I said that earlier. Continued better clip. Okay, that's Karen talking about Farmers Club. Obviously I can't check out that. I did appeal the one where I did click on one of his clips, because it only played for like 5 seconds and I turned it off quick. 5 seconds out of a 5-hour video and they're trying to copyright claim me. Get fucked. So I contested it, which gave them, I think that gives them 30 days to take me to court. And I just, fuck you. And obviously they didn't take me to court over it. It's a tramp in a field. It's not $200,000 worth of Lego bricks. He will be replaced by another idiot. Yeah. Uploading vids taking hour for a 10-minute video. Yeah, if you're recording at 1080p or one of the higher resolutions, 2K, 4K, whatever, 8K is an option now, I think. It can take forever. Yeah. Karen's asking Jasper if he does his own sheep shearing. Just stream it for the videos. Even when I finish streaming, my phone tells me for the next 8 hours that it's uploading. It kind of gets locked in a thing. I don't know if I doubt it's really uploading. Maybe it's sending a second copy to verify the veracity of the streamed video. I don't know. No one to trust in Parliament, says Jasper. Now you're sounding like Keith. Keith with an F. I'm not saying Keith because I don't know how to speak or because I haven't got any teeth. Normally, but okay, Jasper normally does his own sheep shearing, but he's got a bad hand at the minute. What do they call it? It's the movement one, isn't it? Like typists get. Have I got that right? Speaking as a typist, I should know the name of it. Yes, I was a typist. Short skirt, stockings, high heels. I was a typist, folks. I was. I did that as a job. Got the qualifications, got the job. 100 words a minute before you ask. Carpal tunnel. I don't think that's what he's got. That other one, repetitive strain injury, stress injury. Okay, that one got nearer the bin. If you weren't here earlier, I had a beer open already from before we started the stream, while I was getting ready. And when I finished it, I went to throw it towards the bin. I can't get in the bin. I've got a new bin bag and I've pointed it in the wrong direction. But it bounced off the table leg and came halfway back. This one at least ended up more than 50% of the way towards the bin. Now I do have coffee, folks. They were cold. One of them's from the other fucking night. This one's Friday night's coffee. I know, what a treat. 2-day-old coffee. What could possibly go wrong? Apart from insects and slugs, but shush. At least the snail can't get in there in the little sippy slit. Don't know how to stream. Oh, come on. Jasper. When you're in the YouTube app, minimize the video that you're watching, but leave YouTube open. You'll see a big plus at the bottom of the screen. Click the plus. You get 5 options in kind of a menu along the bottom. It's a slidey kind of menu. Slide across to live. You'll see some settings down the right hand side. By default, it's set to portrait. Nobody wants to watch a fucking portrait live stream. Click it once. Click when you see the phone that way on the right. Click it so it goes horizontal, landscape rather than portrait. Then just fill in the details. Enter the name of that you want to call your video. Expand the settings. Fill in the other settings, and you can either go live now or you can set a future time. So if you want to go live in 2 hours from now, you go in, you pick today's date, you pick a time, and then when you're done, you click done. Don't click at the end, even though you've set all those things, it'll still offer for you to go live there and then. If you want to go live there and then, click go live. But if you want to go live like in an hour or tomorrow or something, just click done and finish out of there. It's really not difficult, my friend. I'll make a video about it for you tomorrow. I'll record what you need to do, show the settings, show how fucked up the YouTube app is, because it does have its issues. Oh, it has its issues. Oh, you'll need to pre-prepare a thumbnail if you want. Otherwise it'll just show a grey square and then your avatar in the middle as the thumbnail. If you can pre-prepare a thumbnail, make a thumbnail in a graphics program or a collage program, it's easy. Karen's just watched a program about sheep shearing. Was it in Australia? I've seen a few sheep shearing videos, but they're always set in Australia. Shearing I want done with... Okay. Jasper wants it done with scissors rather than with the clippers. He wants it done with the big. Okay. It looks hard work with hand shears. Yeah, it would be. If the new Prime Minister, will he change for good? Will he be a good change, do you mean? It's going to be Andy Burnham, isn't it? There's very little doubt. They're waiting on this guy coming down, the guy that was just elected in Manchester the other day. He has to come down and be sworn in as an MP, and then he can kind of challenge for the leadership. And then there's a question of whether anybody stands against him to challenge. And if no one stands against him, he just gets it automatically. He just becomes... to me, it's ridiculous that one party can just appoint the new Prime Minister. In my head, it needs a general election. But, hey, we're the party in power. We appoint a new leader. He's now your Prime Minister. Suck it and, you know, put up with it. Will he be any good? By some accounts, he's further left than Starmer. So you can expect more foreign visitors. I was going to say invaders. But I'm on YouTube, I probably can't say that. So that's what I would have said if I could have said. But I'm not allowed to say. Sheep trimmers, too many cuts on sheep and constant checking for maggots. It's now summer. Yeah, today was the first day of summer. 23:10. Oh, was this when I was confused and thought it was after midnight? Yeah, because I started at 9 o'clock instead of 10. When we were 2 hours in, I thought it was tomorrow already. I thought 10 o'clock plus 2 hours means it's tomorrow. But I was on 9 o'clock plus 2 hours. Accaday, you made it into a live stream. Looks like this is Tony, folks. Tony in Australia. Akadaka, as was in the past. If the change of handles, not by him, but by YouTube swapping the small handle for the longer account name. Akadaka, hi Mike, looks like a nice balmy night there. It is. I think it's still 24 degrees or so in the Celsius. Give me a second. Minimize that. Oh, I'm wrong. 27. Where the fuck that come from? It's almost midnight and 27 degrees, folks. It's not going to drop below 24 degrees all night. It's hardly going to drop below 24 degrees all week. There is a 23 and a 22 in the list of upcoming nights. Okay. I mean, the worst one I remember, I think I said this the other week, the worst one I remember was 33 degrees. Or was it 34? At 3 in the morning. In an apartment where the aircon didn't work. That was the clincher. 33 or 34 degrees at 3 in the morning and no aircon. We opened the front door, we opened the back door. We're on the first floor. We basically, me and my friend, we ended up just sleeping basically on the balcony. I had to go out with the front door to photograph. He had a thermometer outside the front door. I think, if any of you know my real name, yeah, I think that's, if any of you know, if you've watched my hater account and you know my real name, you'll be able to find my old Facebook account. There'll be a photo there somewhere. It's from a few years ago now. A lot of you know my real name. I know that you've seen the hater account. Even the ones of you that I've spoken with. If you contact me by email, if you make a PayPal donation, if we chat or communicate on Messenger or any other way, you get my real name. Actually, not always. Sometimes I just use my initial for the second. A lot of you have got my first name. Yeah, you probably have to find the hater channel, folks, to... I don't want to promote the fucker. But if you want my real name, and both are banned here, first name and surname, they're banned. You're not allowed to type them. That will get your message banned. And if I spot you doing it more than once, I probably will ban you myself. But, yeah. That was Akadaka. Looks like a nice balmy night. It is 27 degrees, which is, let me compute for you. We double, we take 27, we double to 54. We knock off 10%, which would be about 5. Let's call it 50. You could call it 49 if you wanted. And add 32. That'll be 81, 82, depending on whether you went with the lower value or the higher. 81 or 82 in your, I was going to say Earth units, but in your British Imperial units. Although Fahrenheit sounds distinctly German to not be British. But yeah, in your non-metric, non-normal. That has connotations. I haven't opened the second beer. I might, if I carry on drinking this is quite warm now. It's been sat here for over 2.5 hours, maybe 3 hours because of preparation time. I might not drink, I might go put this one back and actually get a cold one. Oh, do you know, okay, give me a second. That's the coffee from Friday night that I didn't get to. I will take this away in a moment. I just want to tell you. Last night, I had the fan on. And I got up off the bed and I don't know, went for a pee or whatever. Maybe I grabbed a beer on the way back. Cold drink at least. It might have been beer, it might have been water. I've got water and blackcurrant and apple as a cordial. But anyway, whatever it was, I got up and got a cold drink, and I noticed I totally forgot that the fan had been on for a couple of hours. And I looked at it and thought, oh fuck, I better turn that off. And then I didn't. I just got back into bed and didn't realise. And then I wondered why one of the EcoFlows was out of power a few hours later. So what do? I unplugged so the fridge and the fan were on the same EcoFlow. I unplug the fridge and I plug it into the other EcoFlow, and I turn that on, and I leave it set to like -10. Instead of setting it to like, so through the day I'll set it to like -9, -10, something like that. It doesn't get there. Don't believe the hype. But that should at least be like ice cold. And then at night I'll switch it to kind of -2, -1, maybe even 0. And because it's already colder, it's not going to use a lot of power. No, I left it running all night, set to -10, running from this one EcoFlow. One EcoFlow's dead, the other one's like chugging away, trying to keep the fridge cold. The fridge is in a tent that's 40 or 50 fucking degrees. Remember folks, whatever temperature it says it is, like 27 now, polytunnel. It's 10 degrees hotter in there in places than it is out here. More. Through the day when it's like 30 degrees here, I've done this in the past, I've put thermometers at different height and I have literally measured 50 degrees at head height inside the tent. That might have been like a July or an August, I don't know. But it's still not cold, it's not cool. Now, my fridge is sat in there and it's trying to do the cooling thing. It's trying to push air over some cooling fins. So it's a proper compressor, like a proper real fridge or a freezer, both. But if you're pushing 40 degree air over cooling fins, you're not going to get much cooling done. So I'd already exhausted. I woke up this morning. Basically, what I'm saying is, I woke up this morning, both EcoFlows on 0, and so I had to sit there. It's getting warmer and warmer and warmer, and I couldn't put the fan on, and I couldn't run the fridge too early. I did it. I mean, I did in the end, but I couldn't run it too early because I had to wait. Both EcoFlows are warming up. One gets to 10%, one's on 5. There's something, these two panels, I said already the other week, I think I've broken both of these flexible panels. I'm embarrassed to say I might have to buy some new ones. And straight away I'm going to have to get some kind of hardboard or plywood, or they're going to have to be attached. If you buy solar panels, either stick with the aluminium and glass, big heavy ones. If you're going to put them in one position, do that. If you're like me and you're living in a field and you need to move them from here to there, that's great, get the flexible ones, but don't just be picking up flexible ones and carrying them about. You will hear pops and clicks and cracks as you're moving them around, and that's the electrical connections breaking. Basically the bus bars inside, the things that are carrying the current, they're popping and cracking and clicking, and you're losing. So buy a flexible one by all means, and then pin it to a fucking piece of wood of the right size. Plywood, chipboard, what's the other stuff? OSB? Whatever the hell that's called. Just, they've got holes, they've got grommets in the side. You can just pin them, but do that. Don't be an idiot like me who thought, hey, you see the adverts, when you buy them, the picture, they show them like bent in half almost. Don't do that. Don't do that. I was picking it up by one end and it was bending, and I'm carrying it across the field and it's flopping and it's clicking and cracking, and don't do that. Don't be. So my big glass and aluminium one cost €85 2 years ago and lasted 2 years. These two, I got twice as much power generation theoretically. They're each supposedly 100 watts, and they're flexible, and I treated them like they were flexible, and they're not. They're not flexible. I mean, they're thin, they're lightweight. Get some nails or screws or whatever, hooks, whatever, just stick them to some pieces of wood. Don't treat them like they're flexible, for fuck's sake. I spent €85, and in less than 3 months, I can't get above 60 watts. I'm in Spain, clear blue skies, the sun's directly overhead, the fucking panel's laying on the floor. It's like perfect conditions. I'll be fucked, most of the time I'll be fucked if I can get above 50 watts out of one of these. So they're almost as, the other one fell on stones. It got blown over in a really 70km/h winds blew it over, and it fell on rocks. After 2 years, it broke and was only giving 40 or 50 watts. I'm at the same stage after 3 months with these that I am after 2 years with the other. So your choices are pay more and go with the aluminium and glass heavy ones. And if you're like me and you're treating them as portable and putting them on the ground, lay a towel or a blanket on the ground in front of them, so that if they clear rocks away, and if they fall over, they're falling onto a towel. You're gonna. This fell over. My heavy one, the glass and aluminium, it fell over lots. You know, I mean, I was tramping a field. It fell over. I balanced it. But eventually, we just had this 70km/h gust that just blew it face down. It landed on 3 rocks, and it's got the cobweb, you know, the bullet hole kind of patterns in it. Either buy those and be mindful of where you put them, or buy the flexible ones, good value. And when I first got them, they acted as they were rated. It was spring and I was getting 70 and 80 watts out of them. But don't just have them flapping about flexible. Get yourself some hardboard, plywood, OSB or whatever the word is for that, that board. Just pin them to some fucking wood. Do yourself a favour. Ideally you want them static, but I'm a tramp in a field. I put them here so that the cable reaches to the inside the tent, so they can't come too far away. Until late afternoon, when as a last gasp, I move them to the other side of the field and I have to take the EcoFlow. I have to take the EcoFlows to the other side of the field with them. But yeah, don't be me. Don't be me. You see them bent in half in the adverts when you buy them. Don't believe the fucking hype. When you move them and carry them and they bend even a little bit, you'll hear pops and cracks and clicks. That's the imagine solder joints. It's not solder because it's microscopic. There's also a thing where they do make some of these noises because there's various layers of polymer and whatever above the thing, and sometimes as they bend, these layers of not every crack is you breaking an electric connection, but some of them are, and you don't need many broken connections for the thing to suddenly only be producing 50 or 60 watts instead of 100 watts. Be warned, be forewarned. I wasn't. I read flexible. I treated them like they were fucking flexible. It's not a thing. Don't believe the hype. Scrolling, because I'm now like about an hour behind. You now need night vision. You can get attachments for camera that do infrared and that also do the what's the light enhancing called? Night vision, the goggles. You can get attachments for cameras, or you can even buy phones that have it built in. But yeah, I don't want to be, if I was, I've seen Big Clive do the infrared thing and you can see like birds flying at night, and but I don't want to see rats running through the field. Oh, I got up, that was this morning. I got up, oh God, Tina woke me up early. But it wasn't that early, 7 o'clock I think. It gets light at the minute about 6:15. But I try and have if it's not too hot, I try and have the bedroom zipped. The zip only reaches halfway across, 2/3 of the way across. But I got up this morning. Oh, that's why Tina woke me up. Oh God, I am such a bad doggy daddy. Oh fuck. So I walked Tina 3:30 this morning. And whenever I walk her, because I've had the belt slung under her waist, there's always a chance that stops things from happening. You know, maybe you can't poo while the belt's tight under her waist. So I put her down inside the tent. I lay her down. I close the door up and whatever, but Tina lays in, and I'll give her 15 or 20 minutes in case she does anything inside the door. And obviously I get back on the bed, I lay down, fell asleep, didn't I? Woke up this morning reaching for my doggy darling. She's not there. The fuck? Fuck, where's my dog? She sat on the floor inside the door. 3.5, nearly 4 hours on the floor. 2, count them, 2 distinct lots of poo sat behind her. So I get the bags and I clean all that up, and I clean her up, and I go outside to dispose of the bags. There's a fucking white cat, like 5 meters maybe from the tent, licking its privates, cleaning itself. I look at it, it looks at me. I've seen the white cat a lot, and I've always tried to welcome it, but dog, the cat generally doesn't come close because dog. But there he or she is, just sat there licking its privates less than 5 meters away. Like I said, I look at it, it looks at me. What do you do? Do I get a new pet cat? Can I entice when there's no longer dog to scare cat away? Can I entice cat in without enticing? Like I can't put a bowl of food out overnight or anything, can I? Because rats, mice, all of that. I don't know if it's feral. I don't know if it's, if it's wild feral. I don't know if it's just owned by someone and it's just ventured into the field. But I have seen it a lot over the while. God, I am so behind with chat, folks. 23:14, and it's currently midnight. Oh, it's exactly midnight. Top of the hour, top of the day. Happy New Day. It's no longer the longest day here in Spain. We are now well and truly into summer. Does summer begin at the beginning of the 21st or at the end? It is no longer the longest day. From here on in, the days get shorter, the nights get longer. It's a cheery thought, isn't it, at the beginning of summer, that from now on, the days get shorter, folks. That's what happens in summer. If you were to ask most people, do the nights get longer or shorter in summer? They would tell you that the nights get longer. Now, they are longer, but from here on in, from the first day of summer onwards, the nights get shorter. Solstice. Sun, Sol. We've talked about why the solar system's called the solar system. There is only one solar system. All those other star systems out there are not solar systems. They are planetary systems. There's only one solar system because there is only one star called Sol. Solar, appertaining to, related to Sol. Solstice, to be static, to be stagnant, to not move. So every day the sun was moving further and further to the north. From the east, it was moving further and further north. Now it's reached some kind of northeast, wherever it is, and now it's going to start coming back. I wanted to get up this morning and catch the sunrise, but because I was up so late, I said about how I was up 3 o'clock, 3:30, whatever it was, with Tina this morning, and then I fell asleep, and I woke up suddenly and couldn't believe it was light already. The sun was already up, the tent was getting warm, and the dog was complaining that she'd been left on the floor. Sorry, babe. Hey, babe. Sorry. Hey, babe. I'm sorry for this morning. Bad doggy daddy. Bad doggy daddy. What's going on there? He hasn't got any lights on, and yet he's peeping at other people. Why would you do that? Oh, was he peeping at the guy on the scooter? Maybe. Don't know. People, folks, people. I don't want to. Do I have to keep my head a certain way? Welcome, Akade. That's Tony in Australia. I hate fireworks. Oh, was that when the big one went off behind me? Oh, that's the one that went past. He had no lights on when he went past. Now he has. Somebody bottomed out really harshly on this track earlier. Jesus. They were travelling at a fair speed going outwards, but they got it wrong. They might have damaged something on the underside of their car. The crunch that I heard. I shouldn't laugh. Parliament loves them. Okay. Germany's Christmas Eve walking along. This is Jasper. Walking along, letting off fireworks along the road. They use ones from Poland, €300. They spend it's an annoying tradition. Yet here you will see it's like a carton with 20 or 30 like individual holes, and you just light one taper, and they all go off like about a second after each other. And then at the end, there's just this kind of, it's not exactly polystyrene, but you've got this container left, this foam. It's a kind of foam with all the holes. And they don't even put them in the bin and take them out. They just leave them there. I've had the iron filings. So inside of a firework, you've got these different chemicals. One's an oxidizer. Is it an oxidizer? Produces oxygen so that the other chemicals can burn more rapidly. And then you've got different elements that burn within the fire that produce the different colours. You've got coppers and zincs and fucking whatever. But at the end of it, all that stuff that goes off up there sprinkles down. The stuff that doesn't burn away, and a lot of it is iron filings. And I get them raining down on the tent. I've even had an actual rocket hit the tent after it's gone off. I've had the cardboard tube with the stick land on me. Well, land on the tent. Fortunately, it's cooled down by the time it gets here. But it's not helping. It's not good. But that tonight, normally I'm the one like calming Tina down and saying, there, don't worry. And she's, you saw me. I'm not going to say I shit myself, because I didn't, but figuratively, I did. I was like, fuck, what the fuck? I was diving for cover. Folks, only 10 thumbs, only 10 likes. Really? I've been going 3 hours. What are you doing to me? Come on, somebody out there likes a tramp. Give us a thumbs up. You know you want to. I'm going to finish this. This is Friday's coffee and I'm only halfway through it. I hope this is not going to make me ill. It just tastes a bit syrupy, a bit treacly. But I haven't had any. The other night I drank my coffee, didn't I? And I had by the time, when I got to the end of the coffee, I had a fly in the bottom of it. Which, given the fact that it's like a closed lid, or they both are, with just a little sippy slit, it's a nice trick to actually get a fly in it that night. And here we are, this one's been sat here 2 days. And apart from being a little bit rich, a little bit syrupy, a little bit, I haven't got the vocabulary. You know I don't have the vocabulary. I've got the vocabulary for certain things, but not for describing random things like food and drinks. I'm not a connoisseur. The woody oatiness of the barrel doesn't shine through. All of that. I'll do a quick scroll. Karen thought it was just one firework with an echo. Yeah, that was my impression, but I haven't got to listen to it back. There was definitely two distinct noises that I heard, about a second and a half apart. I think it was one, and I think it was an echo off the tower block over there. That tower block, by the way, that they've been working on for years and years and years. They've started, so there's all down this side, there's these window holes, what's the word? They're bricking up the bottom half of each opening and then putting in smaller windows. It looks terrible. I assume they're going to, what's it called? Put a plaster, a cement, render. I assume they're going to render the outside after they're done. But it looks like shit. Why would you halve the size of the windows on the stairwell? Don't know. Anyway, folks, we're 3 hours in, aren't we? I may go for a quick leak, and like I said, I've got this beer here, but it's literally, it's not just not cold, it's actually warm. It's 27 degrees. I don't want to drink that. I'm going to go and swap that for a cold one. If you give me 2 minutes, probably less. You know, I don't have that big a bladder. Hey, babe, where are you? You're kind of... Tina, I'm going to have to move you a little bit, darling. Come here. I'm sorry, babe. I'm sorry. I know. It's not nice. I know. But you got your legs under my chair and I need to hitch back. Hook? Am I hooching or hitching? What am I breaking? I'm breaking something. Okay, it's an empty plastic coffee jar. No problem. Okay, folks. 2 minutes starting now. And I want to mute the microphone, but I've got my sponge covering the controls. Hello again, peoples of the interwebs. Oh, I lost half of you. You all left? Was I gone that long? Really? You all left? Shit. Okay, sorry. Thank you. Can you, darling, where's your paw? You got to be careful. I'm going to hooch forward. I don't want to hurt my doggy, darling. I don't want to hurt my doggy. But I have to be close enough. I have to be close. Okay, people are coming back. We were down to 6. 6 is untenable. I can't carry on with 6. But maybe it's just a YouTube counter problem. Okay, people, I am back. I sorry. Maybe I was gone a little bit longer than I thought. I was stood having a leak, and something came up right alongside my fucking head. I was really taken aback. It turns out it was just a triffid. This plant, I don't know, it's one of the stems, branches, whatever you want to call it, had not been there. And then suddenly it was. and it just the corner of my eye, and I'm, what the fuck? And then I had to go, and I told her I was swapping a warm beer for a cold beer, and I've killed the EcoFlow already. I've already run out of power on the EcoFlow that's inside the tent. That's a little bit of an issue this early. This one's on 49%. So when we finish here, I will plug the fridge into this one, and by morning I will probably drain this one. I've said that it goes from saying it's on -9 to +9. It'll do that in about an hour if it's not powered on. I'm a little bit worried that there's something wrong. It's not insulated properly. Maybe the lid's not closing properly. The lid's closed. I mean, it's closed as properly as it will be as it is. It just feels like it shouldn't have these massive temperature swings. Now, in the past, I used to have 3 bottles of water in the base. I don't know if they were 1.5 litres or 2 litre, something like that. And if you get those cold and then turn the thing off, that thermal mass will keep things cool longer. It won't heat up as quickly, but it also doesn't cool down as quickly as well, for the same reason, thermal mass. I've taken those out because I needed the actual space. I've got so much food, I needed the actual volume. Maybe I need to put those back in, but then that means I've got to eat some of this food, and I keep not eating because it's so fucking warm. What do you do? Have we... I've got to cover the right hand side again because of the wind. I'm going to come back to chat. Karen thought it was one with echo. French toast, Monte Cristo. Oh god, yeah, that's a ham and cheese sandwich that's eggy breaded, gypsy toasted. Whether you go with eggy bread, French toast, gypsy toast, there's three words for the same thing. But yeah, this is a conversation quite a while ago. Ham and cheese sandwich, but eggy breaded. It doesn't matter how much space you have, you'll always fill it. That's like Parkinson's law with time, isn't it? A job will always expand to fill the time available. And storage space and fridge space, freezer space, it's a similar rule. Karen's looking forward to the hot weather. Have you still not got warm? Are you still cold? You sat there in the UK shivering while everyone else is complaining about heat wave. Cheers, folks. I want to create some space this side. Make sure that that's still plugged in. I've got cables running around in the way. The place that I want to put, like my drink, obviously I'm right-handed, so I want to put my drink down this side. And currently I kind of have to up and over it. It's awkward. Awkwardness. I don't like awkwardness with my drinks. The sound is much better. Was that when I put the sponge on? Lasagna Boulevard, that's right, that's the place that I was walking to. It's 12 kilometers that way, or Guadamar that way. Me and Tina used to walk there, walk those places really well. We were never regulars at Lasagna because I've got no reason generally. I haven't got the money to be going there. Even in the before times, we weren't regulars there. I've been a few times. What's that place called? Electrodomesticos or whatever it's called. I was stood there for about half an hour one day. I think people thought that I worked there after a while. There was people asking me which laptop should I buy, and I'm telling them, oh, what is it you want to? Oh, it's just emails and maybe the odd YouTube video, and I'm like, there's nothing. And you buy the cheapest, smallest, most lowest. If your requirements are, there's not a computer here that won't manage what you want to do. So I was probably losing that place, Media Market. It's not Electrodomesticos. That's one I've seen advertised online. Media Market with no E. Marked. That's probably costing them money. If they'd had a proper salesman there, he would have been saying, well, this one's 1,500 and this one's 2,000. And I'm like, yeah, no, that 151 over there, that'll do. There's nothing you're going to do that's not, you know, that's going to be too powerful for this thing. But I had like a queue of people coming up to me asking me, what about this? What about that? Should I do this? Should I do that? I don't fucking work here. Let me, you know, let me go and buy the USB cable that I'm looking for, or whatever. I don't remember why I was there. Greenhouse, maybe small one, just for sleeping area and tent cover over it. I gotta be careful about like would a greenhouse be classed as a permanent structure or would it be treated just as a tent? I'm not sure. You'll have all your videos of gorgeous Tina to look back on. Yeah, I've tried to include her as often as I can in as many videos as I could. Maybe not so much in the early ones. I guess she was there and like underfoot a little bit. Whoa. The breeze pushing me around. Or pushing the camera around. I will have all the videos to look back on, and I wish I'd got more of her when she was like running around in the park in her younger days. Some of those things when we were just out and about, I didn't really make a point of videoing Tina. I'd video where we were and what we were doing, not so much. I've got a playlist, Tina Leads the Way or something it's called, which we're on walks and Tina's in front of me, and there's lots of shots of Tina but I don't think I've got any videos of Tina running. If you saw her in the early days, she was like shit off a shovel. She was one of the fastest dogs I've ever seen run. In the park, at the bar, kiosk up there, I used to race against Tina, but when she was on a lead racing, and she was taking it easy, she was letting me win. If you took her off the lead, she was like 10 times faster than me. There was nothing. It was those early days when she ran away. Something frightened her or spooked her and she ran away. Whew. Honestly, 10 seconds later, you could not see her. She was gone. Gone. Over the fucking horizon, gone. Or well, over the crest of whatever hill or whatever we were. I thought she was part greyhound. I still wonder. Greyhound or whippet or whatever the Spanish, there's a Spanish one, a Spanish hunting dog that's like a whippet or a greyhound. I can't remember the name off the top of my head. Yeah, no. This is what I want in the end. I know I love her. And I know this is this, and it's been a couple of years, and I love everything about her. But I want, this is not how I want to remember her. I want to remember the kind of the free spirit she was. I want to remember that running, that pace. Sorry. I got that equalization thing. Oh. My right ear sounds like I'm underwater. That's a little bit better. Okay. I want to remember that. Oh, man, she was fast. She was fast. We were on, was it the first or second time she ran away from me? Second. The first time she ran away from me, she was gone overnight. And the guy, Chris, who opened the kiosk, Kino's Bar, opened it up at like 10:30, 11 in the morning. And he's getting the hot dogs ready. And Tina just comes strolling along. she'd found her way. She'd run away from me elsewhere, and she'd found her way back to the park and to the kiosk. She just came strolling along looking for a fucking hot dog sausage in the morning. Second time she ran away from me, I'd gone for a walk with friends, and they were walking another friend's dog, not their dog, but so friend of a friend, basically. They're walking that dog, and we've been walking for an hour and a half, and we stopped for a break, and I get out Tina's portable kind of dog bowl and put some water in. I'm getting some food out of the rucksack, and this other dog lurches at Tina, and Tina, I was holding her lead like under my arm while I was doing things. Beginner mistake. I didn't have her on my wrist. I just had the lead clipped under my arm, and this other dog lurched at Tina. Off she went, and we're I don't know, 2 miles from home. We're the other side of the hill, over the 332, and there's a big nature reserve with these pigeon lofts and all this other stuff. And that was it. She was gone. Day and a half later, I get the call from the dog pound, the dog sanctuary. We think we've got your dog. I'd put something on Facebook and I'd contacted them, and you know, we think. I was worried because there were sheep. The other side of this nature reserve, there was a field of sheep. You don't want your dog worrying sheep. So I get a call a day and a half later, and it's like, we close it, it's 1:30, and it's like, yeah, we close at 2 o'clock. Do you want to come and get her tomorrow? I'm like, no, I'm going to be there fucking now. I'm like, oh, okay, bring your car. And I'm like, no, there's no car, there's just me. And it's like, how do you get from here to there in half an hour? I ran. Well, I didn't run all the way. I ran and I walked and I ran and I walked. And I got there all hot and sweaty and bothered. And then they wouldn't let me take her initially. I approached, and this was like I said, this is like the second or third time Tina had run away. But she's just spent a day or a day and a half in this fucking dog pound. And we turned a corner. I don't mean me physically, but in our relationship, she stopped running away, basically. She didn't like either being loose or being in the dog pound. When I turned into the dog pound, and Tina was stood on her hind legs with her forelegs, you know, front leg up against the prison cell, basically. I mean, horrible place. They've redone it since, but it was a horrible place back then. And I could see my girl, and I could see she saw me, and I could hear her bark, and I could hear the happiness in her. I could see the happiness, and all the other dogs are just disturbed that there's somebody there. But Tina's stood on her back legs, front paws on and she's happy to see me. And that really is when the initial period of her putting up with this new guy and running away 2, 3, 4 times or whatever it was, that's when that ended. That's when our relationship turned and changed. I don't think she ever ran away after that. Maybe there was this one time when she ran away ahead of me on the cove that we were talking about over there, and she stayed ahead of me, like 20 meters ahead of me. And as I walked, basically as I walked home, she stayed 20 meters ahead of me. A little bit of a worry when she crossed the road before I got there. But the biggie was the turning point when she stood on her hind legs in the cage, put her legs up, front legs on their thing. She saw me, she knew it was me, and she was glad to see me. And that was a real turning point for us. Absolutely was. And we've literally been inseparable ever since. This was something that Karen said once. I said I wish I'd given Tina a better life. This whole tramp homeless thing the last 3 or 4 years. And Karen said, what are you talking about? She gave me a different perspective on it. Most people have dogs and then they go to work and leave the dog alone for 8, 9, 10 hours. Tina gets to spend all day, every day with the leader of the pack, you know, with the alpha, with the, however you want to view that. Alpha's a silly term, but she gets to spend all day, every day with her doggy daddy. 5 minutes here and 10 minutes there. Very occasionally I'll go half an hour now that she's disabled. Prior to that, it was almost unheard of for us to be apart. When I shared the apartment with the other guy, Christian, if I went shopping, I'd either take her with me. If I left her there, I'd get out of the door, get down the stairs, and she'd be banging her head on the door, trying to get out and get after me. Apparently she'd calm down after somewhere between 5 and 10 minutes. She'd calm down and settle down with Christian and his dog, Akira. It's very rare. Usually, unless there was good reason. If I was going shopping for a lot and I needed to carry 3 Mercadona bags back, so I'm going to put a really heavy bag on my shoulder, I'm going to have a fairly heavy bag here and a lightweight bag here, and there's no room to be controlling an unruly dog. And she has always been an unruly dog. There's no disputing that. I am getting further and further behind with chat. I will have memories to look back on, Karen. Thank you. Yeah, you are correct. Losing a pet and family is hard. It's also hard to see your pet disabled and he's probably suffering, but you don't notice it. This is the calculus, the calculation I'm trying to do. There's absolutely no sign of pain, never has been. When I'm picking her up, moving her about, I said about when the vet came and she kind of squeezed and I wasn't looking, but Tina yelped. And I'm unsure that vet wasn't just nipping her. I've got no fucking clue. I kind of didn't watch closely enough. I seriously don't trust that vet. I don't know. I'm carrying Tina. I've got a belt slung under her waist, and I'm picking her up. I'm lifting her. I'm hoiking her. For a while I was hoiking her by the neck up and onto the bed by her leather collar, and then I thought, no, that's no good. I put the belt on, and it was collar and belt. Now mainly it's just the belt, and I hope Tina's got enough strength to step up. But in all of my repositioning, moving her, I have never ever had Tina yelp or whelp, whatever the right word would be, at me maneuvering her. She has never not whimpered, she's never yelped in pain. She whimpers sometimes that something's not right, and I have to try and work out, does she need a drink of water, does she need a food, is it a stomach thing, do we have to get up and out quickly? There was a while when she could communicate. There was a while, you are live, we got disconnected folks. There was a while that she could whimper and communicate with me that something wasn't right, and I would have to try and discern what it was. Is she uncomfortable where she was sat? Am I leaning on one of her paws? Does she need water? Does she need food? Does she need to get up and out? Is this a pee or poo thing? Now, oh well, my nose is itching. Nowadays, it's rare that she lets me know the pee or poo thing, because I don't think she knows. I think it's an incontinence thing. I don't think she knows. She sat there this morning, poor thing, with this diarrhea pouring out of her back end while we're on the bed. Now she's positioned on puppy pads and newspaper. So I managed to bag most of it up, and I put a tissue paper. Thanks for that, Karen. That was it, a 12-pack or a 20-pack of small packs of tissue. I'm at the point now where I need a roll of like kitchen roll, or not the padded kitchen roll, but there's a really dense, I think it's blue. Right, I got to do something. I've got to get something like that. I'll have to get something like that sorted. Anyway, yeah, no, Tina doesn't really let me know now that something's not right when it comes to the peeing and pooing stuff. But there's no pain. There's absolutely no indication of pain from her. I want to keep that clear. So the calculus, the calculation now for me is back legs have been gone for over a year. Front legs are now almost gone. Certainly first thing in the morning, I'm wrapping the lead around my arm, and I'm picking up half the weight of the front. The incontinence thing, if she pees in the night and I don't know, even though I'm taking her out at midnight, at 3 in the morning, and then at like 7 or 8, whatever time I wake up, if she pees and she's lying in it, there's the chance of a sore. She's already, it happened a few days ago, she's lost clumps of fur because she was stuck to the paper in her urine. Our walks, it's either 100 meters that way or 50 minutes that way, depending on time of day, how hot it is, how strong I feel. It's our life as from going 12 kilometers that way or 12 kilometers that way, for the last year and a half, we don't get out of this field. I cross the road and go to the Chino Bazaar. Now I rarely take her. After the incident with the Swedish bloke arguing that she was going to die in the sun the other fucking week, I don't even take her over there with me. Her life is, and her life is without the back legs, even with the wheelchair, without the front legs. What has she got? And if she's now at the point where she's lying in her own mess and starting to get kind of bed sores or whatever you would call them, I don't want that. I don't want to turn around one day and find some weeping wound that's got flies sat in it and that's getting all infected, like my legs were last year, that gets all infected. I don't want that. Anyway, I've gone on. I'm going further and further backwards with chat. So yeah, when your pet is probably suffering, I don't think suffering would be the right word yet, Jasper, but yeah, I don't want to get to the point where she's suffering. Many years ago I had a new phone, I deleted a picture, it deleted all. I was very angry after losing Fritz. I got no videos of Fritzy. Yeah, if you think you're deleting one picture and you end up deleting them all, that's no good. Sounds delicious, Monte Cristo jam and cheese. Jam and cheese. What are you doing there, farmer? Jam and cheese. Dipped in egg. Yeah, the egg yolk and fried. Yeah, I don't know about jam. Ham. Is it ham? I think maybe. Hey, yeah, okay, you're correct. The next post. You lost. I was worried there. Jam and cheese. No, ham. You corrected on the next post. Sorry. I didn't see it quickly enough. My father was a speed freak. Then whiskey, he used to be transvestite. This sounds like a sketch. This sounds like a Monty Python sketch. I'm a lumberjack and I'm okay. By speed freak, do you mean drive fast or do you mean the drug? Then whiskey, he used to be transvestite. My YouTube account set by TV Shop, who set up my computer. Okay. I wouldn't let anybody else set up my account. I have to set things up for myself. I think you know, I'm quite technical. former web developer, internet security consultant, computer programmer. Yeah. My father transvestite years. He looks like Joan Baez. Joan Baez. I don't know who that is. Is that a singer? Joan Baez. Oh yeah, that was me going for the pre-break. Reuben. That's a type of sandwich, isn't it? Is that where we were going with that? I'm a little out of. Then Ribena. Ribena used to rock children. Oh, one of my nephews. My sister was quite proud that the lad could kind of feed himself. That he'd hold the bottle up, but it wasn't milk. It was a fruit juice, and yeah, that. Bad teeth early on. Yeah. Tent sauna. It is indeed 45 degrees. If I was to put like a stone in there, some stones, and ladle some water over the stones, I think it would become. Tina girl, Tina, no licking. Otherwise I'll have to get you one of those collars. No, darling. No. You'll have to wear the collar of shame. I don't have one. I don't have a collar of shame for you. Yeah. What fridge you got? Into a video? It's called an Alpicool, ALPI, and then the word cool. Alpicool, and I bought the 50-litre version. There was 3 sizes. I think it was like 30, 40, and 50 litres. I got the big one because they're sold as car fridges because they've got the 12-volt adapter, which is what I run it from. I run it on the 12 volts from my EcoFlow on the car socket, the cigarette socket car distribution port. You're not allowed to call it a cigarette socket anymore, or cigar. It's a cigar lighter originally, folks. It was a cigar lighter, not cigarette. A gentleman with a car was expected to have a cigar. For when he followed the Michelin guide. Did you know this about the Michelin guide? The 1, 2, and 3 stars. The 1 star is, if you're in the area, it's worth a visit. 2 star was, yeah, if you're somewhere nearby, take a detour. 3 star was fucking, that's make a specific journey to this place. That's what the 1, 2, and 3 stars was supposed to mean. But this was a tyre company trying to sell tyres. Trying to make you drive further, give all these people who had nice new cars in the 1920s or 30s, whenever the fuck it would be, give them somewhere to go, give them an excuse to break out the car at the weekend and go somewhere. The further they drive, the more car tires they'll need. Why was I talking about car tires and Michelin? It was something to do with Jasper. Fridges, food. How did I get from there? Akadaka, Tony has to drop the little terror off at school. Take care, Mike and all. Because, yeah, you live in the future, don't you? Australia. You're 8 or 9 hours ahead of us. Yeah. Oh. I'm getting a numb bum from sitting down. It's been 3 hours 38. Are we going long tonight? Are we going to go long? Who's on for going long? Say aye in the, say yes. Type yes if you want me to go long. I did 5 hours the other night, which I thought was quite short. I was kind of in the mood to go longer, but it didn't happen. I think I got tired. So there was Tony Akadaka in Australia having to leave us. You're saying have a good night. It's good. Okay, good. It's a good day for him. He's like I say, he's in the future. Solar panels in Leroy Merlin are now bigger for the same money. Yeah, that's like everything electronics, isn't it? You either get more for your money or the price comes down. My problem is I live in a field and the winds this winter have been crazy. This last winter and spring. Even now, I mean, my tarpaulin is ripped to shreds. The tent has got rips in it now, but that's to be expected after. I thought we were nearly 18 months in, but it's only 15 months with this tent, according to Jack Attack the other day, or a few days ago. It's only 15 months. I thought we'd done longer. But we've like winds where the average wind speed's been like 50, 60 kilometers an hour with gusts in excess. Sometimes 50% or more in excess. And not the pop group. Michael Hutchinson, whatever he was called. And Paula, what was she called? Interviewing him on the bed. And that's when Bob Geldof lost his wife. Paula Yates, daughter of Huey Green, Opportunity Knox. That's another story. That's not why you called. Here we go. Apparently the flexible aren't as good as the aluminium ones, according to Mike, Karen. I'm not sure if they're still supplying power. My flexible ones are deteriorating at a rate of knots. The flexible ones, the flexible ones. My fault. I didn't know. I thought they were flexible. They're sold as flexible. When you buy them, the Amazon picture shows them bent. The ends, they're bent backwards. The ends don't touch, but they're fucking close. Don't do that. Don't do that. If you pick them up at one end and carry them across a field flapping about, the internal connections are cracking and popping. The big glass aluminium ones, I would recommend. If you're not going to move it much or not going to move it often, the aluminium frame glass ones, as long as you've got them secured in some way, you don't want the wind getting behind them and blowing them face down. If there's a risk of that, put a towel or a blanket down on the ground in front of them. Clear away the obvious, rocks and what have you. But sometimes you're in a field that's got rocks in the ground because you're on a cliff top. Put a blanket or a towel in front of them. It's not a big investment to save your solar panels. So I spent 85 euros 2 years ago to buy the aluminium and glass one. That got me 100 watts of power. This year I spent 85 euros to buy two 100 panel flexible panel, 100 watt flexible panels. So 200 watts in total, 2 times 100. And I'm down to 100 watts already because they're both 3 months. I am very disappointed, but I think it's my own ignorance. If I spent a bit of extra money and bought some plywood or hardboard or whatever that other construction wood's called, OSB I think, but anyway, whatever it is, whatever the letters are, there's 3 letters and it's a kind of glued, compressed sawdust. You know the stuff. If I'd bought some wood and 12 nails, screws, tacks, whatever, the panels probably wouldn't have deteriorated as rapidly. Ignorance, folks, ignorance. You don't know what you don't know, and it can come back to kind of cost you. This is why I'm telling you what the score is, in case I know some of you have heard me talk about EcoFlows and then gone out and bought EcoFlows. Maybe you've heard me talk about solar panels, you go out and buy solar panels. So if you take the step to buy the flexible solar panels, listen to me and buy some kind of backing for them. Don't be walking around flapping flexible solar panels around, because they're not as flexible as that picture on Amazon shows you. Trust me. Trust me, bro. I'm scrolling. No cats. Raccoon, says Jasper. I was talking about his original solar panel format. Yeah, my original one, did it come from Leroy Merlin? Or did we go to Amazon in the end? We tried buying at Leroy. We went to 2 different Leroy Merlins looking for solar panels. Did we buy at Leroy Merlin online and have it delivered to Karen? Or did I go to Amazon? It's like the cool box that was a fucking disappointment. That's cluttering the ground here. I should probably just throw that away. Or take the gamble I talked about, trying to rinse it through. If I had a power washer. Oh, I kind of do. I've got the shower head. You put one end in water and it gives you a shower head. USB powered. It charges from USB, and then you seal it up with a stopper and put it in a bowl of water. Maybe I could get the original cool box working again. I could take the gamble. If I'm thinking of throwing it away anyway, I could flush some water through the electrics and then leave it 2 weeks and then try it again. Water is not the harm to electrics, not electronics, but to electrics that people often think it is. There's many a time with computers you can wash your keyboard, like put it in a fucking bowl of water, wash it. If you spilt coffee over your keyboard, if you unplug it quickly enough, water, while it's powered, dangerous. Water, so unplug your keyboard, leave it a while for any capacitors or whatever to discharge. But then people will literally put a keyboard in a bowl of water and get a brush and wash it through, rinse it through, and then take it out and put it somewhere to dry, but not just like for an hour. We're talking about for a week or 2. Don't try and dry it rapidly like on the radiator or something. You're going to break solder joints and all sorts of shit. But dry it over time, just leaving it out in air. And you can bring keyboards and stuff back. Not everything electrical will die just because it got wet. Getting wet while charged, while powered, more risky. But hey ho. A cat would be good for you. It will keep the mice down. Yeah, well, this is what I've always thought. This is why I've tried to encourage the cats, but dog, she scares them away. Any hedgehogs? 400 meters that way, up in the park, there are hedgehogs. There was a baby one. Its mother had been killed, and there was a baby. I'm pretty sure it probably wouldn't have survived. Little piggly urchin friends. Urchin, like sea urchin, but in a field. Urchin is an old name for hedgehog. Hedgehog, hedge pig, all sorts of variations thereof, but urchin is another name for a hedgehog. We have a hedgehog in our garden. That's nice. I do like that. We had squirrels, and we got the council to come round and try and catch squirrels, and they would put bait down in these big cages, these big traps, and all they ever caught were hedgehogs. All they ever caught was hedgehogs. In the end, we went with poison in the attic, and then we found dead squirrels on the ground. For such big looking creatures, they got very baggy skin and not a lot of meat in them. Surprising. But these were the greys, so you're allowed to kill them. You could get an air gun and just pop, as long as you're careful where you aim in case you miss. Greys are you're not even allowed to catch a grey and then release it elsewhere. That's illegal. You catch it, you got to kill it. It's the law. Them's the rules. Sorry folks, my cheeks are getting sore. Is it over? I missed it. We're here, the OG people. Doggy. Okay. 10 persons missing. Oh yeah, this was this when I went for a break, and when I came back we dropped from like 12 viewers to 6. Yeah, that happens. At least it didn't decide to bite the sausage. Farmer, where are you? I think that's to do with your video you link you posted. I'm not sure. I think I need a new battery for the phone. Oh, my phone regularly pops up saying we have identified an issue with your battery. And I've always known that this one was, since Karen gave it to me, it was intensive on the battery. This was a surprise last week. You remember last Friday, I lost, it was after Friday, I think I thought I'd fallen asleep, didn't I? And I woke up with my foot on the phone on the floor. And then Saturday morning I woke up and couldn't find the phone. It was Tuesday. It started kind of chiming away. This is a phone that when I use it, I could only watch 5 or 6 hours of video, and the phone was dead. When the phone was the internet connection. And it fell off and under the bed and sat there for 3 or 4 days. And still had 50% power at the end when it started ringing an alarm. I'm pissed off that the Google Find My Phone thing, Find Hub or whatever they call their thing, I'm pissed off that it honours the Do Not Disturb. Because I'd just been streaming, I'd set Do Not Disturb so that there was no plinks and plonks on the... I know that if I get like a PayPal donation, link in the description, it's not pinned, I haven't got the wherewithal to do that today. I'm pissed off that because I had Do Not Disturb set, that the Find Hub thing couldn't make the phone make noise. But randomly, an alarm that I forgot I'd got set for a Tuesday night suddenly worked, even though the phone was on the floor and under the bed. That was annoying. That was annoying. But yeah, but this phone, despite being as heavy on the power as it is, it lasted like 3 days with no issues. As long as it's not the phone, as long as it's not doing the mobile data, it hasn't got the SIM card in. I was amazed. 3 days and it was still on 50%. Farmer, I just seen your comment, Karen, was away from keyboard, only solar panel, alright, seems though those ones should still produce something. Do you have home store near you? I have never heard of something called home store, no. Okay, we're back to the, whatever that sandwich is called, that would dip it with the eggy bread, gypsy toast. I can't remember what it's called. I mentioned it earlier, now I don't know. Awkward moment. There was this when I was away. Guatemala is pretty far that way across the pond. It is, but why are we talking about it? I think Tina has German Shepherd cross with Greyhound. Says Hannah. Hannah's still here. Normally Hannah says hello and then I don't hear from her again for the rest of the stream. She's hung around a little while. Although I am, that was at 25 past midnight. That's half an hour ago. I'm back to just being half an hour behind. I think Tina has German Shepherd cross with Greyhound. I mentioned the other day that the pointy ears and quite pointy snout, I was thinking Pinscher, Doberman Pinscher. But the Greyhound thing cropped up way back. Chats just started jumping about. That's annoying. Lots of people coming in saying raid. I didn't know that YouTube did raids. Whoa, and raid from Parasocial, and it's gone, I can't see it. Raid. Lots and lots of people. 438 viewers. I bet you're all bots. Tell me you're real. You got to type the word real. Yeah, look. Heck, random, raid. This looks like a bot stream. They do now, lol. So, folks, Tramp in a field. Look at this. I've lost it. We're real. Oh, fucking hell. I didn't even know that YouTube did raids. Is this a new feature? I've seen raids on Twitch and Kick and what have you. Raid, real. Jesus Christ. We're human, we're real humans. Okay, folks. Alright. Well, I better introduce myself. The channel is Delta Mike, down and out in Torrevieja. Delta Mike, that would be me, your eponymous hero. Down and out in Torrevieja. Down and out. That's a homeless guy, a tramp, a hobo, a vagrant, an indigent person, a person of no fixed abode. Some might say a bum. Type bum in chat. Bum. Where do I go after this? I've interrupted my own flow. Bum, not boom. Bum, as in a down and out. Some might say someone who lives rough on the streets, or in my case, in a fucking field. And if I didn't have a sponge over the microphone end of the phone, I can reverse the camera view. Here's the table where I'm sat with my EcoFlow and my light. I'm sat outside. It is Spain. It is 1 o'clock in the morning. It's still 27 degrees, and I'm about to put the flash on. There's my dwelling. There's a tent covered in tarps that have fallen apart. Here's my pine table. Here's a shitty foldable table that I sit at. And around here, I don't know if you can see, here's a field. And behind me, there's an umbrella with some fairy lights. But I am in a field. I am a tramp living in a field. We've gone from 400 viewers down to below 200. Thank you for the raid. You're probably not going to stick around and stay. I didn't finish my intro. So I did the Delta Mike, down and out. I didn't cover Torrevieja. Torrevieja is a city on the southeast coast of Spain. Are you homeless? I am indeed. Homeless, a tramp, a hobo, a vagrant, an indigent person, a person of no fixed abode. Some might say a bum, someone who lives rough, perhaps on the streets or in a field. It's a good field. It is indeed a good field. Fortunately, it's a private field. And the police did not, for the first 2 years, the police did not believe me, so they would come along and arrest me and try and tell me I couldn't be here. But it turns out it's not public, it's got fuck all to do with them, and despite them giving me a criminal record, they sent their boss man. The head of the police came out, all gold around his cap and on his shoulders and on his cuffs. He had all the gold, all the oro. I'm in Spain, so we use a few Spanish words every now and again. Subscribe, folks. It's a tramp in a field. Come and talk to a fucking tramp. This is new. I didn't even know YouTube did raids. That's why I thought you were all bots. But type hobo. Yeah, hobo. You could even type homo. I don't care. I'm not, but you could type it. I've had 5 turn up wanting sex, but that's a different story. Sorry, Mike, that's so unfair. Fuck the police. Yeah, I mean, they about 18 months ago, they finally got the message that the head of the police came out. Now, whenever one of them bothers me, I just tell them your boss was here and he fucked off after an hour or 3. And but I do now have a criminal record. I think it's totally illegal. I will one day get a lawyer and challenge us and try and get the convictions quashed. But what can you do? People are still raiding. Raid. Have a good night. Stay safe. Big love to you too, Peanut VR236. Raid. How do you charge your phone? I've got, if I can just show you. So, 2 things. I'll just reverse this. Oh, so you're looking here at an EcoFlow river This one's my River 2. I've got a second one, a River 3. And behind them, if I can just activate the flash again, I got two, well, technically 3 solar panels. You see 2 new solar panels leaning against an older broken solar panel. So I've got, so, as a homeless guy, you get, you know, a bit of sympathy from people. I take PayPal donations. So as well as the membership folks, subscribe, not membership, subscribe. I'm not monetized on YouTube because I don't have a Spanish tax number. I'm an Englishman trapped in Spain by circumstance. Long story. My bank don't accept that I'm me. I've got a little bit of money in the bank, a few thousand, but my bank say I'm not me. And to prove I'm me, they say I have to go back to Britain and stand in my personal, not just any branch, I have to go to my branch with a passport and 3 other items of documentation. The Spanish police, who've given me a criminal record, and say that I can't leave the country. See the catch-22? Got to go to Britain to get your money, can't go to Britain because police, need a lawyer, so need money. 4 years, folks. In August the 14th, it will be 4 years since I was made homeless. Technically, it was March, but I stayed with a friend for 3 or 4 months. Yeah. Tramp in a field. So people send me money via PayPal. Normally, there would be a pinned link to to my PayPal. If you dig into the description, if anybody wants to send a donation, and I know e-begging's not great, I don't want to be dark side Phil, you know, I don't want to like set a target and oh, you must send me €100. But if anybody wants to help a tramp out, help a guy out in a field, there is a link about halfway down the description. There's a section with details of how you can help. It is a PayPal link. I've got a friend I can send the PayPal money to. She got a bank card in her name that she can then transfer the PayPal funny money onto the card, and then I can tippy-tappy in shops or by direct via PayPal. I'm trying to put together, so here's a question, folks. If you gave a tramp €50, not you individually gave a tramp €50, but collectively, if I had €50, how could I improve my life this summer? I'm sat in a tent in Spain, blazing hot sun. It's 40-50 degrees inside the tent. Basically a polytunnel. How could a tramp improve his life if he had €50? And I've got, depending on how you count it, I've got 35 or 40 euros at the minute. So it's just that extra bit to tip over the edge. What could I do with 50 euros to improve my life? And there are these, they call them air condition. They're not, they're swamp coolers. It spritzes some, you put cold water in. I've got a fridge powered by, a camping fridge powered by the solar panels. Like I said, PayPal, I'm not, hey, I'm sat here drinking, but I don't piss it all against the wall. I'm not a druggie, I'm not an alkie. When I get donations from people, I'm using the money to survive. I got my doggy here. My doggy is disabled to fuck and probably only got a few weeks left. For people who don't know and haven't seen, people that are new here, there's still a few of you, not everyone left yet. But let me introduce you to Tina, my Tina doggy darling. A couple of clicks, here she is. Hey babe, hey babe. Now, hey babe. Auntie Karen's on the phone. Karen! Ismo was here earlier. You're not going to look around. This is my doggy darling, folks. Her back legs don't work anymore. And now her front legs are not working properly. So I sling a belt. If you can see, there's a belt slung around her waist. I carry the back end around. But now that the front end's going, it's getting more and more and more difficult. Disabled doggy. Not that I'm wanting to pull on the heartstrings. Like I said, it's not. I'm not keen on. People ask me why I don't go begging. I've never. I begged once. I tried it once. Someone got me to go and try begging, but It wasn't for me. 2 ladies bought me a phone. All of my things, the first day in this field, everything I owned was destroyed. This field flooded twice in a month. All of my possessions were ruined. And then the council, the local authority, dug a drainage ditch at the top of the field, so now it doesn't flood. Thank you for the raid, though. I lost track of who sent. Someone tell me who sent the raid, and I will. Well, I'll play this back tomorrow. I'll get that. But if somebody wants to tell me, that was incredible. I lost track. I was I was about an hour behind in chat, working my way forward, and now I can't even get back there. So many of you arrived saying raid and what have you. But government is ass backwards, doesn't protect us, just keeps us down so we don't rise up and realise we don't need them. A lot of truth in that. We've got a few conspiracy theorist type people in chat here normally. My friend Keith, Sound of Nature. I'm not a mass conspiracy theorist, but yeah, government has been letting us down for a long time. Parasocial, I saw that. Yeah, okay. Parasocial with Dom Benitez. Dom Benitez, perhaps. Okay, I will. How can you say happy birthday, Annie? Annie, happy birthday from me, Delta Mike, down and out in Torrevieja, and from No Sheen. I'm going to read the 3s as E's in Hacker Elite speak. Get a box fan. Yeah, I think that's... I've got a fan. I've got an actual tall upright fan. I have a fan, but I want one of the ones that pumps cold water, spritzes and kind of throws it out. I think they're called swamp coolers. They'll only work once humidity gets to a certain level, 70 or 80%. They don't work so well, but in general Spain's quite a dry heat most of the time. Look at bad hair. I get really bad hair on a day when I get a lot of new people come in. Do hit the thumbs up, folks. Look at that, 126 thumbs up. That's a record. I struggle to get to 20 normally. Subscribe if you want to follow the exploits of a tramp and his disabled dog in a field. I don't do so much in the way of videos anymore. I do the odd cookery video really badly because tramp in the field. One burner or one slow cooker. I've got a slow cooker that I can power as well from the solar. I tried an air fryer. But my EcoFlows are cheap ones. They don't go... If I had an EcoFlow Delta Pro would have been ideal, but if I had an EcoFlow Delta, EcoFlow Delta, I could have powered an air fryer. But the air fryer that I've got, that someone brought to me to try, I don't have the... My EcoFlow doesn't have the output. It can output 600 watts maximum. These things need like 1200. So that doesn't work. But I tried. I've currently got the air fryer sat here taking up space. Karen, when you're next over, if you're still there, I need you to take that away. It is just in the way. So there was me saying happy birthday to Annie. Hey, can you say you're spamming it a little bit there, No Sheen? Can you please read out comments? I always try to, but so many hundreds came in at once. They passed by. There's Sky High Official saying stop spamming. Yeah, I was just mentioning that myself. Parasocial with Don Benitez sent us your way. Well, thank you very much to Parasocial with Don Benitez. He, she, they can expect a follow back from me. How did you become homeless? This is what I said before. My bank, so I had an apartment. In the middle of COVID, there was a problem with getting, my bank cards became expired. 2 different banks, but expired within a month of each other. UK banks. One of my banks ran out of money. My current account, what Americans would call checking account, ran out of money. And I had an emergency fund. I put a few thousand to one side in another account for a rainy day fund. And I tried to access it, and they said, no, you haven't. This account is kind of dead. This is defunct. You've had this account sat here, and you didn't put any money in or take any money out, so we closed it. I'm like, what the fuck? So I said, well, can you open it? And they kind of said yes, and then they said no, and then no. To prove my identity, I have to go back, not just to Britain, so I'm in Spain, but I don't just have to go back to Britain, I have to go back to my hometown and walk in that branch. Incidentally, that's closed. They're closing branches all over them. I have to go to the nearest branch, whatever they now declare as my own branch, and I have to go there with a passport and 3 forms of ID. But because the police have given me a criminal record and I've got legal trouble here, they won't let me out of the country. I got arrested at the airport when I did try and leave one time. Catch-22. Catch-22. Can't get out of the country, can't get money without getting out of the country. When you do get money, buy a fan and hook it to the generator, connect to solar panels. Yeah, I've got a fan. I've got these so-called solar generators, the EcoFlow Rivers. I got a fan. It's the cooling. Pushing 50-degree heat around, that's called a convection oven or a fan oven. That's how you cook things. I need some cooling, which is where, because I've got the fridge, cold water into a so-called swamp cooler, a fan that spritzes cold water in front of it. Okay, Noshin, I have already done the happy birthday thing. Oh my God, thank you. Oh, I did. Okay, that's you saying thank you. Okay, no need to carry on spamming now then. One day you woke up and you had 1 million. What would you do? I would probably go around and find some other people like my... Now, okay, not all homeless people are nice people. I think I'm quite a nice guy. I think I'm quite intelligent. I've got a degree. I ran my own business. I was a computer programmer, web designer, internet security kind of guy once upon a time. So I'm not unintelligent. A lot of homeless people are druggies, alkies, or have psychiatric problems. I got none of that. Now, I like a drop. Don't get me wrong. Cheers. I will just take the opportunity. Type cheers in chat. I have very little to do with most homeless people. Occasionally one will come here and ask me if they can camp in the field. And I tell them, yeah, but you don't want to be visible. My tent is just here and is really visible. It's a deliberate choice because I'm not good at being homeless. I don't know how to be homeless. So I set my tent up next to there's a main road just up there, and there's a track here, and there's cliff tops and the sea just back there, and a few houses. So there's a little track. I knew I was going to need help. So I camped in this field. No tent, no shelter, no nothing. I had a bedroll. I had like a mattress from a sunbed, from a sun lounger around the swimming pool. I had one of those mattresses. I had 2 picnic blankets, rubber or plastic on one side and blankety on the other, and a few towels that I used as blankets inside the bed. And one day I found a tarp, 3 meters by 2 meters, lots of holes in it, but better than nothing. And I used that. I tucked that around my mattress and on the ground, and the picnic blankets and the towels. And for 3 or 4 months, me and the dog were in this field with nothing more than that. But I wanted to be visible because I needed help. I wanted people to say, hey, mate, have a £5, have a £10. Hey, can I get you some food? Can I bring you some bread? I needed help. I don't know how to be homeless to this very day. I've got a friend who saved up, not begging, but busking. He plays a guitar, he busks, he got a bit of money, and he got a bike, and he travelled around the country. He can go to a new town, find a spot, put his tent up that night, get up in the morning, pack it all away and fuck off. A couple of panniers, the bags on the side of the bike. I don't know how to do that. I don't know how to spot that place. I don't know how to find that place. Very quickly, I had the police here telling me I couldn't camp. And I just told them, fuck off. This is not camping. This is survival. Camping is a leisure activity that you do voluntarily one weekend, or maybe for a week, maybe for 2 weeks over summer. That's not this. This is survival. And I got a lot of trouble from the police for a lot of time. I've got a whole playlist of Tramp versus police. I think I literally called it either Tramp versus police. YouTube didn't used to like me using the word tramp. I might have changed it to hobo versus police. Certainly, I think my cooking playlist is cooking with a hobo. YouTube really didn't like me using the word tramp because of its connotations with females, you know, as a slur against females. So yeah, I got a lot of trouble with the police for a lot of time. They'd be here every week or two. I've been arrested about 8 or 9 times. Usually nothing happens. They just release me and I'm back the next day. But they take the dog away. One time they arrested me and they kicked shit out of the dog in front of me. When she started getting disabled and the back legs weren't working, I thought maybe it was the police that had caused her like a spinal injury. I now think that's less likely. It's more likely it's some sort of degenerative disease that she has. I had a vet from a charity come out and check her out, but that vet gave me like a month's worth of painkillers for the dog and some vitamins, and then said if that doesn't fix it, then maybe, you know. But that's a year or 18 months ago now, something like that. It's over a year ago, I think. The police, the vets, the dog. Oh, I don't know. Where was I? If I had a million, I'd try and find other people like me. People on the edge or people pushed over the edge who become homeless, but that aren't alkies, druggies or psychos. Psycho's not the right word, sorry. That don't have psychiatric problems. I don't want to, I wouldn't like waste money trying to help. You can't help a druggie. Not often. Not till they're ready. And that's the same, I think that's the same with alcoholics. I used to volunteer at a drug and alcohol rehabilitation centre back in the UK. So I know a little bit about that stuff. The person has to be ready. But if you could find someone who's like being just like pushed out by the system or by the banks or by someone who, if you gave them kind of $5,000, could turn their life around. They could put a deposit down on an apartment, move in, buy some food, get them through the first 3 or 4 months, and then they've got an address, they can get a job, they can, you know, that's probably what I would do with $1 million. For now, what can I do with 50 euro? And I've got, like I said, I've got 35 or 40 of it. It's now the reason I hesitate on the number. I got one couple who send me 20 euros every month. So I'd set this target of 50 euros, and I had, you know, let's say 20 euros already, and I get this 20 that I always get, and I thought, well, do I put half of that towards the kind of the Temu? I've called it the Temu fund. I want to. Whoa! What was that? The fuck! Something just banged against my knee out of nowhere. I don't know if you heard the clank. It hit the chair as well. Anyway, I want to put a Temu order, and this is. I mean, it's a bit of a joke. So I watched this guy online called Big Clive Live, bigclive.com, and he will buy a batch of stuff from Temu or AliExpress. He's an electronics expert, so he's buying tosh to take apart and then to tell you whether it's dangerous or not and to do schematics and stuff. But I figured, hey, tramping a field, if I buy a bag of stuff from Temu, the air contact in the swamp cooler is going to be about 15 euros. But if I then buy somewhere between 5 and 10 other things at 3, 4, 5 euros each, how could a tramp improve his life? I've been here 4 years, almost. I've been homeless almost 4 years. I've been in this field 3.5. My tent's falling apart. The tarpaulins over it have already fallen apart. Ultraviolet sun, it's plastic basically. Ultraviolet, strong. We've had really strong winds, really strong storms this winter and spring. Wind storms, gales, whatever you want to call them. Tina, go. Tina. Stop. Don't lick. But yeah, I want to get that swamp cooler thing. I want that. I'm not trying to cool a house. I'm not trying to cool the whole tent. The bedroom is basically 2 meters by 2 meters, 3 meters by 3 meters, something like 3 by 2 maybe. Me and the dog in there, and it's very, very warm at night. Could we cool it down with one of those evaporative cooling kind of fans? I think maybe yes. But then what else? So that's 15 euros out of 50. What else can I get? And I do cookery videos, so maybe some cookery stuff. A few months ago, I bought these. I got 6 of these. Basically, it's 3 double packs. If you're cooking eggs or omelettes or pancakes, put them in the frying pan to restrict, so that your egg doesn't just spread out and cover the whole pan. So I got some of those. I bought some veg peelers. Everything was like, it was 2 euros here and 3 euros there. Euros and dollars and pounds are all basically the same now. American dollars anyway. I don't know about Canadian or Australian. Don't get me started. Hit that thumbs up, folks. Subscribe if you haven't already. It's free. Follow the life of a tramp. Maybe find out what I eventually buy in a week or 2 or 3 when it finally arrives. Here's the other problem. Buying from Temu. Where are they delivering to? My address that I used the last time, it's the man in the field opposite the petrol station on that road in this town. And it got here. It got here. The man in the field opposite the petrol station. The man in the big blue tent in the field. But yeah. So yeah, the whole what would you change your life with 50 euros is different from what would you do with 1 million. That's a good question though. Thank you for the question. And that was Blazer GT. Thank you. Okay, I'm going to leave stream, man. I hope the situation gets better. That was Cybertron 454. I'm staying till the end of the raid. I think the raid's ended. There's nobody. Numbers are dropping. We're down to just 23. In another 5 minutes, we'll be down to my normal numbers, which are usually way under 20. Thank you for joining me, folks. I mean, I really do appreciate everyone dropping by, and my thanks, to the. It was Parasocial with a kind of Spanish sounding name, but thank you very, very much for the raid. And if you do, pass my respects back to the person that sent you here the next time that you're on their stream, and tell them I will drop by and say thank you. Can you please say happy birthday, Esker? I can indeed, Cherry Blossom. Happy birthday, Esker, from Cherry Blossom and from me, Delta Mike, and my doggy, Tina doggy darling. Happy birthday, Esker. Where are you time-wise? Is that yesterday or today? Because I'm 1:30 in the morning. I'm 1:30. You may be still yesterday. It might be a different day. How can we send money? PayPal. There's a link in the description. halfway down. Normally it would be a pinned comment. For some reason, a retard forgot to pin the comment. Oh, I forgot to make the comment and pin the comment before we started. And I was hoping one of my mods would have posted it, and then I could have gone in on my tablet over there and pinned it. But YouTube wouldn't even let me into my own stream on the tablet. Not to pry, I'm also from the raid. How did you become homeless? I think I've answered that. I hope you were here when I answered. I was in an apartment. My card's expired. I got a new card for one of the banks, but the money ran out. The other bank doesn't think I'm me, so won't let me. To protect me and my money, they won't let me have my money. And then the police and all sorts of other stuff. Put your tents under the roof. You want me to put a roof over? I had tarps over I had tarpaulins over the tent to keep the sun off, but the tarps have perished. Ultraviolet. I liked and subscribed. Have a blessed day. I have to get going. See you. This was my bomb 07889, where 8 is the word, as in past tense of eat. Can you please say happy birthday, Esther? I did already, I believe. Is this, are you guys spamming, or is my chat jumping? I think some of you are, raid is never over. Well, we've got 25 people still here. My normal viewing by now would probably be down under 10, so you're all still here. I appreciate that. Not Ham, maybe? Not H8M says that sucks. Life does sometimes suck. Sometimes you just have to kind of knuckle down and survive. I watch like a few prepper and survivalist and woodcraft kind of channels. I've learnt a lot from them. I've found a lot of stuff useful, certain knots and certain things that I do. But in the end, what it boils down to, two ladies, me and Tina, my dog, used to sit on the cliff tops about half a mile that way, and these people that walked past most days took pity on us. Then they were going to go home to Sweden over summer. It gets too hot for a lot of Swedes and Norwegians in Spain. They go home over summer, and they wanted to stay in touch. So two ladies clubbed together and bought me a phone. Remember I said that mine had been destroyed in floods? Only the first flood was ankle deep, the second one was knee deep. But it's enough to ruin everything electronic. These two ladies clubbed together, bought me a phone, and a phone, a SIM card, and 2 or 3 months worth of credit to to maintain the fact I'd be online. And so I used it not just to stay in touch with them, but to broaden the scope. And I've built up my channel. I just crossed 1,700 subscribers a few weeks ago. Then I dropped back below 1,700, and then I have just gone above it again a few days ago. It's been the march to 1,000 subscribers was fairly rapid. From then on, it's really slowed, and the last 6 months I've almost gone backwards. At the end of a month, I see that I've gained like 6 subscribers. I'm plus 6. I've probably gained 50 and lost 40, you know, the kind of thing. But yeah, it's niche. I'm never going to be Asmongold or Tectone or Hassan Piker. It's a tramp in a field, folks. It's never going to be it's not going to have mass market appeal. Now, I used to make more videos. When we could get out and about, I would show Torrevieja, the town, the city. It's a city that I live in. I used to go on walks. There's a big hill here with a tower, a Moors tower, the Moors, the kind of the African descended people. There's there's a big tower that way, there's a big field and a park that way, and there's the town centre that way. I used to get out and about. But disabled dog that I'm physically carrying, I put a belt under her, wrap it around my wrist twice, and I'm picking the back end up, and she walks with the front. And now the front's gone. I don't get out and about much. I'm in a field. I basically, the only time I get out of this field, I cross the main road and there's a Chino Bazaar. How do you explain Chino Bazaar? For some reason, Spain has this thing where the Chinese have got a monopoly on pound shop, Dollar Tree, whatever your country is, whatever your currency is. The €1, you know, your cheap and nasty. They're not cheap and nasty, they're just cheap. But think bricks and mortar Temu. That's a Chino Bazaar in Spain. It's all Chinese stuff, but no quality control. I go over there and I buy the beer. And then I come back. So I go there maybe twice a week. The last 2 days, I've been twice in 2 days. That's different. I've just been telling you all about how I don't piss it all against the wall, and I'm not an alky. I'm not, but I like a drop. On really hot days, I've got a fridge freezer, a camping fridge freezer inside the tent. This is the first summer where I can have cold drinks. Under my own power, people don't have to bring them to me. I've got cold drinks on tap, you know. So if I've got also a 12 pack, how much in your country would 12 cans of beer be? These are 33 centilitre cans. These are Coke can size. These are not the 500ml. These are not pints. These are, you know, a little bit more than half a pint. Therefore, in a supermarket, these can be as low as €3.50 for 12. I pay a bit more because I can't walk to I can walk to the supermarket physically, but I can't leave my dog, and my dog can't come with me and get there. So I can't go to a supermarket. So I will piss €4 or €5 up against the wall if I've got it spare. If you object to that, if someone sends me a donation and says not for alcohol, I honour any stipulations. Some people send me money and say, go get yourself a drink. Go get this, go get that. It's for your Temu challenge, if you want to call it that. Whatever stipulation you apply to a donation, I will honour. So if you don't like a tramp to drink, it'll go on other things. If you don't mind me spending €5 on a 12 pack of beer, 4.5, 5, whatever it is over here, it's more expensive here than it would be in the supermarket. But if you don't mind that, send a donation to the PayPal link in the description and say, there you go, fella, go get yourself a drink. Or there you go, fella, have some money, don't get yourself a drink. Or there you go, fella, towards your Temu challenge. Improve your life over summer and don't suffer too much. However you see fit, folks. If you make a donation and have a stipulation, I promise you I will honour your stipulation. I always have, and I always will. I broke it once. A lady sent me some money to go to Tweeties. Tweeties is a fish and chip restaurant. You got to go. It's about 1.5 kilometres that way. You got to go up a big hill, over, and it's about 2/3 of the way down the hill. I can't get there. Disabled dog. We have a doggy wheelchair, but our front legs aren't there anymore. So even in the doggy wheelchair, can't get there. So I think that's the only time. Someone sent me some money and said, go get fish and chips, go and have a fish and chip dinner on a Friday. And I haven't been able to. I guess could have them deliver it. But again, the delivery address. The man in the big blue tent in the field opposite the petrol station, gas station, however you will, on such and such a road. It's not the most reliable address ever, is it? I have had people try and send me things and it ends up not being delivered. They only make one attempt. It's not like the UK where they try and then tell you we failed to deliver, we'll come back again tomorrow. They make one attempt and if it doesn't arrive, it fucks off back. Except this is Spain. It never gets back. Shit disappears. Anyway, cheers to those of you that remain, if you don't mind the alcohol thing. I've just got a card. Oh, did you hear that? Oh, he bottomed out terribly. Yeah, now he's stopped. He's going to check the oil pan on the bottom. Oh, fuck. Did you hear it? It's like a really rough track down here. I said about the field flooding in the past, and they put a drainage ditch in that carries the water across. But what happens sometimes, the rain comes down the little track, and it's digging a like a furrow, like a trench at the side of the road. And if you're in that, and so the road's ending up like this, it's worn out on one side, and it's been washed out on the other, and the stones in the middle are like a cannibal. You've got a, and if you come down, you can bottom out and rip the oil sump, the oil pan off the bottom of the car, or do other damage. Whatever happens if you hit things on a road. Now these guys have just stopped here. Now another thing to bear in mind, whatever time this is, sometimes people will pick up prostitutes in their car and they come down to the cliff tops to do what they're going to do, and some of them don't go all the way. Some of them just stop. I don't know what this is. 4 car doors slamming. Tina, quiet. Multiple people. They're outside the door of my tent. I gotta be a little bit careful, folks. I don't know what's going on here. I think he's damaged his car and he's getting out to check. But they are on the road there. My tent door. I've got a door on each side. But there's people. Like I said, I heard four car doors go. There's people. It's okay, Tina. Tina, it's okay. It's okay, doggy. It's okay. I don't know what's going on. I hope I don't have to hit anybody. Down the road. It's a single lane road, folks. It's a single track road. People just got out of the car and now they're just walking down the road. If another car comes along, or if one of the houses at the bottom want to come out, they're in the way. You can't just leave that there. What the fuck are you doing, lads? They haven't even made an attempt to pull off the track and into the side. I don't know. None of my business really, but I'm going to be sat here when the next car comes that's trying to get past. Okay, I'm staying till the end of the raid. That was TB 1727, local ghost. I hope it gets better for you, Delta Mike. You seem like an angel. I think I'm a fairly nice guy. Inhumane legalities, I really hope things work out. That was just like, Cherry Blossom again, can you please say happy birthday, Esker? I believe I already have. Happy birthday, Esker, if I didn't. I think I did. Fama was still here at 1:15. It is now 1:43. So half an hour ago, my mate Fabrizio, Fama, a regular, was still here. Not one of you raiders, one of the actual OGs. Pound, smash, poke, prod, press, push, punch, slap, chop, bump, tap, flick, kick, click, lick, rub, slam the like button and subscribe. And I do that just to prove that I can read. Don't you hate it when you're watching a streamer or someone on a video and they're trying to read something and they're literally fucking incapable of reading? Excuse me. Yeah, I'm looking at you, Asmongold. I like Asmongold, don't get me wrong. Raid isn't over. This is half an hour ago. Happy birthday, Eska. Wishing you the best. That's local ghost to Eska. I'll try to donate, but I'll sub for now. Sub's always good. Folks, don't sub and then never watch again. That actually can harm a channel. If you subscribe, so when YouTube / Google send out the initial announcements about a new video or a live stream, they look at the number of people that they alert and the ratio of how many come and actually watch. So don't just subscribe out of pity if you're not actually going to watch. I'm not for everybody. I will say the words, all the words, including that one, the one you're thinking of, the one that begins with an N. I don't call people it. I discuss it while discussing the word, if that makes sense. So I'm not for everyone. I will offend some. Some of you won't like me. Also, the whole tramp thing, it's quite niche. It's not for everybody. But could you create a Spanish bank account? No, not without a Spanish tax number. You could, I did this once way back. I did this once, and they insisted on sending all the documents to a UK address that I no longer lived at. So you can, two types of account, if you're resident and if you're non-resident. And because I don't have the Spanish tax number, I had to have a non-resident account, and they said, no, we got to send the documents to your address in the UK. Well, for obvious reasons, that didn't work out. Cherry Blossom, thank you so much. Is that Tism? Does that mean thank you so much? I'm not sure what that means. Farmar still there saying hello to people and posting links. Farmar is one of my mods. Haha, what's a raid? Maybe that's meant to be. Raid. It looks like YouTube have just introduced it. Copying other. So a raid, when you've got a big audience watching a stream and your stream's ending, you point all of your viewers to somebody else. And it looks like I went from having like 10 viewers to having, I don't know, what was it at its peak, 350 or something, almost instantly. And obviously they drop off after a few minutes. What do we got here? Cosmo Star, just like and Local Ghost all saying cheers. Blazer GT said cheers. This must have been when I raised the glass a while back. Oh, it's a can, but I'll say it again. Cheers, folks. A few of you have stuck around. Farmer, can you put the PayPal link up? Asked Karen. I don't know if you ever did, but even if you did, on the tablet I can't get to it. My stream's not listed to me, so I can't even pin the comment if he did put it up. There was Cherry Blossom still asking me to say happy birthday to Eska. It's been done already, but happy birthday again. What's the craziest moment on the streets you've experienced? Oh, there's a question. It would probably involve floor pizza, or maybe bin pizza. Back when we were mobile, before my doggy was in a current state, I had two circuits I would walk. I would go off and go left and do a circuit around there over a couple of hours, or around there. So Spain has these communal bins, dumpsters, if you will, for trash, basura, as it is in Spanish. But people will put food. They used to put food by the bin. So it's kind of a slightly touristy, but not in an Ibiza kind of way. It's holiday homes. But if you've got food in your cupboards or in your fridge at the end and you're going home, what do you do with it? People won't just put it in the communal bin. they'll put it in a bag next to the bin. But another thing is, people who eat pizza, they used to have these smaller bins. They used to be smaller. A pizza box. If you check 3 pizza boxes, one of them will have 1/3 of a pizza or more in it. So you'd go around at Friday, Saturday, Sunday in particular, and you would check the pizza boxes in, on or around the bins. And one time I opened this pizza box, and there was 2 separate halves of pizzas. So someone's bought 2 pizzas, and 2 people have eaten half each, and then they put the halves that were left together and you're like, wow. But an even crazier one, I was telling people about floor pizza. Whoa, look at that, they're reversing out now. I was telling people about floor pizza. Floor pizza is when someone's gone to a nightclub and they're walking home at 3 or 4 in the morning, and they've eaten half or 2/3 of their pizza, and then they just throw the box on the floor. And if you pick that up the next day, let's say you're up and about at 7 in the morning, that pizza's been thrown away at 4 or 5 or maybe 6 in the morning, and you pick it up at 7. It can still be warm sometimes. I was telling someone about floor pizza while I was sat at on the cliff tops of some chairs, and I was telling someone this, and Tina, my dog, she kept wanting, there was this bin there and this bag next to the bin, and Tina, stop being a fucking nuisance. like, calm down. So I've just been telling people about floor pizza and bin pizza and food that you can get. When I say food out of bin, I don't mean I'm scraping slush out of bin. It's boxed or wrapped or whatever. But I was telling them about this, and Tina was nudging me, and after about an hour, I'm like, oh dog, fucking what is it? And I look in this bag, these 2 people that I'm telling about floor food or floor pizza, there's this bag on the floor next to the bin. I go over and I'm like, Tina, what the fuck? Whatever it is, I'll give it to you if it's not horrible, it's not something nasty. And there's a box inside this bag, and I kid you not, there are 6 hot dogs, 3 pieces of chicken, and I think a burger or something, just pristine inside a polystyrene box. Someone's had a party the night before in those chairs, and they've bought more. Their eyes were bigger than their belly is an English expression. I don't know if that translates to other countries. They've bought more than they could eat, and you're left with a whole, like I said, 5 or 6 hot dogs, a burger, and whatever the fuck else in this box. Just as I've been telling these people about floor food. So that was quite memorable. Another, if you want to know about a crazy moment, 4 o'clock in the morning, I'm awake, I've got the disabled dog, I need to take her out, I need to walk her, and as I'm walking her just up and down this road, and up at the petrol station, someone's trying to break in, or at least he's smashing, I think they've left a gas bottle out, and he's trying to smash the grill on the doors. So I'm out and about, and I've got the dog, so I obviously tell the guy not to do that. Don't do that. Don't break in. Don't be a thug. And he lurches at me. So I deck him because he's coming at me. I had to put the dog down quickly. I had to just drop her and smack him. He's on the ground, dog's on the ground. And I get on the ground, I wrestle with him a little bit, I've got him in a chokehold. I'm about to put him out. Not permanently, the temporary put him out. I'm about to, and he kind of submits, he kind of taps out. And I'm okay, we'll let that go. And he gets up and I get up and I get the dog, and we're walking out, and he's gonna fuck off, yeah? He should fuck off. He starts to walk up the road and away from us, and I cross over and come down here. Cunt turns around and comes back and follows me back to the tent. And for the next 2 hours, we have a stand-up knockdown fist fight. I keep punching him out. I keep putting him on the deck, and then he'll fuck off. And he'll lay down in the road, and then he'll get up, and then he'll come back for round 2, round 3, round 20, whatever. And then he starts throwing rocks at me. And then he tries shaking my tent, and he puts a hole in the roof of my tent by shaking it. And then we're having another fist fight, and he runs through my camp, and I'd been in the middle of pre-soaking some pans. I'd got a few frying pans that were a bit manky. I haven't got space to store stuff inside, so I leave it outside, and insects and shit happen. So you got to wash stuff every now and again. I got these pans soaking on the table. It's 4, 5, 6 in the morning. I got these pans soaking from the day before. He throws 2 of the pans at me. He runs through my camp, and I'm chasing the fuck out of him. He throws the pans at me. They both bounce off me, and they're lost forever. They're gone. They've bounced into a bush, into a hedge. I've got no fucking idea. I went from having enough pans to get by to not having any pans. He threw pans at me. They hit me. I chased him, and I hit him. I hit him back. He ran through here, and he fell on stuff, and he cut his hands, and he ended up in hospital. He came back the next day, through the day, and I'm like, what are you fucking? Oh! I lost my wallet and my phone last night. Can you help me? The fuck? We had a 2-hour stand-up knockdown. I knocked him over about, I would guess, somewhere between 15 and 20 times. In the end, he comes back at me. He's wrapping stones in his tracksuit top, and then he's like unfurling it, and he's wanging a barrage of stones at me. I'm calling the police. I called the emergency number, 112 in Europe. This is your 911 equivalent if you're American, or 999 in the UK, but 112 in Europe. I called them twice. Do you know how long it took them to respond? It's been about 7 months. They've still not come out. So yeah, you want to talk about crazy moments, whether it's the floor pizza, whether it's the hot dogs and the burger and the other stuff, the chicken pieces that we got that morning. I can see now why why Tina was pulling to get there. I am so far behind with chat again, aren't I? Sorry everyone. I said I might go long tonight. I normally aim for 4 hours, folks. For anyone who doesn't know, if you live stream for under 4 hours and you're not a huge channel, it can take YouTube 15 or 20 hours to process everything and synchronize chat for kind of chat replay, live chat replay, whatever they call it, and do all the other resolutions and things for viewing. So if you don't hit 4 hours, so that's usually a target I have. Minimum. Sometimes I don't make it. You know, you can be tired or ill or just not in the mood. But I try and aim for 4 hours. But occasionally I'll go long. I'll do 5, 6, 7. I did 10 hours once. That was a special occasion. That was the 10th anniversary of me being in Spain. So I deliberately did 10 hours because 10 years. And then I went long on that. I did 11 and a half actually. And I only ended then because you can't go over 12 hours on YouTube. If you go over 12 hours, they don't store the stream. Now, I don't know what that means. Do they not store it at all? Or do they just not store the stuff over 12 hours? I've never tested it. I don't know. But I aim for 4 hours. I'm happy to go long if I've got enough of an audience. Usually I aim for 20 thumbs ups and I don't make it. I got 130 other fuckers. So thank you to everyone from the raid. Farmer posted. So that was Cosmo Star 20. What's the craziest moment on the streets you've experienced? I've got other ones. The guy who asked me to go begging, he'd been giving me he'd walked past and he'd give me a can of beer. Every time he bumped into me, he always had a can of beer. Homeless guy. Give me a can of beer. But then he said, let's go, we'll go and we'll beg. We go to stand outside the supermarket. You just have to stand there, say hello to everyone and have a cap on the floor. And I'm like, not really my thing. I'd rather do the e-begging here and ask for the PayPal donations. But it seems a little it seems more civilized. But that anyway, I tried it this once. I went with him. And we made it was a slow going, but we got about a tenner each, €10 each. €10, $10, £10, all the same thing, plus or minus 10%. Pounds are the most because better currency, but not for long. Anyway, it used to be a pound is $4. When I was a kid, it was $2.50. When I was an adult, it was $1.50. Now it's almost parity. Anyway, that's not why you called. You didn't want a lecture about monetarization or economy. We could talk economics, Keynesian multipliers and things, but that's not why you called. I did do economics as part of my management degree. But anyway, where was I? Begging. I went with him and we stood there. It was slow going. We made about a tenner each. At the end, so this was a supermarket he knew. This was a shop that I'd never been in this one. It's half an hour that way. I'd walked past it on longer walks, but I'd never been in. He knew the layout. We'd made a tenner each. At the end, he wanted me to go in and he wanted me to buy a specific thing. I didn't really understand what the thing was, where it was. I didn't know how much it cost. Basically, he wanted me to go in and use my half of the money to buy us this. It was a rotisserie chicken, basically. Pollo asado in Espanol. A rotisserie chicken. Roast chicken. It was a big one. He wanted me to buy a €10 one. It would be a big one. But I didn't know where it was. I wasn't that sure what I was looking at. I didn't know the shop. So I gave him my money and suggested he go in. And he just blew up. He just went fucking ape shit. He was ready for a fight. It's just this like little Moroccan bloke. Big, I wouldn't say ringlets, but that's not the word. Afro, the Ethiopian religion that I can't remember the name of. Dreadlocks. He's got the dreads. Anyway, but little bloke. I'm like, mate, if you want to fight, I'm going. Okay, new guys, we've got new people watching. I was a boxer once upon a time. I wouldn't even say amateur, but you know, trained and actually did some fights, unofficial or whatever. But I got this bloke in front of me that's this much shorter and this much small, and you're thinking, I mean, he had aggression. He went this. I said before about homeless people either being druggies, alkies, or kind of schizo, psychiatric problems. He fit two of those categories. It wasn't alcohol. Muslim. Well, not Muslim. He's from kind of a Muslim country, Morocco. But anyway, we're not gonna the whole European invasion thing. No, we're not gonna go there. I'm looking at him, I'm thinking, this is a 10 out of 10 win for me if we go hands on. And I'm just like, calm down, boy, calm down, boy. But he had such, and I had no idea, and to this day, I don't know what the problem was. He knew the shop. I was offering him my money. He knew what he wanted us to get. Why did he not just go and get it? It wasn't that I was saying, no, I'm not paying, you get it. I was like, here's the fucking money, whatever you need, you go. I didn't care. It was 10 euros out of nowhere to me. But such rage, such aggression. Clearly a psychiatric problem. 0 to 100 in 2 seconds with no... I spent like 3 or 4 minutes just asking him what the problem was. I don't understand. Why are you angry? This is why I don't have much to do with homeless people. The ones that come into this field and ask me, can I set up my tent here? Yeah, sure. Just don't be too visible or you'll put it where you want, but my advice would be don't be visible because you'll bring the cops in on us. You'll have extra. So find a hollow under a tree over there and set up your 2 or 3 man tent. They're not coming in with 8 man tents like me, or 6 man as this one currently is. I had a family turn up once. This was one. This is crazy in a totally different way. These people had moved here from, I don't remember which country, Lithuania, Ukraine, Russia, whatever the hell it was. They've come here. They're in a car. It's a family. There's 5 of them. And they get to the apartment that they've booked. They've paid a year up front for. The person they've paid doesn't own it. They've been scammed. But that was their last money. This is them moving internationally. Them, their car, the family of 5. And that's the last of their money, almost. They've got a little bit in their pockets or in the bank, whatever, but not rent a new apartment money. Pay deposits and shit. They've been to the police say, oh, it's a civil matter or it's a whatever. They're not doing it. Okay, we'll investigate, but we don't know, and there's little chance, and fuck off. So I had it was the wife and eldest son turn up here and say, can we pitch, can we, husband and other half of the family are off elsewhere, but if we need to, can we pitch up in the field? We won't be trouble, we won't be a bother. I'm like, yeah, of course you can, absolutely. Just, my advice is don't be too visible. Try and get under a tree and if you need anything, I'm here. I've got surplus food at the minute. I've got electricity. You probably need to keep phones and other stuff charged. Lights. If you've not got lights, I've got a few spare. So I was, I felt heartbroken for them. But the husband must have found a better arrangement elsewhere. They thanked me, they went off and didn't come back. So either I put them off with all the talk about the police, or I'm hoping that the husband and other half of the family found a better deal elsewhere. Fairly crazy. Anyway, here we go. May God bless you in your future. I'm not religious, but I appreciate Hunter YT. Not religious myself, but I appreciate the best wishes. Thank you. Jasper and Farm are still talking. Karen, I don't have that link. Oh, for the PayPal. God. PayPal.me/Delta Mike Torrevieja, I think. How can we donate money if we want to? In the description. So expand the description. So to the right of the channel name, there's a button or a link or 3 dots or something. You expand it. It'll show you a little bit. I'm a tramp in a field, blah, blah, blah. Then expand again. Get the full thing. Halfway down, you will find a link to a PayPal donate link. Oh, fuck. Again. If we carry on like this, folks, I'm going to be putting out a fucking donate page to buy some gravel to fill in the potholes and the rifts in the road. That's 2 on the bounce, isn't it, that have bottomed out? Knackered exhaust or oil sump, oil pan, whatever you call that. Yeah, look, they've stopped, to inspect the damage? We've got alarms going off inside the car. It's not just the engine light warning. That's 2 cars on the bounce. It's okay, Tina. Tina's okay. It's okay. Tina, it's okay. You don't get to eat anybody tonight. Not yet.
Amigo, hola.
Hola, amigo.
¿Puede entrar?
Again?
¿Puede entrar, señor?
Mi español no es muy bien, amigo.
No pasa nada, yo soy ruso. Aquí tengo un amigo, está en la playa. Yo traigo cerveza. ¿Puede entrar?
Lo
¿Sí o
siento.
no?
No entiendo, amigo.
What language do you speak? What language?
English.
English?
Yeah.
Oh, perfect. We can talk English. Look, one of my friends asked me to drop him at this place.
Okay.
Go and have a swim. He's now swimming out there.
Okay.
I went to get some beer at 24-hour shop.
All right.
And I come back, drop the car because from here I don't think the car can drive anymore.
It's a bad road. It's a bad road, yeah.
Yes, exactly. Can I come and have a talk to you for 1 minute or no?
I'm in the middle of a YouTube live stream. I'm talking to people at the minute.
I see. It's not the right place to meet with you, correct? I can come back later.
It's not the right time, yeah.
I come back later.
You might be better off, my friend. You might be better off parking up near the main road and then walking back down.
I can park here, that's no problem.
There are houses down here and people will want to come up and down and...
No, I will be here around. I just go and check my friend who is swimming at the beach.
Okay,
down there.
okay.
And I come back. I'm actually Russian. I'm from Russia.
Okay.
My name is Oleg Pegas.
Oleg.
Be very famous over here in Torrevieja.
All right, Oleg.
First of all, I'm secret police
Tina.
also. I work for police, right?
You work
That's
for the
number one.
police?
Number 2, I'm in construction business.
Okay.
Number 3, I'm living in Spain 26 years. And
Oh.
Number 4, I speak 5 languages fluent.
Oh, wow.
Including English.
That's
My
brilliant.
friend, sorry to interrupt you. I go check my friend. And
All right.
the car is parked here safe. Police
As long as there's room for other cars to get past, you're fine, yeah.
No one touches this car because police is looking after it.
Okay.
I go check my friend at the beach. I come back. If you're free, we have some drink together. I have drinks here, okay?
Okay, my friend.
Take care.
All
Good
right.
luck.
Oleg, yeah?
Screaming, whatever. I have thousands of friends doing bloggers and screaming as well.
Okay, my friend.
I would like to introduce to you, but when you available.
All right.
See you later.
Okay. Hasta luego.
Sorry to interrupt.
No problem. He was asking what was the strangest thing that has happened. I think that's the same. So is he saying that's the same car from before? That's the same guy. He bottomed out the first time and he's bottomed out the second. And he's parked in the middle of the road and he's saying no one touches this because I know the police. First car that comes past is going to be pipping its fucking horn like shit. Now, I will say this. It helps having a dog. Even like she's growling and whatever, he can hear her growl. He doesn't know she's disabled and can't even fucking stand up. But just having that growling going on. Sorry, I'm playing with my hair like some kind of fucking prima donna. I haven't washed my hair this year, and I only washed it once last year. It doesn't. I'm beginning to think it needs it. I thought my friend Karen was going to come and cut it for me just before she went home, but she ran out of time. No time for a tramp. So Oleg wants to go and find his friend who's swimming at the beach, and then he wants to come back and drink with me. So what do we think about that? I've got this beer here, look, this one again. I brought 2 before. This one's gone warm again. I might just nip, if you will allow me, folks. Don't leave. The numbers are going to drop. From when we were on like 200 people watching, we're back down like under 20 where we belong. We're 5 hours and 9 minutes in, and I am way behind with chat. I'm watching Farmer and Jasper chatting here. Who's the other guy who's reacting with me? Asks Dr. Dario Plays. Karen tried to copy the PayPal link. Don't worry about it. I can't even. Here we go. Yeah, you see, look, okay. If I click that, I tried to let me pin it, but it took me out of the stream. I had to come back in. Karen says, I think he's a nutter. I'm working backwards now. Be careful after you eventually get off stream. Yeah, I know. Well, that might be another strange story for the list. He's the stranger thing. It takes a bit to get through comments. When there was that many people all arrived at once, it left me way behind. I'm like, I got it sorted. Farmer found the link, but pinning it is the problem, Farmer. I can't. The other day I was able to do it by going in on the tablet, but today, when I go in on the tablet, I can't find my stream. That's not even a thing. If I can get in on the stream, find chat, I'll be able to pin the message from here. But what do we got? Yeah, look, I can't find me. I can't find me in me. I'm from the, yeah, lots of comments from the raid. Thank you guys. But I have to find my own. In a listing of my own live streams, the last one is the Friday night jibber jabber. This one, Sunday, isn't fucking listed. What do I do? How do I find me? Can I search for Delta Mike and go in that way on the channel name? Delta, not Delta Mike Pizza. What's that? Delta Mike down around. Okay, I was the third suggestion. Summer Solstice longest day. Okay, live. I can go in here. Suggestion. Summer Solstice longest day. Okay, live. I can Shut up, you daft cunt. Summer Solstice longest day. Okay, live. Shut up, you daft cunt. Okay, that's me. There's Farmer making the comment. Pin message. Whoa! If only I could have done that while there was 500 of you here. It does look like I've got them. I have received one donation tonight. One. Okay. And thank you to Matteo R. I'm not going to read out the full name, but Matteo, thank you. And that does indeed take us over the top for the the PayPal link is up. It was up. It wasn't pinned. I pinned it now. I think that's right, Karen. But thank you, both of you. Well, it would have been nice to pin it while there was like 500 people here. I've never seen a raid. I've never even heard of a raid on YouTube. Is it new? I've seen it on other streaming apps. Let me do a quick search. YouTube raid. New ? Or is it a raid from some other app where you could put just a random URL in? YouTube features a live streaming function called Live Redirect, often referred to as a raid, which allows you to send all your viewers from a concluding stream to another creator's. Functions similar to Twitch raids. I've never ever heard of it until now. When did it start? Not Raid Shadow Legends. Shut up. What are you talking about? Okay, let me rephrase for the benefit of the robot. YouTube raid, is it new? Rolled out the feature in May 2022. It's fucking 4 years old and I have literally never heard of it. Have I been living under a rock? I've been in this field for 4 years, so maybe that counts as living under a fucking rock. I don't know, folks. Just like it's here. Does it through YouTube directly? I've been posting like Mike, so if anyone's there would be greatly appreciated. You pinned it on a couple of echoes, okay. Thanks, truly, just like, okay, just like, yeah. Everybody, hold on. I fluffed my lines, farmer. I was saying earlier how I could read. Everyone, everybody, everywhere, if you could please donate to Delta Mike as he's in a tent and relies on everyone's generosity. I do, I am an e-beggar when it comes down to it. I might as well be Dark Side Phil. Or the Quartering. Oh! Which other lol cow could I reference? Ethan Van Sciver, maybe? Possibly? I like Ethan. I do like... there's the other Ethan. Klein? Yeah. He's not really a lol cow. He's just a drama queen. I know all the names. I've only learnt about these people in the last 3 months. I've never followed kind of top streamers or top channels. At the Quartering I've followed for a long time. It's news. The pluses and minuses, his sex life and his family life, I'm not bothered about, but it seems to have made the headlines lately. The lol cow headlines. If you don't know what a lol cow is, folks, a lol cow is someone that can be milked for laughs over the longer term. They're usually kind of internet pseudo celebrities, and they get pulled up by people like Kiwi Farms or Kino Casino and other people who Pegasus, more Pegasus. There's another one that likes to take the piss out of people. I don't know who these people. I do know who these people are, but I don't like to admit I know. I was going to say I'm not that unemployed, but I am, literally. Just like I said it earlier, but to save your scroll, I did kick a few quid your way, so hopefully it helped. It does indeed. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Always appreciate the donations. Just like am I saying that right? Just like just like e, just like I don't know how you're not pronouncing. You're saying a few quid, so that makes me think you're a Brit. But thank you, thank you, thank you. And there's Farmer with here's the PayPal. Mike, leave it alone. What did I do wrong now? What am I having to leave alone? I think he's a nutter. Oh, the Russian. I'm a Russian. I've been here 26 years. I speak 5 languages. I work with or for the police. No one's going to touch this car. I'm police. And it's just parked in the middle of a single track lane. And I'm like, yeah, but what? Someone who lives here comes down. What? No problem. And when I come back with my friend, we have a drink. You're driving. How much drinking can we do? What the fuck? I don't know, folks. So this, yeah, when you're asking about what's a strange story and then one happens live on stream, what do you do? Farmer posted a link and I don't know what. Sound of nature sounds like cops. It takes a bit to get through comments. I remember that part. I was there. Okay, I think I got this far. I haven't seen everything. Ceiling. Yes, he could share it with us. If I'd known there was going to be If only I'd posted the fucking link at the start of the stream, or before the start of the stream. Scrolling back, I'm still going backwards. What's the limit for the multimillionaires? Ooh. Multimillionaires become billionaires, become trillionaires nowadays, don't they? We've just had our first trillionaire. I still say it's 50-50 that Elon ends up bankrupting. It must be within 3 years now. I said it a few years ago. If you've ever heard of Thunderfoot, so YouTube channel, Thunderfoot, but the O's in foot are zeros. So Thunder 00T. He's been ripping into Elon. Tina girl, what are we looking at? No. No. Leave that alone. Leave that alone. You'll get that infected, darling. I know a doggy's mouth is supposed to be, what's the word? I don't know, hygienic, I guess, but no. Okay, I don't know whether carrying going backwards. Big ears, double meaning. I'm going to have to watch this back tomorrow and try and scroll through all of the messages because it got a bit busy for a while. We're back down. We're still way above normal. By 5 hours in now, I would normally be on 6 or 7 viewers. We're on 16. So, USA we're padding in soccer too. Is that right? I don't know. Farmer, are you watching the football? Who was playing tonight? Last night I watched Netherlands, Sweden. And I enjoyed it. Farmer, are you complaining? Yes, Rongo. Don't. I'm from the raid, but I subbed and I will keep coming back. Do you like the Beatles? The Beatles were revolutionary. I appreciate their contribution to music. People who know music will tell you that there was pre-Beatles and there's post-Beatles, and there was a big change right there. Are they my favourites or anything like that? No. I like the catchy tunes. Love me do, love me do, I did dum. Was that them? I think that was them. I like the catchy ones. I'm not like a Beatles nerd, as you've just seen. I can't even tell you. One of those songs that I just kind of half sung is that Mersey Beach kind of sound. The do-a-diddy, I think that was them. But I'm not a big, I'm not a Beatles, I wouldn't say I was a Beatles fan, no. I appreciate them. I know that other people really like them and found them massively influential. A big thing the Beatles did, I haven't got the vocabulary. What was that type of music where you had a washboard and a stick, a tight string and a box, and you made a bass like a cello. You made one of those just out of a tight string, a broom handle and a box. Not skiffle. Is it skiffle? Might be skiffle. That they bridged skiffle to rock and roll. To pop music, as you'd call it nowadays, probably. It's similar to punk, isn't it? Originally, punk was about normal people playing music however they could. And that's the beat. I mean, there were a few. They were. Paul McCartney was like this schoolboy who kind of tried to study how these American pop stars were making the sounds they were making. And him and John Lennon met not long after school, as far as I understand it. And they were both kind of musically inclined, both kind of geniuses in their own ways. With the music, with the words, with the the ethos, the idea of it all. And the Beatles were born. Various iterations. Some people didn't stay. What's that guy? Stewart, somebody or other, the fifth Beatle. There's like 3 people claim to have been the fifth Beatle. They were revolutionary. I like some of their catchier stuff, some of their wackier stuff. The fuck was that Yellow Submarine shit about? And some of the other stuff. I like, what's that one? Hard Day's Night? Long Day's Night, whatever that was called. Hard Day's Night. It's been a hard day's night. I've been working like a dog, maybe. There was an Edward Lear kind of, some of the reversals, some of the contradictions. It's clever. Is it good? I guess in its own way. It's not really me, it's not really my stuff. We had a conversation the other day, for anyone who wasn't here on Friday. If you want to play back Friday's TrampCast Hangout, one of the questions was about music, and I said about Elvis. That voice, the clarity, the crispness, the clearness of a male voice. Elvis all the way. Female, Karen Carpenter. It's crisp, it's clear, it's right on the notes. It's people analyze it now using what's it called, auto-tune, and these things that she's exactly on the note almost all the time within human tolerances. You can tell it's not actually auto-tuned because, well, firstly, auto-tune didn't exist, but even within the graphs it produces, you see the minor misses, minor or major. Pun. I'm not saying she missed by a lot. Elvis for males, singers, Karen Carpenter. Don't always like all the songs. Don't singing duets, brother and sister. That's all a little bit weird. But Donny and Marie Osmond. But Karen Carpenter for the crisp clarity of the voice. Elvis for a male, crisp, clear voice. Those I like. I like Roy Orbison. I like Gentleman Jim Reeves, even though he's a wife beater. Separate the art from the artist. Same with Michael Jackson, I guess. Don't dislike the music because you don't like the lifestyle or whatever of the musician. Yeah. So do I like the Beatles? Yes. I don't hate them. They're all right, but and I appreciate the influence. The British invasion of America in the 60s, in that era, 64, 65, whenever that would have been. Pivotal, not just in British music, but in music. The other sounds that sprang up, there's supposedly there's this was it Tottenham sound. I can't tell it apart from the Beatles sound, from the Liverpool sound, Mersey Beach, whatever you want to call it. I've waffled on far too much for what was a quick question. Do you like the Beatles? That was Rongo Starr, Sergeant Pepper. So you obviously like the Beatles, Sergeant Pepper. I worked in Liverpool once upon a time. Copy Lane. I used to walk. So I got off at the Old Roan railway station, which I believe the Old Roan pub under the railway station is in the process of being demolished. But I got off at the Old Roan. I walked past Copy Lane police station and I followed that road around, and a friend of my dad's that I was staying with, we did this for about 6 months. I worked in Lancaster, Morecambe area, Lancaster Morecambe, through the week, and at the weekend for about 3 days, I don't remember the specifics, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, let's say, I went down to Liverpool, and it's kind of the Aintree area. The guy that I was working with worked in the Robertsons, literally, If you read about the Robertson's jam factory, might not be the right word, but he literally, where the well water came, they had a metal plate across the well in his unit. The multiple units, the place had been broken up and were being used as workshops for welders and I don't know, all sorts of things. He was a welder. Basically, he'd take skips and hammer the lip off the bottom and take the rest of the skip off the bottom and then put a new bottom on the skip. That was a big, it was not all he did, but that was a big chunk. But literally, so Robertson's jam, for anyone who doesn't know, you know the gollywog. Are we allowed to say gollywog? Do I just have to say wog, or is that worse? There's another word I say it often, but I'm not going to say it in this context. I say it when I'm discussing whether we can say it, because I think we should be able to say it, but that's not why you're called. This is more like it. Look, we're back down to 9. We're going to call it quits soon. We're on 5.5 hours. But I the guy that I worked with, or for, in Liverpool, in the Aintree area, just off. Aintree was a little drive down the road. The Robertson's jam, I hesitate to say factory, but the works, the well water, when they moved, everyone complained that the jam tasted different. And it's because they were using tap water instead of well water. It transpired, or so legend has it. But Robertson's with the, I'll just say golly, I won't include, anyone who doesn't, Western Orientalized Gentleman, I think it stood for. It was an initialism, it was a, some would say acronym, I guess, because if you take that as being a word, I shouldn't say the word. But if wog is a word, I'm talking about the word, not saying the word. If wog is a word, then golly wog, yeah. No offence to anyone that, oh, look at that. That must have been a glitch in the counter, in the, we went from 20 down to 9 and I thought everyone had left, and now I'm here being racist, talking about gollywogs and wogs, and I'm talking about the word. I'm not, I'm not having a go at anybody. It's the kind of thing I do. This is why I'm quite offensive to some people, a little bit offensive to some people. I say the words, all the words. Appreciate the thumbs up though, folks. Let me keep scrolling because I got bogged down. Rongo Star Sergeant Pepper, it's all your fault. Do you like the Beatles? Farmar does. I'm scrolling forwards now. I think I went, did I scroll back far enough? Probably not. Farmar said Satisfaction. That wasn't the Beatles, that was the other bunch. That's still going. Rolling Stones. Happy Father's Day. Okay, that's a UK thing. Father's Day in Spain was in, is it March? It's always March the 19th. I think it's March. It's always the 19th of whatever month it's in. Whatever day, so they don't, it's not just like a Sunday thing. It can be whatever day it is. San Jose, St. Joseph, I believe. In a couple of days, we've got San Juan, St. John, which is also Norway's midsummer, 23rd, June 23rd. Here in Spain, before COVID, people would have little groups and they'd set a little bonfire on the beach, and then they'd run through the, either jump through the flames or run through the embers. When COVID happened, it all got banned, and the council started complaining. I say council, they would say Torrevieja How does that go? It's not Torre. I got the beginning wrong. Juntamiento. The junta part is together. It's a togetherness. It's a collective. You know, back when Argentina invaded the Falklands. They were ruled by a junta, and we were told junta is this bad word. Junta. Junta. This means group. We're ruled by a cabinet, which is a fucking piece of furniture. Get over that. If you're going to start picking the bones out of a foreign country's wording, choice of words for who rules you, you're going to go, they're a junta, it's a military junta. Yeah, but a junta, we'd even just mispronounce it and pronounce the J as a J. Junta. We're ruled by a fucking cabinet. What? This is why the Prime Minister's called the Prime Minister. You've got this collection of people, they're the cabinet, and they're all equal. No one of them is above the other, except he who is prime. He's the first amongst equals, the Prime Minister. Just a little bit of, you come here to learn from a tramp, a little bit of education, sprinkled in with the 5.5 hours of other nonsense while he drinks. Suddenly now I'm drinking left-handed. That's different. I've always done two-fisted drinking. So I've got, that one's, oh, it's not actually empty, it's almost empty. So having a coffee and a beer. That is fucking vile, man. But it has been sat there since Friday when I poured it. But I've got another one. There's always a second beer. Where there is one, there's always another. How does that go? That's a Star Wars quote, isn't it? Always two there are. That's a Sith. Fuck. Showing my nerd credentials. Always two there are. And my Yoderisms. Welcome everybody everywhere. Do I still go backwards to see what I've missed? I'm from the raid, said Hunter. I think I said hello to Hunter already. Still happening, raid Mike, if you can continue. I'll take whatever I can. I've never even heard of a raid on YouTube. I didn't even know it was a feature. It's been there for 4 fucking years. And to my parasocial friend, I'm sorry, there's a name on the end of it that is either Spanish or Hispanic, however you want to go. I just don't remember what it is. But I will be subscribing to you. Love Star Wars, lol, his pet hate. I think that's taking me off one. I'm going to scroll forward now, folks. I'm sorry if I didn't get back to you. I'm sorry if I missed anybody. I'm sure you'd have more options. I'm sure you'd share it with us. Is this if I got the million? Was that the, if you had a million? Yeah, imagine someone sent a million. Keep imagining. My friend Tom would get a good chunk. Tom has supported me well with food, with beer, with company, and a few €50 notes over the months and years. So yeah. But obviously Karen, I mean, you know, Karen and family, what can I say? It takes a bit through comments, yeah, it sounds like, okay, this was the, yeah, what do I do? Oh, I think they're coming back now. I'm going to tell them I'm still in the middle of a stream and just thank them, and I don't want to have a drink with them, really. Here's the paper. I said it earlier, but to save you a scroll, I did kick if you could. Okay, yeah, just like yeah, I saw that. I commented on that already. Truly, just like.
Hi, mate. Are you available now?
I'm still on mine, my friend. I'm still talking with people, but have a good evening. Have a good one.
Want me to talk to you, or we do it another day?
Another day, my friend. I'm busy at the minute.
Take care, mate.
But take care. Be careful. Be careful with your car on the way out.
Sure. Yeah. Okay, I know the way out.
Yeah, you know the way out, but just don't ground the car out. Just don't damage it.
No, everything under control, you know.
Everything under control. Okay, my friend. Cheers.
Guru, you know who I am. No, no problem.
Okay. You know who I am.
Once more.
I'll have to read back or watch back. I know you've been here a while now, for certain. Just like, okay. Farmer. Bohemian. Why are we typing Bohemian? Okay, I'm assuming that's a Bohemian Rhapsody thing. Elite Star Wars knowledge. I don't know about Elite. I'm close to catching up now. I think I'm close. Oh, I'm at the bottom. I'm here. Unless chat's frozen. It says 0244. It is 244. So yeah, I got. What have I got? It's telling me I've got a message. Okay. Received dinero. Is that the one? That's the one I know about already. Okay. Is it? Hold on. What time was that? 1:23. Yeah. Matteo R. I'm not going to say names, but yeah. Thank you. All those people, one donation. I appreciate it. I appreciate the donation. I appreciate the likes. I mean, look at the likes. I've never had 130 odd. That's incredible. So to my friend that sent everyone over, and to you guys who came over, that's incredible. Thank you. I'm gonna have a go at this. So when I made coffee, it was just cold water. It wasn't hot water that's gone cold. It was cold water that's getting warm. Sat out here at 27 degrees at is it 2:30 in the morning or whatever the fuck it is? 2:46. Tramp in a field, folks, doing a what's this? Nearly 6-hour live stream. Farmer saying hello to Frank, and I'm just going to scroll back and see which Frank. Frank Nadobody, hello my friend. Cheers to the summer solstice. It's over here, but we're into tomorrow already. It's almost over for you, surely. Oh, it will be. You're on this side. You're on this side of Yankee Land, aren't you? So you're only 3 or 4 hours behind us. Maybe. So it's almost, it might well be over for you already. But yeah. I'm just going to scroll back a bit more just in case. Don Benitez, that was the, what's the other words I can't remember? It's when you're parasocial with Don Benitez, I believe. Okay. I don't know what was the Bohemian for, Farmer? I don't know what the links are. Oh, well, one of the links is me and PayPal. When you say Bohemian, I'm assuming that's Bohemian Rhapsody, but I don't know. You did it the other night, and I haven't watched that one back yet. I haven't watched tomorrow. I've got to sit down and somehow watch 11 hours plus of me. Maybe. It's a good job I like watching me back. I do. I'll be honest, folks. I enjoy me. I do like watching me. Now, I've said about being the quiet, shy guy. These guys still haven't gone, by the way. They're just sat in the car with the door open, chatting loudly. But I do enjoy watching the streams back. If I was just a viewer, I would subscribe. I would like me. That sounds a little bit egotistical, maybe even a little bit gay. I don't know. It's like me liking 7 Brides for 7 Brothers. That's a little bit gay, but I like it. What can I say? Caught up. Yeah, I got all caught up with chat. It happens periodically. About once a week, I get caught up with chat. Usually, I think I'm caught up, and it turns out that chat froze and isn't showing me all the messages. Frank Nadobody says to Fabrizio, Fama, I'm just over here enjoying the longest day of the year. I wanted to do a sunrise to sunset stream, but I was up most of the night, and then when I did fall asleep, I missed sunrise. I woke up and it was already sunny and hot in the tent. I've already said, I'd walked Tina at, I think, 3:30 last night, and when I'd brought her back in, I'd put her inside the door, closed the door, and I got on the bed, left her on the floor, like I do in case she has a little accident after the walking. Excuse me, after the walking. And then I woke up and it's like fucking 7:30, 8 o'clock. She said she shit twice on the, 2 separate shits on the floor right behind her. I don't want to go back through the whole Tina saga because it's depressing. She's only got a few weeks left in her, folks. Let me unscrunch my balls. She hasn't got long left. It's not going to be long. I don't think. I mean, it's just a hunch. But she's not going to be here at the end of summer. For anyone who's new, who's just arrived, who wasn't here earlier, let me reintroduce my glamorous co-host. Hey, Tina. Well, hold on. That's reversed. Let me get that. I've got to turn the flash on. Hey, babe. Tina, doggy superstar. You're going to say hello to the peoples? You're not, are you? Yeah, you are. Okay. Almost. Hey, babe. No. I don't want to bang your head against the chair. This way. No! Look at that. Look. Because she hasn't got the legs. She hasn't got the front legs. It's okay, babe. Daddy's got you. I got you. I'll stand you up. It's okay, babe. It's okay. Hey, Tina. Sorry, folks. She fell over because she was trying to rely on her legs and they weren't there. It's okay, baby. It's okay. Daddy'll be here till the end. And if there is another side, I'll be there. You might have to wait for me a few years. But I'll be there. We'll meet up and you can tell me what a bad doggy daddy I was. That's okay. I know I'm a bad doggy daddy. Could have been better. Okay, folks, let me put the camera back on me because she doesn't like the bright light. I don't know if you could tell, but she doesn't like the bright light. I think I can turn this light up a little bit. No, that's down. That's up. I think I got a bad connection on this. A lot of my cables, folks. If you're a prepper, cables. You need 10 times more cables than you think you need. I think I'm getting a dodgy cable on the one of the solar panels. It's either the cable from the solar panel or it's the port in the EcoFlow. I think they're called are they MP4 connectors? I think MP4 because MP5 is Heckler and Koch, isn't it? Isn't that a machine gun? MP standing for machine pistol, I think. Most machine guns are machine pistols because they take pistol ammunition by design, historically. Don't know where I got that from. I know not a lot about guns, a little bit. Not a lot. But I think that's where the MP in Heckler and Koch's, this is Koch with a K-O-C-H? German gun company. I think German. These guys are still sat here. What do you think about 2 guys who go to the beach at like 2 and 3 in the morning? Sounds very gay to me. No offense. Not against anybody. If that's you, but it's worth commenting on sometimes. Right, here's Frank. I'm just here enjoying the longest day. 9 PM and still light. Hold on. I mean, it was still light here way after 9, but hold on. How is it only 9 PM? I thought America was 3 hours, the east coast of America was 3 hours behind the UK. Now I'm 1 hour ahead. Are you in a state that doesn't do daylight savings? Is it that? It might be that. I can get to 4 hours because of the 3 hours difference and Spain being 1 hour ahead of where it should be. So that would give me 4. I can't get to like a 5 or 6 hour difference. 5 hour. That doesn't work. How have you got a 6 hour difference, Frank, between me and you? I know we do have a time difference because when you've tried calling me at like 3 in the morning and I've been asleep, apologies. Often I'm on the tablet rather than the phone, and the phone's the only one that does WhatsApp, the green one, isn't it? Tina, are you okay, darling? What are you shuffling about at? And why are you under my chair? If I move, you might get clobbered. I don't want to hurt my girl. Why are these people just sat here? It's really rare that there hasn't been a car come up or down the road for this long. But anyway, I'm worrying about other people. I think I did the right thing by not engaging though and not. Otherwise, I could have been sat here now having a drink, but still light out probably till 10. Yeah, I think we had about that. If I was in the UK, I think it'd be later. Oh, except they call their times different. Spain pretends to be 1 hour ahead of where it really is. Scuzz McFuzz. Hello, says hi. Then Farmer's retracted a message. Scuzz McFuzz. That was at 2:48. I'm only 8 minutes behind. That's okay. Lift and separate. Are you Playtex bra? Or do you have Playtex bra? Lift and separate. I don't know what that was about. Just like shows heart. So this will be for Tina, won't it? She likes to sleep. Like I believe she's told you before. She does like to sleep. It's really bad that I walked her at 3:30, put her inside the tent. I got on the bed, aiming to leave her there for like 10 or 15 minutes, just in case her body needed to do something, and I'd rather not have it on the bed. Even though she's got pads and newspaper and stuff on the bed. But then I fell asleep, and then I woke up hours and hours later. When I say hours and hours later, I'm talking about 3.5, maybe 4 hours later. I've been trying to walk her every 3 hours. I've been doing 4 hours. Or midnight, somewhere between 3 and 4, then somewhere between 7 and 8. But walking her 6 times a day, it's kind of hard work. Now I've moved to 3 hours, and that's kind of 8 times a day. That's I'll carry her as far as she needs to go for as long as she needs to go. But my body's going to notice it. Especially when she's unstable on her feet and she's ragging my back around while I'm... In fact, just doing that creaks my back. I haven't been on the painkillers yet. I only take painkillers. There'll be one thing happens a year where maybe the last one, I think it was the last one. No, it can't have been. The one before. I was trying to walk across the tent, so from one end to the other, and Tina was in the way, and I needed to go around her, and she moved while I was trying to walk over or around her. So I had to go an extra, and that arcing my foot and my back, and it wrenched my back, I think for 2 weeks. Bearing in mind, folks, disabled dog, wrapping not a lead, but a belt under her waist. When I walk her, I'm carrying the back end. and then she's she's unstable on her front feet. And I've got a bad back. I did take a mixture of paracetamol and ibuprofen, just 1 or 2 a day over the course of a week or two. But I hate painkillers. I take about 3 or 4 a year. I'm not a. I don't do painkillers. I don't do doctors. I don't do hospitals. So I'm probably going to die young. But nobody gets to call me a hypochondriac, at least. My mum was labelled a hypochondriac by medical people. They were wrong. She had shit wrong with her and they just didn't find it. But Dr. Scott and Dr. Galvin, if I could travel back in time, I would give you a fucking ass whooping. Not in a gay way, in a fisticuffs way. Moving on. Just like says, I've got to head out, but it's been lovely the last few hours. Thank you for the company, Delta Mike and chat. Hope to see you all again soon. I hope to see you again. It's that raid was fantastic. And please do, sorry, I don't recall the name, but the person who sent you here, do when you're next on with them, do thank them on my behalf, and I will try and make my presence felt over there as well. Parasocial with, I'm not going to try and guess at a Hispanic sounding name, but it's Cock. Let's not get into OnlyFans territory. Yeah, no, it's Cock. I said K-O. Didn't I say K-O-C-H? It's the pronunciation. Remember the raid. I'm remembering it because I wouldn't have this 5 hours, 6 hours in. I wouldn't have this many people. Even 13 people is more than I would have had. I would have been on 6, 7, 8 by now. Things would have died down. 15 maybe at maximum, and then we would be dying down. So 13 at this stage. 45th parallel UTC plus 6. Are you not just on the East Coast? Are you further in? I thought you were East Coast adjacent on the US. There's only 3 hours between the UK and the East Coast, yeah? And then the rest, there's like 4 or 5 hours across America. But am I tripping? I know I'm in Spain and that adds an extra hour. So that would be 4 hours. And if you were in a state that didn't do daylight savings, we could stretch it maybe to 4 or 5. I don't know how you get 6. I don't know how that happens. I'm off by 1 somewhere. Bentley, Riddick, remember the raid? Yeah, we remember. Welcome, hello, of course, thank you to everybody. Absolutely. Don't mind my horrible, terrible, no good jokes, Bentley, says Farmer. 37 to 39 this week. Keith, sign of nature, what are we talking about? 39 what? Frank is heading out. Have a great evening, everyone. Enjoy hopefully you get a nice sunset by the lakeside, Frank. And we will speak soon. I keep saying this and not doing it. I will chase you one day soon. Farmer says, all right, Frank, have a good night. Have a good one. No World Cup distractions here. Somewhat refreshing. Here in the channel, I guess just because I don't know who's playing. But I would talk about. I'll probably watch highlight. I didn't realise I'd already installed RTVE, which is the Spanish TV app. I could have been watching the football all along, either live or highlights. I already had it installed. I went to look at it yesterday, and it was already on my phone. Tablet, it's on the tablet, but I'll wave at those guys anyway because I want to appear friendly at least. Bentley, message redacted. Farmer, can't get enough. Bentley said okay. It's David the Goat, 1325. Mike, the initiated raid. Tina's okay. I don't think this guy can drive backwards. Now he's coming forwards, look, he's having to straighten up. This guy can't drive backwards. Fuck, I failed my test, but I could do this. I only failed my test because a lorry crashed into me and pushed me into a dual carriageway. Florida, London, 5 hours difference. Is it? 5? Where did I get 3? If you'd said 4, I would have gone, okay, I'm off by 1. Maybe we've got, I know some, whoa, he's done it again, he's bottomed out on the, I said to be careful, he bottomed out on the, he's going forwards again. Ah! Is it just me? What was, I've got to play that back when he first arrived. I am police, I work with police. I'm a, then did he say like what, I'm a builder or a plumber or something? I don't know how all of those things. He's coming forwards again. I'm absolutely amazed that in the time he was here, no car came in and no car wanted to get out. Because he was just parked in the fucking middle for the second time. Again! Forward again! Fuck. If I'd known it was going to be that bad, I would have videoed him. Now I think he's turning around and he's out. Is he? He's on the verge of getting out. He's behind some bushes now, I can't quite see. Yeah, it sounds like he's... The fuck? I am police. No one's going to mess with this car. They know me. Police know me. It's... Okay. If you say, I am Russian. I speak 5 languages. Okay. And that offers you protection from the law somehow. If you say so. And what did he say? Was his name Olga? That sounds like a girl's name. I must be misremembering. I got to play that section back. I don't know whether the camera will have picked it up with him being so far away. Whether the phone. Now he's gone. Excuse me, burping. Now he's gone. So a guy drops off a guy at the beach and then comes back an hour later to pick him up, and then they sit and chat for an hour and a half in the front seat of the car. I can't help but pontificate. Gay. He did bring alcohol though, didn't he? But he's driving. Now I've got a moth on the screen. Ah, thrill. 6 hours, Mike, to Spain. 6 hours. Okay, 6 hours. 5 hours to London. Six to Spain. How have I misremembered that then? That cop circling you. Meet the Fockers on the movie. This seems appropriate. Yeah, I don't know what. After you've said meet the Fockers, and then you said this seems appropriate. I don't know, because I can't play it because I'm online. Go. biddies of my. All right. The lights are still there, folks, aren't they? The lights are, they've twisted around slightly out of view, but I'm caught up with chat again, folks, and we are 6 hours in. Shall we? Is this enough? Has everybody had enough? I'm not saying I couldn't carry on. I've only got about this much beer in this can. I could get another one. Don't stand so close to me. Okay. That was like me earlier today. For some reason, okay. Can I say this? Dare I say this? I wore the same t-shirt for 3 months because tramping a field. And then I found a bag of clothes waiting to be washed. And I had lots of water. After Karen left, she brought me about 100 litres of water, plus whatever I had already. So I managed to wash. This is before my washing bowl fell off the table and got a hole in it. I managed to wash 6 t-shirts. I suddenly realised, after wearing the same t-shirt for about, I don't know if it's 2 weeks or 3 weeks now since Karen left, I thought, why am I wearing a stinky t-shirt when there's a pile of 6 clean t-shirts over there? So I put a nice new one, a nice fresh, nice clean t-shirt. I had to go with some soapy water, and then I had to go with some hand sanitizer, because after you've not freshened up for a while, it's as well to be safe as sorry. So I did all that, and I went to the shop and I did what I did and everything. But yeah, it was that revelation. I was sat there looking at the chair, and I'd put the pile of like 6 clean t-shirts there, and I thought to myself, oh fuck, why am I 3 weeks in on a new t-shirt? Yeah, why old t-shirt, I guess. It's new to me, because when I only had one and I wore it for months, but then I've got another. I'm sure there's another bag of dirty clothes waiting to be washed back there. So for anyone new, disabled dog, money on a card, but not money, effectivo, cash. Even when I do have cash, it tends to be notes that someone's given me. Laundrettes tend to be coin operated. And that all of that interplay, even if I went, there's a laundrette not too far away, but it's too far from my disabled dog, and I can't just leave her, not easily, not often, not for more than 20 minutes, half an hour, 5 minutes, that shop and back, but not. I will once, twice a year. Last year I think it was twice. I went to the supermarket and left her. Didn't like doing it. She didn't enjoy it. It's not going to be a problem for much longer. But that's not what you're called. I don't know, folks. But laundrettes, getting back to the point. So you say, oh, why not just hand wash it? Well, I don't have enough water. I don't have a water source other than people bringing me water, friends bringing me water. So it's not often. If you've probably at some point in your life had a broken washing machine or something, and you've washed clothes by hand, but it's on tap. You put them in the wash basin in the bathroom or in the bath, and you just wash them, and you've got so much water you don't care. To soak a t-shirt, you want between 3 and 6 litres of water. Litres and quarts, same thing, más o menos. So if you're American and you're trying to work out, a litre and a quart, they're about the same, approximately. Within 10-15%, whatever. So you want between 3 and 6 litres or 3 and 6 quarts of water. That's a pre-soak. That's a soak just to take the rough out. And then you're going to throw away the dirty water, but now your t-shirt's full of dirty water. So you want to give it another quick rinse, a little rinse. There's another litre or two. Now you're going to put the proper water in, and you're going to put some kind of detergent in. Detergents are all the same. Don't listen to anyone who tells you, oh, you can't use this. You could use shampoo, you could use washing up powder, you could use washing up liquid dish detergent, soap. There's slight variations about perfume or about this, but they all basically, there's a detergent and a surfactant, and basically one end of a molecule is going to stick to dirt, the other end is going to stick to water, and they're going to attach to dirt and attach to water and carry the dirt away. This is a job of a detergent. It's all tomato, potato, potato. Don't listen to anyone who tells you can't do this, you can't do that. You could wash your hair with dishwashing soap, washing up liquid. You could use soap powder, clothes washing. You could use what the Tide, is it called in America? The pods. You put it in water, have it dissolve. You wash anything with it. You could wash your dishes with it. You could wash you with it. It'll all do the job. Slight variations, like I said, in perfumes and in strengths and in this, that. But they all do the same job. Don't listen to anyone who tells you different. Where was I going with that? Washing clothes. The amount of water, the amount of water you need is the factor. To wash a single t-shirt from beginning to end, the initial soak, the rinsing out to get rid of the dirty water that's in the t-shirt, rinsing that out, the water that goes in for the initial wash, do you want to call it initial wash, pre-wash, whatever you want to call it. Maybe you do a rinse, maybe you do a second time around, a second batch of washing, and then there's another rinse, maybe. You could be looking at 15 or 20 litres of water to wash one fucking t-shirt. Maybe you could do 2 or 3 at the same time, and when you've got a tap, a faucet, when you've got running water, you don't even fucking notice. If you watched how much water, when you're cleaning your teeth, all that water that's running from the tap that you've left running because, well, I'm going to need to rinse in a minute. When you're in a field with a limited amount of water, it's all just so different, folks. It's so different. You notice every drop. Some things are difficult to cook because of the amount of water that you need for cleanup afterwards. Here's another one. If I make a stew or something similar, a stew, a curry, a chili in the slow cooker. You know, when you've ladled all the food out and you've eaten everything, but there's crud, there's food. Maybe it's dry, maybe it's not, but there's remnants in the pot. What are you doing with that? When you're at home, you'll just rinse that down the sink, or if there's enough, you might scrape it out with a spoon and put it in a bin bag or whatever, trash bag, trash can, whatever. When you live in a field, what do you do with it? Whether you put water in or not, whether it's coming out dry or whether it's coming out wet, what are you doing with it? Because if you just throw it in the hedge, rats, mice. So you walk out of this field over the road and as far as you can into the next field and you throw it away there. But they're canny buggers, they can trace the smell, they can trace it back to where it came from. Clever little bastards. Oh, after you've taken the first batch away and thrown it away, you've still got to rinse the thing out, and then where are you going to throw that? Because if you've taken it like 30 yards that way But now you rinse it out and you throw it away 10 yards that way. This is part of the tracing it back thing. So you got to make another trip 30 yards away, and but even then, living in a field, folks, living in a field, it's not easy. Should we go all toilet? So over there's a batch of trees, a bunch of trees, and a couple of power poles. We'd call them telegraph poles in the UK, but because our power doesn't come above ground, our power is underground, basically. Except for pylons that take it from city to city or whatever. But within towns and villages, it's underground. So we have telegraph poles that now carry telephone signals. But over here, and I think in America, you have power cables high up in the air. And we have here. But the poles are there, and there's these trees that were around this power pole. And now the trees are below my head height. But if I say that's my dumping ground, bearing in mind we're talking about toileting, you'll know what I'm talking about. And I have to try and get through these trees, and because of the way they've fallen, that's all awkward. Living in a field, folks, not easy. Not easy. If you've ever been camping and had to squat and drop yourself, or been caught short while you're out and about, and you got to do the squat and drop without other people knowing. Sometimes it's a gamble. Will anyone know I'm here? Can anyone see me? There's a bus stop up there, sometimes with between 10 and 20 people stood at it on market day. And now that the trees have fallen, I'm kind of in direct line of sight. So I've got this rattan mat stood on end as extra shielding. Probably not what you called for. That's not the conversation you wanted to have. You've nearly had 2 raids tonight, Mike. What, with that cob circling 39 degrees this week. Hydrophilic and hydrophobic, indeed. Liking water and disliking water, which is the basis of life. Haven't we artificially created cells, or the basis of cells now, by having multiple molecules of the same? So hydrophilic on the inside, hydrophobic on the outside. And if you put them together, they will create a shell, a globe, which is the basis of life, the cell. So I think that's a fairly recent discovery, not discovery, but I guess an engineering thing. But yeah, that whole hydrophilic, hydrophobic. But the one end that not just one end wants to link to water, the other end doesn't just have to not like water. It has to want to attach to grease or fat. Basically, like the human body creates, and I guess other bodies as well, creates what's the word? It's a biofilm. A biofilm, which is based on the oils, the grease. So we secrete these oils, these greases, and then there's all these bacteria and things live in them, and then dirt sticks to the grease, and I guess some of these little microbes or whatever they must take something in and shit something out, and over time that biofilm, I don't think that's the word I used before, but yeah, and you're kind of trying to wash that away, and it gets on your clothes and what have you, and then you've got the sweats and all the other stuff. But yeah, it's those detergents and surfactants. I can't quite remember the difference between the two, but you need both for a proper washing experience, which is why a bar of soap, bizarrely, is a detergent plus a block of fat. Ain't that weird? Yeah, a block of soap is like an enigma. I don't pretend to remember all the details. It's like one of those things that you learnt at school and that you half remember 50 years later. But yeah, Farmer says 69 for some reason. Nice. Not a big fan, but anyway. Then he says Brian. I guess he's commenting on his post, on his links that he's posting. If he keeps posting Tosh links, I might have to take away his his moderating rights. Bonus: no digging with your squat and drop. I plastic bag, doggy bags. Because I own a dog, I don't have the bags. Pick it, put it in the same bag that Tina's goes away in. Living vessels, body are a battery, salt and water. Oh, there's a one. There's a one. Batteries, salt, yeah, saline plus 2 different metals will create a battery. Well, it will create a cell. The electric cell type of cell. And multiple cells is a pile, also known as a battery. Goes back to Faraday, maybe? Faraday? Copper and zinc, maybe? And salt water, saline in an absorbent sheet, a tissue kind of thing. God, I'm going... You're at the depths of my recollection here. I'm going to go with copper, zinc, and a salt water infused piece of paper in between, possibly even brown paper. Where am I getting that from? I guess tissue. Kleenex hadn't been invented back in 1703 or whenever the fuck we're talking about. That Faraday, you remember him? Do you know him? There's a left-handed one and that's my right-handed one, although it's probably reversed, and there's a left-handed. And in physics exams, you sit there doing this to try and work out in which direction the electric flows this way, and the magnetism goes that way, and the I don't know, electromotive force or something goes that way. I can't even remember what the 3 things are. Electrical, magnetic, and Farmer can probably tell me. You think the worst of me, Mike? 69's in reference to the song. It's part of the song name. I don't know what the song name was because I can't click the link. If it was the summer of 69, it's not about 1969, I can tell you that. It was it was electromotive. Which would take us on to Matey Boy, the Scottish bloke, the Einstein, the 6 different formulae. Why do I not remember his name? I know his name. I knew it until 2 minutes ago. He's the guy that Einstein said was the greatest of them all. Scottish scholar, summer of 69, bingo. It's not about 1969, it is about that 69. It absolutely is. The summer of 69 is not about 1969. No, not boss. Scottish Maxwell, James Clerk Maxwell. So Einstein, so let me paraphrase in layman's terms. James Clerk Maxwell's 6 formulae. So here's the thing. If you wiggle a wire in a magnetic field, you get a certain amount of electricity in a certain place. So wiggle the wire in the electric field. But if you move the electric field around the wire, you get what should be the same effect, but in a different position, different strength, slightly different strength, slightly different. And Einstein started off trying to unify, he tried to work out what was going on, what the difference was. And somehow, theory of relativity. But that was his starting point. He was trying to work out, wiggle a wire in a field, get one thing, move the field around the wire, whether it's that way or whether you're rotating, whatever, get a similar but ever so slightly different effect. And he wanted to unify, to work out why the differences, what's going on, why is that not the same thing? If I wiggle that wire in the field, why is that different from wiggling the field around the wire? And long story short, and I don't know the details, but relativity. Don't ask me. The man was a fucking genius. Now the original one was renamed later to special relativity. And then he went back and worked on it for another 4 or 5 years, and he came back with the generalized version. So it's special as in specialized. It worked in specific circumstances and not other. So he went back and he had to expand generalize the theory, hence general relativity. That is my layman's understanding of James Clerk Maxwell and Einstein. Einstein, if you want to go that way. Has he reached live chat yet? I did catch up. I'm probably behind again now. So you got a tramp talking about special relativity, general relativity, James Clerk Maxwell, and how you get from one to the other. Has he reached live chat? Yeah, Rongo Star. Okay, I didn't get that before. It's like Ringo Starr, but I get you. Sergeant Pepper, yeah. I believe so, Rongo. He has commented on the Beatles comment. Oh, he got past the Beatles comment. Yeah, he was there when that happened. Don't let the sun go down. I might sit here till the sun comes up. How much longer? Hold on. Whoa! I got movement in the field. It's 3:30. Sunrise will be about 6:15, if I remember correctly. So it's only 3 hours away, isn't it? Could I go long? We're on 6.5 hours almost. I doubt it. I doubt I could go that long. I'll probably have cops coming past and wondering what the fuck's going on. Surprisingly, I've seen very little in the way of blue lights. I don't think I've seen a blue light tonight. As for anyone who doesn't know, some police cars in Spain just have the lights on, blue, all the time. It's, let's be seen, let's, what would you say? I'm not going to say terrorise the populace, but that kind of thing. Also, fire engines and ambulances don't have blue lights. They're orange. Certainly here in Torrevieja, in the Alicante region of the Valencia community, they're orange. Now they've been ordered by the European Union to all transition to blue lights for emergency vehicles. But that order must be about 10 years ago now, and these countries just aren't doing it. The police want to be special. So they're the only ones with blue lights. The other ones just get orange flashing, like a hazard light, like a motorway repair vehicle might have. Here we go, what we got here? Don't let the sun go down. Then there's a link, here you go. That's for sign of nature. Don't let the sun go down. Don't let the sun go down on me. Oh God. Nick Haywood? No, not Nick Haywood. Paul Young? I won't let the sun go down on me. I'm going to go Nick Haywood. Blue light like the village people. And they had one of them was a cop, wasn't he? Elton John. I won't. Was it really? No, I won't let the sun go down on me. different sun. No, let's not. I don't want to cast dispersions. Blue light like the village people. I don't know. I don't know village people songs other than YMCA. Fuck. How old was I? 5? Maybe 7. Somewhere between 5 and 7. Village people, YMCA. Young man. Yeah, no. It's a couple of years before hot chocolate and what was their biggie? I believe in miracles. Oh well, you crazy, you sexy thing, you crazy thing. Don't know. They were the same era. They were as camp as each other. Well, maybe no. Village people was camper than hot chocolate. I was going to say hot gossip there. I've been watching. I watched Kenny Everett not long ago. Maybe a month ago. I finished watching the Kenny Everett video show. What's it called? The one from ITV. I think he'd done something on the BBC beforehand, and then he moved to ITV. But hot gossip. The dance. Let's call them a dance troupe. They did dance, it has to be said, they did dance. Not as sexy as I remember them. When I was a 10-year-old or whatever I would have been, they seemed a lot sexier. They're all flat chest, all the girls are flat as a pancake. We're off again. I'm sorry to any of my female viewers who think sometimes we get too much testosterone here. When I start bringing up digital versus analog porn. But hot gossip. They are actually, when you watch them, they're excellent dancers. But because Kenny Everett was gay as fuck, the camera tended to concentrate on the black men in the dance troupe. There's a lot of crotch grabbing and lithe young black men. I don't think there was a single white man. They were white women, black men. Yeah. And a few years later he died of AIDS, because why not? Because he's possibly the one that gave Freddie Mercury the HIV, the HIV. Whoa. Whoa, what was that? I can't see because of the lamp. Movement in the field, and I've got no... There's one cat that will stroll through here and not give a fuck how much noise it makes. The other ones are like on the prowl. There's one that's... But there's also mice and rats. Anyway, where was I? Yeah, more movement. It almost could be a person. I can't see anything, but just the noise. I don't know, folks. Haven't had much in the way of cicadas this year so far. So, if you can hear them more than 5 or 10 minutes after dark, they're crickets. Through the day, though, the cicadas. For such tiny creatures. So a cicada is like it's a cross between a big fly and a beetle. One. When I used to go to a bar called Medusa, I used to like to walk 20 minutes before I had my drinks, and then I'd have a 20-minute walk home at night. And there was this bar, and it's in an urbanization with 3 tower blocks. There would be fucking one cicada on someone's balcony somewhere. My God, it's like a chainsaw. Just one cicada. And then I moved somewhere that had some scrubland opposite, and the fucking field was full of them. Jesus Christ, mid-afternoon, the amount of noise. And then as it goes dark, you got that dusk, and then it goes dark, you 5 or 10 minutes after, and then they just shut the fuck up, and you'll hear a few crickets and like nothing in comparison. And it's kind of similar here usually, but this year now cicadas have a weird life cycle, and there's two distinct, from what I read somewhere, there's two distinct breeds, races, types, I don't know, whatever. One has this, like, I think it's like a 7-year breeding cycle, and the other has like a 13-year breeding cycle, and a few will come out in the wrong year, so there's always some. Every summer there's some, but if you're on one of those, if you're on the 7th year or that 13th year, every now and again you'll have a year where they match. The 7-year is up and the 13th year is up, and they're all out. And that's when you get absolute fucking absolute. I'm not an expert. We don't have cicadas in Britain. I didn't grow up with them. I'd never heard of them until I came to Spain. I believe America has them in areas, but I know nothing really. So I speak not from a position of mass knowledge, just something I read or heard somewhere. Sololda first says question mark. That's the first comment I've seen from you, and then you say bye, Unk. Goodbye if that was you leaving. I don't know if you were you away from keyboard, were you lurking, but now I think you're gone. 0339. If you need an explanation, that's only a minute ago. If you need an explanation of the who, how, what, when, where, just ask. I'm happy to give it if you're still here. Here from Don Raid. Is this the same raid, Liam? Parasocial. It was like a Spanish or Hispanic name at the end. Parasocial. But yeah. All raiders welcome. The same raid, yeah. Okay, mate. I've never even heard of a raid on YouTube. You see them on Kick and what's the other one I go on? Twitch. I didn't even know raid was a thing on YouTube. And then I look it up and it's like it's existed for 4 fucking years. Who knew? I've been here for, what? My channel must be 3 years old at least. I have literally never heard of a raid on YouTube. And then I got this massive one. I think when it happened, I went from having like 15 people watching to having, I remember seeing 200 and something, maybe 300 and something. There might have been as many as 500, for 30 seconds. Yeah, everyone comes in and then they leave after a few. It's a tramp in a field. I mean, what are you going to do? It's not, you know what I mean? I don't have a soundboard. I don't have any special graphics. I don't have any, you know what I mean? There's no 480 in for 5 minutes. I thought it might have got something around there. Yeah. We're still only on 133 thumbs ups. At least the counter that I see, which is usually off. It's usually wrong. The Ajax requests don't work properly sometimes, and I'm out of date. I'm amazed we've reached. What have I talked about? How the fuck have I talked for over 6.5 hours? I am the shyest, quietest guy you would ever meet in real life. I don't know how this happens. I don't know how I do this. The raid obviously helped. It brought in a lot of, and it's taken me time to work my way through the chat. I apologise to anyone whose messages I missed. I did say happy birthday to a few people on the way through. Are you okay down there, darling? I still got my doggy with me. You have wisdom and knowledge, which is priceless. I don't know, man. 480 for like 5 minutes. Yeah. 5 minutes, and that's how quickly people disappear. The average viewing length in my stream normally, when it tells you at the end, I'll have had like a maximum of 15, they have a word, it's not continuous, it's not contiguous, consecutive. That's not even I don't think that's even the right word. Anyway, they tell you had this many people maximum at any one moment, but I will have had 100 viewers throughout the hour and a half, or 3 hours, whatever it is. But only ever 15 at a time, and people watch on average 20 minutes at a time. Now, that's an average. Some of you guys are here for 2, 3, 4 hours with me, which means a lot of the others are only here for a minute or two. They drop in and then they leave. Not concentric. Now you're being silly. Concurrent. I got there. All on my own, I think. I don't think anybody got concurrent. I think Keith was trying to coax me in the direction with currency. Concurrent, not conservatory. Fuck off. Not contiguous, not consecutive, concurrent. I think I've got some kind of fucking brain. Okay, anyone who's new who's still here. The reason I moved to Spain after getting split up from the wife and what have you, I thought I had early onset dementia. I struggle. Stuff that I know, I can't always get there. Like I just did with concurrent. The classic example I give is that one day I wanted to say, oh, you see now I'm not going to remember her name. Cathy Jones, Catherine Zeta-Jones. Married to that guy, you know that guy, streets of San Francisco. Not Carl Malden, the other one. So not the guy with the other one. And I had to give myself clues. Streets of San Francisco, Carl Malden, not Carl Malden, the other one, married to that woman, and I eventually got through Michael Douglas to Cathy Jones. Maybe one day I will get to Cathy Jones. No, shush. Catherine Zeta. I always call her Cathy Jones. That's just a. But that I have to give myself clues. It doesn't. I used to do pub quizzes and be quite good, and then I wasn't. But I knew the answer. I could picture something or note, and I could give clues to my teammates. But the problem is, in a pub quiz, the people on the next table are hearing the clues. So I stopped that shit. The brain doesn't, and I know everyone says, oh, that's just normal aging. You know, when you walk in a room and you don't remember why you're there. It's worse. And this was 10 years ago. I wasn't even 50. I was 45 or whatever the fuck I was. And it was painfully obvious to me that something wasn't right. Something's not right. I know it. So I can talk about like quantum physics and astrophysics. I can talk about this. But if you can't remember a word and you're left looking like an idiot in the middle of a fucking sentence, trying to give yourself clues to remind yourself of a word. And so tramping a field. Where is this? Who are you? Straight, bent, curved orientation. Okay. I told you, Mike, when you buy lemons or milk 7 days in a row, then you need to worry. You're all right now. Yeah, if you're buying milk and not using it, does anyone remember back in the day when you had a milkman who would bring you the milk 7 days in a fucking row, or maybe 6? Maybe he'd leave double on Saturday because he's not going to come out on Sunday. Compelling conversation. Okay, conversation, conservatory, conservation. These are all the con words when I couldn't remember. Concurrent. Was it? I think it was concurrent. No, it wasn't. Was it? It was concurrent. It was. All the other con words. Concurrent, concentric, contiguous. You got up to 4. Okay, I've worked my way back. There's Rongo Star, Sergeant Pepper. I've worked my way back to where I recognise. I've worked my way forwards. I don't know if I've picked up any. Can anyone tell me how many subs I've got right now? Did I pick up any extra? I wouldn't know. Oh, I could. I've got a tablet. I could look that up myself. Here I am asking you guys for something that I could look myself. I don't expect it to be massive. I only got the one donation out of all of those 500 people that stopped by. It was a decent donation, so thank you to the person who did that. Where am I going? I'm going into YouTube Studio. The YouTube Studio app on Android is pants. It's rubbish, but I'm here for it. Back. That's not working. Fuck. All right. I picked up 100 subs. Holy fuck. Wow. Wow. Like I said before though, if it's 100 subs who never watch ever again, that kind of could harm the channel, I guess. I have the deepest thanks to the person who sent them over. Parasocial Dom. I do apologize to the person who sent them over. I will learn your channel name, or I think it's your name, Parasocial, and then it's a person's name. I will subscribe. I will find you. I have a certain set of skills. 'Cause you got high. OG Afro Man on YouTube. Look that one up. OG. He had a big court case and a big win not long ago. OG Afro Man, and he's had a few hit songs because of it. The lemon pound cake was particularly funny. It was like the biggest story on the internet about a month ago. If you don't know, if you know, you know. If you don't know, look at that. What kind of contraption was that? Some sort of tractor pulling. I think it's one of those devices where they rake the beach and magnets and rake shit together, and also pick up metallic things, needles and things from beaches. I was going to clean my room, but then I got high. Yeah, but it doesn't. He even says in the song, in the words of the song, something about his wife leaving him because he got high. So he's not glorifying drugs. In the course of the song, he gives like the nice aspects, the benefits, you know, the getting high, but he also portrays the downsides. You know, I should have been better to my wife, but then I got high. Repair my door. Yeah, all of those. Yeah. OG Afro Man. People thought he might have joined in with this Lego thing that's going on with Reckless Ben, which has been the current biggest story on YouTube for the past 2 weeks or so. Gone a little bit quiet at the minute because Ben's under a gagging order from a court order silencing him, temporary restraining order. But yeah, the lemon pound cake. So for anyone who doesn't know, this guy's house gets raided out of nowhere like because he sang and then I got high. They somehow just got a warrant, kicked his gate in, kicked his doors in, came into his house. His family was there, but he wasn't. He was away. And the cops are doing a search of the house. They've got the search warrant, and they walk it through the kitchen, and there's this cake on the side, a lemon pound. So a pound, you know, a pound cake. It's a loaf tin, basically, is a pound loaf tin. But you got this certain type of cake that was made in one of these certain shaped trays, and the cops, this one fat cop couldn't stop looking. So in revenge, he made video. He's got surveillance in his own house. He's got the cameras, so he's got the footage. He basically makes fun of every one of the cops in separate songs. Lick 'em Low Lisa. There's this quite butch lady cop, basically with an Adam's apple. She's not actually a man, but she's not far from it. And a deep voice. And so he portrays her as a lesbian, even though there's no actual evidence that she is or was. Lickham Low Lisa. He does a song about basically each one of the cops and about the circumstances overall. And then he has they sue him for defamation. They've broken into his house on this most dodgy of search warrants that had pretty much zero probable cause. Basically he sang a song about "And Then I Got High" 20 years ago or whenever the fuck it was, and that's their probable cause. This guy must be a druggie. Let's go and raid his house. And some judge, idiot judge, a judge is meant to be your last layer of protection against the authorities. But so often they're just a rubber stamp in the machinery against you. They don't take their duty as your last line of defense. They don't take that seriously. I've said this about here in Spain, about my experiences with the police and the courts. So often, so in a Spanish court, let's call it a magistrate's court, the court of first instance, the low-level court, the prosecutor is wearing a police uniform. He's actually like the head honcho from the police station, presenting the case. And they even suggest, right at the start, before any evidence is given, they suggest what they want the punishment to be. Oh, we think a €300 fine. Oh, we think a €500 fine. And you're looking at them, €500? Hold on, you're not the judge. What's going on? And it's left to your fucking interpreter to tell you that, oh, that's just a suggestion from the prosecution, don't worry. The interpreter. And then when everyone else is speaking Spanish and doing whatever, they don't interpret that. Your interpreter doesn't interpret what's going on. Only when a question is asked directly to you, they interpret the question. And only when you want to reply, they interpret it back badly, as far as I can tell. Anyway, I've gone off on one about Spanish courts. Judges just rubber stamping, being part of the process, part of the treadmill, part of the conveyor belt, running you through the legal system to your demise. Even your here's one, your defense solicitor being part of the conveyor belt, being part of the process that... So I was arrested here in this field for kind of a public order offence, not having identification or refusing to show identification. Out there, that's a crime. This field is private. And the tent is my habitual residence, which gives extra protection. That is a home in law. So when someone comes here and says, come outside, show us ID, and you say, no, fuck off, and then they decide to arrest you, that's wrong. So I'm in court. Well, I'm in the cells at the court. I haven't gone into a courtroom. And my defense lawyer approaches me and says, it's okay, we've worked it out. The fine's going to be €400. All you have to do is meet the judge, not in the courtroom, but in a room, in an office, and just say, yes, those are the facts. And I'm saying, well, what are the facts? Oh, don't worry about that. Just say yes, says my lawyer. And I say, yeah, but you realise the arrest was illegal. I was on private land, private property. I don't have to show ID in, on and around my home. And my lawyer gave the idiocracy lawyer's answer. That's not what they said. The prosecution said I was camping illegally. So that's not what, when I say I was on private land, this whole charge doesn't apply. My own defence lawyer just said that's not what they said. She's already arranged it, it's all rubber stamped, it's all signed up, I'm now guilty. Courts, lawyers, police, judges just rubber stamping and just being part of the process, and even your own defence fucking just being part of the process. Conveyor belt. At the lower level, if you're rich and you can afford to appeal and go and have a do-over and have an actual retrial, if I had access to my money that's in my bank that my own bank won't let me have because they don't think I'm me, if I had my money, I could have had a proper fucking defence lawyer. But tramp in a field, what are you going to do? Okay, folks, where are we at? We're coming up on 7 hours. Are we going to keep going? There's still 14 of you here. People are still arriving saying raid. You guys must have been like watching. You weren't watching the stream live from the other folks. You must have been an hour or 3 behind. Oklahoma mappings. Hello. Welcome. So, Tramp in a few. I don't know if anything was explained. I've no idea what we said before you came in here. I guess they got to the end of the stream and they've just picked some. Oh, that sounds interesting. What's a TrampCast or a TrampCast Hangout? It's a tramp in a field. What do you believe here? I'm sat in a field in Spain. I'm an Englishman trapped in Spain by circumstances, with my parasol and my battery-operated fairy lights and a lantern and a phone and a few beers, but this one's warm. I've been holding on to this one. I had one can of beer that was already open before we started, and this is the end of my second beer that I've opened during the stream, and we're 7 hours in. People think Tramp must be alky. 2.5 cans of beer. Well, I've still got a chunk. 2.5 cans of beer in 7 hours. That's a real fucking professional alky. I am going to try and rush and finish this one though, folks. I hope my dog is okay down here. She has been sat kind of rather still for quite a while. You okay, sweetie? Can I, for anyone who is new, I will introduce my glamorous co-star. Give us a second. It's my disabled doggy, Tina Doggy Darling. Hold on. She's an internet sensation in her own lifetime. Although her lifetime's not going to be much longer. Hey, babe. Oh, what do you got here? How have you done that? You got a flower wrapped around you. How do you do these things? Hold on, babe. Let me... Oh, that wasn't there before. You've got all... By going under the chair. She's literally sat half under my chair. Hey, babe. Talk to the peoples. Tina? She doesn't like the bright light, folks. She doesn't like the bright light. Hey, babe. But her back legs don't work. Her front legs have started not working. We probably haven't got much longer. That's will you get another dog after Tina? Who would give me one? Usually when you like go to the dog pound or somewhere when you want a dog, they want to do like a home visit to make sure that you've got the necessary equipment. Tramp in a field. I got a tent. My tent is kind of overflowing with food at the minute, folks. When I want to walk from one end to the other, so at the far end there's a bedroom, and at this end there's another bedroom, but that's just storage. I mean, it's chock full. Every time anyone gives me anything that might be of use, blankets, bedding, sleeping bags, extra tents. I've got my next tent already. It's fucking cute. The bag it's in is huge. So this end is storage. Then there's a living room in the middle with 2 doors, staggered, not opposite each other. I've got like a Queen Anne, you know, like a big old lady chair in the middle, It's carpeted, although it's flooded a few times or seeped water, so it's a manky mess. But then I've got these 7 bags of food. So some people, when they're leaving the country, you imagine that you live here for 6 months, and then you go home to Sweden or Norway for 6, and you've got all this food left in your fridge, your freezer, your cupboards. Some people bring it to me directly, and I've got some friends who actually bring me things. What happened was, in the course of 1 week, basically 4 days, I had 3 different people bring me 2 or 3 bags of food each. What do you do? I went from having no food to having fucking 6 or 7 bags. So you hunt through the bags for the stuff that you can just grab and eat. The buns, the stuff that you can just open and eat. You know, apples, or I was going to say oranges, but I had a big rant about oranges the other week. Anything that you think is going to go off in the next week, you try and eat straight away. And you try and leave yourself with stuff that will last longer term. If there's a cabbage or a cauliflower or some onions, then there's less of a rush. But they're all sat there in bags, and it reaches 40 or 50 degrees Celsius inside there through the day. It's a polytunnel. It's a, you know, and you've got 7 bags of it. Not only that, worse than that, somebody brings you a 12-pack of eggs, and you're playing stepping stones. There's nowhere to stand inside, so you're stretching over like you want to wee in the middle of the night, and I've got like a 2-litre Coke bottle with the top cut off that stands in a metal tin. But I've got to get from one end of the tent to the other, and it's 3 o'clock in the morning, and maybe you're unsteady on your feet. It's dark. You can't always see what you do, and you stand on the edge of this 12-pack of eggs. Now you've got a 12-pack of eggs with a rotting, smelly egg in the middle of it, and they're sat in the oozing nastiness. You could open them up and put the eggs somewhere else, but put them where? I haven't got. I'm already playing stepping stones over bags of food. Now, I don't want to sound ungrateful to the people who did bring these things. My friend Ismo, Finnish guy, Ismo, Finlandia I call him. He asked me the other day, "What do you need?" And I said, "Well, actually, my cabbage and cauliflower have kind of run out or gone bad or whatever. I could do with a cabbage and a cauliflower." Guy brings me 2 bags of shopping. Cabbage, cauliflower, 5 kilograms of potatoes, 2 kilograms of onions, and another bag of whatever the fuck was in the other bag. I think the eggs were in the other bag, but other stuff. So it's great. But I'd already got. I was trying to work my way through these. I'd got the 7 bags down to 5 bags, and then he comes along with 2 bags. All I asked for was a cabbage and a fucking cauliflower. I don't want to sound ungrateful. I am very, very, very grateful to everyone who helps. This Spanish thing, or this thing in Spain, where people who are going home will bag up what's in their fridge and in their freezer and in their cupboards. Or we're going home tomorrow, here you have this. I love it. Whether they do it directly or whether they put them next to the bin. I've had some people just ditch stuff halfway down the field because they didn't want to walk down too close. Fear the tramp or fear the dog, maybe. But yeah, no, it's... let me look, guys, just scrolling back. You're so kind. That's Ivana. Iconic. Ivana Iconic. I get it. I read it. Thank you, thank you, thank you. You're so kind. I don't know that I am. I mean, you know, I'm just a bloke in a field. Here's a win now case law. Southern Housing versus Mr. James Emmanuel. EWCC 58. Have I got any more context than that? I don't think I have. Yeah, twist my pound around like the 69 Mike. Repair my door, yeah, okay, the pound cake, the OG Afro man. That was when he walks into court and he's wearing stars and stripes, like his entire suit is American flags. So it must be a wig. The guy's like fucking 60. He's got grey hair normally. He walks into court with a big... Oh God, can I even say the word again? I said it earlier, so I might as well. He's got the big gollywog afro, the big fuck off, but it's bright black. The guy's old with grey hair. But whether he's dyed his real hair, I don't think so, because I saw his real hair wasn't that. But he's got he's gone full gollywog. Never go full gollywog. And I've probably racist the shit for saying this, and I probably don't care. I use all the words. I could have just said golly, I guess, but you get the idea. He's got the full 1970s. He's gone from having very little hair and it's all strands and grey to having big fuck off black, full on afro. Hence the name Afro Man. Well, not hence the name, but that was the name. I'll be honest. When I first heard the Afro Man song, I thought it was like from the 80s it's from like 2009 or something. It's a lot more recent than I thought it was. I was going to do this, that and the other, and then I got high. That. And basically that's the basis of the raid on his house. And he wasn't even home. Oh, that was the other thing. So while they're going through his wardrobes and through his clothes, and there's a suit there, and it's got $5,000 in the pocket, $5,000 in the pocket. He's been when this money arrived, he's done a concert somewhere. He's been paid $5,000, and then he's gone out afterwards and got really, really pissed or drunk or pissed or drunk or high, and he doesn't know how much, but 50, 100, maybe 200. But basically there was like 4,800 and whatever. There was $5,000 minus incidental spends that night. He's not there. He's forgot the money's in his pocket. They take it, they count it, they say an amount that is there, and then when they find nothing illegal and they have to return the money however many weeks or months later, they return a fraction of the money, like let's say 2/3, 3/4, whatever. They return less than they themselves documented as having been there, which leads to he's calling them corrupt and stuff, and that's why the defamation case was brought against him. He called them corrupt, and then he sang songs about them, so they thought that gave them the right to sue him. And he elected for a jury. So this is a civil case. This is defamation. It's not a criminal thing. But he elects to have a jury rather than a judge. Did he? Hold on. I think he did. I think it was a jury. And the judge, all the way through the trial, the judge was so heavily in favour of the cops, trying to quash evidence and say you can't say this, and get the jury to leave the room so he can give certain instructions. Even his summing up of the case was kind of biased. And then when he reads out the verdict, you can tell the judge is disappointed. All claims dismissed. There's like 7 cops suing him, each on multiple accounts, and nothing flies, nothing passes. It's a whitewash. It's Afro Man. Big black guy with big black bushy hair. It's a whitewash. Language can be funny sometimes, can't it? This is why I'm a far right Nazi, apparently. Oh, that and the fact that I didn't like the Star Wars sequel trilogy. That makes me a misogynist, transphobe. All the ists and phobes. I can't even remember all the ists and phobes, but I am all of those. I've gone from being an Arthur Scargill supporting left-wing to being a Nazi. all in the space of a few years, and I didn't change. What they call the Overton window shifted. Everybody else lurched left, and I just held my ground, and now I'm a Nazi. Who knew? Fuck. I don't know. Maybe it's the invisible swastika tattooed on my forehead. You need ultraviolet light for it to show properly. What are you doing down there, babe? Can I get you your water? Here we go, Tina. Tina? You've been ignoring it for an hour or two. Got some water. Oh, was that you? You got a fatty ass down there. I'm running out of beer, folks, now. Do I carry on talking, or do we call it quits? Why have I gone backwards on time? That's an interesting... That'll be the last... we had a little disconnect, didn't we, for a few... It now says 5 hours and 13, but I started at 9. I'm 7¼ hours in, and it's telling me I'm 5¼ hours in. That's interesting. Have you guys got a... How far into the stream does... If you what do they call it? Scrub the timeline back, and it shows you how far in the stream you are. You just drag it back a little bit, get a view of how far in the stream we are, and then drag it back to live, back to the end. Someone give us a shout out of what are you seeing? I hope it doesn't say 5 hours on your timeline, on your when you scrub. I'm just scrolling through something. Hold on. Okay, still only the one PayPal donation. All those hundreds of visitors. Shout out to the chap that did donate. Tramp in a field, folks. It's not pretend. It's not AI, which I've been accused of in the past. I've also had someone say I drove down to that field and there's no one there, which is weird because when the police came to arrest me, I was here. I'm gonna mute. I was gonna say I'm gonna mute you. I'm gonna mute me. Tina, oh darling, I need you, Tina girl, I need you to move a little bit for me. I'm gonna, oh, you've put your foot in your water. Don't do that. Don't do that. It's for drinking, not for bathing in. I'm gonna go get a quick Jimmy Riddle, a quick piddle, a quick wee-wee. I'm gonna throw that over there towards the bin, but not in. That's as close as I've got tonight. I'm gonna get a wee-wee. I'm gonna grab another beer. Should I grab 2 in case we go long? We're already on 7¼ hours. I guess it's fairly long as it is, isn't it? I've still got a little bit of coffee in one of these cups as well. Two-fisted drinking, as we call it. Beer on the one hand, coffee on the other. I'm gonna pay a visit to the, I was gonna say the little boys' room, but I'm in a fucking field. I'm gonna pay a visit to the hedge, and then I'm gonna I'll grab 2 just in case. 2 beers from my camping fridge. Tina, are you out of the way, babe? I don't think you're out of the way. Tina girl, I've got to move you. Come here. Come here. Sorry, babe. Hey, I'm not trying to be... Look, you've put your foot in your fucking water again. What are you doing? I had to move you because I don't want to hurt you. Once upon a time, two people separately have told me that she's my nemesis, that she was sent here just to make my life more bloody awkward. I love it a bit, but sometimes. For anyone new, there was a time someone came into the field and Tina was tied to a log just to slow her down. She ran that way anyway, and she dragged the log, and the log tore a hole well, it tore a line in the from this end to that. It just the entire length of the tent just ripped to fucking one fluid motion. Then there was a time that I had a new tent with a mesh doorway, so double proper fabric on the outside, and then the mesh for like a mosquito net. And someone came to visit me, and Tina launched through the mesh. It's a new tent. It lasted less than 2 fucking weeks, and it's got a big hole in the door. Fuck off. Got you. Anyway, I'm trying to get out without hurting her. I can't even see where she is, folks. Give me a second, bear with me. You'll probably lose visibility just for a second or two while I try and go. Tina, girl, look, you're right in the fucking way, girl. Come here. Go that way. Go out that way. I'm sorry. Look, I don't want to I'm not being a bastard with you. I'm trying to move the chair. Oh, sorry. I'm going to mute the microphone because I'm only 3 yards that way pissing. Bear with me. It might be as much as 2 minutes. The last time was a little bit longer because something went wrong in the tent, but just bear with me. I'll be right back. Okay, folks, sorry about that. Gone a little bit longer than I thought. I did bring 2. I'm not expecting to go that long, but you know, just in case. It's a big thing when you're homeless, I use the word tramp a little bit performative. It's a little bit performative. But when you're homeless, living in a field, you do tend to look at things as like just in case. So I brought 2 beers just in case we go along. I got a pile of wood from someone throwing a bed away. I got all the slats, or lats, whatever you want to call them. And I didn't have an immediate use for them, but just in case, I might find a use for that kind of stuff. I also found like a double width pallet which at some point, either in this tent or probably the next, I'm going to put that in, and then everything that I'm storing will be 4 or 5 inches off the ground. But for now, this thing's just sat in the field because, just in case, one day I might have a use for it. You start thinking, I've become a bit of a hoarder, to be honest. I don't want to throw anything away. Have you ever thrown something away and then like a week later, I could have used that. That would have been perfect. This happens to me all the time. I throw something away and then, fuck, I could have done with that. That would have been really useful. And so, yeah. Now my viewers have all left because I went to the loo. Tina girl, are you out of the way? I want to move my chair and you're in the fucking way. I'm going to hitch my chair a little bit forward. But I've got to be... If you hear a dog yelp, it's not my fault. I tried. Okay, babe. I missed. Yeah, before, she put her foot in the water and then I took it out and put it on the ground. And then it got a little bit sludgy. And then she put her foot back in the water. So now the water's brown. What can you do? Like people said, she's my nemesis. She's sent to make life more fucking awkward. I love it a bit, don't get me wrong. I mean, I must do. I literally carry her around. And she's not small. I'm talking 35 kilograms. So when we go for a walk, I'm carrying the back end, so that's half of her, and now I'm carrying, well, I'm assisting the front end, so I'm carrying 3/4 of a 35 kilo dog everywhere we go. Try it. Go get yourself 25 kilograms. That's 55 pounds, probably, roughly. Go for a walk carrying that, and not on your back where it's kind of easier in a rucksack, but in your arms. Where am I, folks? Okay, for anyone who's joining, and I know that some people might still be following that other stream and coming across as part of the raid, which I really appreciate. For anyone who doesn't know, tramp in a field. Englishman trapped in Spain by circumstances. Englishman with particularly bad hair today, which is a shame because my friend Karen is a hairdresser. She cuts my hair every now and again, and I'm not doing a good... It's been a while, but look at it. It will not lay down. Now, I have only washed my hair once this year. Have I washed my hair this year? I only washed it once last year. I don't think I've washed it this year yet. I think that's more correct. Hold on. Is that right? Yeah, you know, it's only June, isn't it? I wash my hair once a year, whether it needs it or not. I do have an electric beard trimmer, and I've got hair clip. Well, Karen gave me hair clippers, but I don't do that. I leave that to someone more qualified. Yeah. Let me scroll and see what people are saying. Welcome, Oklahoma mappings came in as part of the raid. Okay, thank you. I didn't see you there. Did you arrive before I just went to the loo? I'll be honest, I haven't washed my fingers afterwards. Wash my hands after. Guy in a field, what are you going to do? Like Rongo. Okay, that's the Beatles fella. I assume fella. Any judgments in a court refuse the use of your surname, surety, by the judge insisted on your first name, on your first name only, and you'll win. I know that historically Christian names were more important than family names. Nowadays we call them forenames. We don't even call them Christian names, do we? All of that, place your hand on the Bible, raise your right hand. If you were convicted of something, they would brand your palm. I can't remember. C, F, felon, criminal, I can't. They would brand your hand. And that's why you put your hand on the Bible to swear whatever, and then you show that you've not previously been convicted of anything. That's what the raising the right hand is all about. I don't know. Me and Keith, Sign of Nature, we disagree on some of this stuff. But yes sir, 3 cans full. Bar Black Sheep. Rongo Star, I'm a female. I do apologise. I guess I kind of assume everyone's gender to be male, because if it's, I don't know, because 9 times out of 10 online it is. I don't know why, but it is. So, okay. I am now proven to be that sexist, misogynist, transphobic, bigoted Nazi that those Star Wars people said. I don't know, maybe. I mean, you know, I say the words, all the words, including that word. But yeah, sorry. 7 hours, 10 minutes, yes. Like the okay, we are. It says 7:10. That's good, great. Oh, and there was Rongo Star, Sergeant Pepper, saying it says 7 hours. See, it says 5:29 for me. And now, all right. We're this far in, so if you people who've been here before will know, sometimes I'm on YouTube doing these streams, and within 5 minutes of starting the stream, chat starts jumping around all over the place, either to the bottom or to the top or just to some random fucking. We're 7.5 hours in, or whatever it was you just said, 7 hours 10, whatever. Now chat starts jumping. Oh, Keith, political, restore. Aim high, vote low. Millions must go. I couldn't possibly comment, being a far-right Nazi as I am. Farmer says running, and then he posts a link, and then he says running. Running up that hill? Running man? Running, a song or something with running. Kate Bush, running up that hill. And she does, we talked a bit about music theory the other day. Running up that hill. She does that, which used to be a thing in music. You would scale up or down depending on what the words were in the song, not whether it was melodic or you know, whether it fit the tune. It's not the right word. But yeah, I lose the word sometimes. I've lost the word. But yeah, wrong side. I'm a female. Yeah, I do apologise. Yes sir, yes sir. 3. Any judgments in? Okay, that was Keith. You just get back. That was 3 cans worth. 7:10. Basically, if you recognise yourself as a British slave, you have no rights. Oh, look at that. Oh, that's one of those green beetles again. I don't know what they are. It's like a leaf beetle or something. Sorry. You have no rights in legal realms, but stand. You see, whether you call yourself an English citizen or a subject of His or Her Majesty, you have no rights in legal realms, but stand as English, being you untap lawful remedies which supersedes legal shit. I don't know, mate. I keep watching these sovereign citizen and free man of the land types getting laughed out of court. There was another, I mean, this is America, but there was another one the other day. I don't know. I like the theory that all law derives from naval law, and I'm not in the Navy, and therefore you can't enforce your laws on me. But some things in life you want legal protection. So you're putting yourself, in order to get those protections and those rights, you're saying, I'm under this law and therefore I want that protection as I am due. So you can't demand the rights and the protections on the one hand and then say, no, I'm not subject to this, that or the other. So if you've ever claimed a tax rebate, if you've ever claimed benefits, if you walk into an NHS hospital wanting to get treated, if you've seen a doctor under the NHS, this is one of my objections to a lot of gypsy, Romany, traveller, whatever they want to call themselves. They don't want to put into the system, but they will take from the system. Now, if I see one who has nothing to do with the system, who doesn't have children that go for free education at school, who stays away from doctors and hospitals and things, barring emergencies, I'll kind of say fair play, but that's not the majority. And for anyone who's wondering, I did live on a gypsy caravan site once upon a time for between 6 months and a year. I was 9 or 10, 77? 9, I would have been 9. So I'm not talking without experience. I have lived amongst, pick your word. Do you want to say gyppo, gypsy, Romany, traveller? Whatever word you pick, they will laugh at you and tell you to use one of the other words. There's a little bit of cussedness, a little bit of awkwardness about them. You can never be right. You can never be right. We had a couple of years later, we had a gypsy kid start high school with us. And I said, oh, you're a traveller. No, I'm a fucking gypsy. Oh, okay. You can never, you try and use what they told you previously was the polite word. And then they'll just say, no, not that, this. Don't know. Phobos, Saturn moon. We've done this before. Phobos is a moon of Mars. Phobos and Deimos. Demos. How did we get there? Where did Phobos come from? I got to scroll back to see where that might have come from. And his own lawyer says, look at him in reference to his suit. It was brilliant. Oh, there was a few things in the Afro Man case. Oh, sign of nature, Keith. Jus in rem, not a quasim persona ingland. Jus sole anglia and crewman creditor, and where the kings as per hierarchy were. No, we are the kings as per hierarchy. Tone lock. Hold on, tone lock. A funky cold Medina? Maybe? I don't know where this conversation went or how it got. I was scrolling back to try and read this. I know I've read this. Keith's posted this one before, the just in rem. It means I'm not a quasi person or a legal person. I'm not a fictional. So under the law, there are real people, and there are. Got you. There are real people, body corporate, and there are entities incorporated. So like a company is not a real person, but in law a company is a person. Literally what to be incorporated means. To be inculcated into flesh, to be embodied, you might say. But these free men of the land and sovereign citizens, that part of their argument is the legal name that you give me is a legal entity, and that's not me. I'm the real person, not the entity that you know as whatever. And then we got the naval law is the beginning of all law, and all of this. I'm not the quasi person or the legal person, I'm the real entity. It's interesting to argue about, because there are some arguments to be made that a lot of law started as naval law. Law was about manning ships and how you got there and who got what share of what bounty or plunder, or whether you took the king's shilling, and whether someone just put the money and dropped it in your beer and you get to the bottom of your glass and oh, there's a shilling now, oh, you accepted it, you've been press ganged in a way. 15th, 16th, 17th century, a lot of it. Whoa. There are some arguments to be made. But a lot of law came through business. It's not all naval. It came through business. Contracts. I will sell you this and I want that in return. And you can either pay me it now or you can pay me twice as much next Wednesday. Or business, marketplace. The government granting charters to towns and cities to hold a market. So you couldn't just gather together in a market square, and a city couldn't just say, hey everyone, come here, you've got chickens and you want a cauliflower or a whatever I don't know, I don't even know if we had cauliflowers back then. But the town, couldn't just do that legally. They had to be granted a charter. They had to be given permission by government. And this would be the basis of a market, and later the basis of what is a city, to be granted it by the monarch. You're not a city unless the monarch says you're a city. You have to be granted a legal charter. So I don't believe that all law started as naval law. But there are interesting arguments, and there are some things that come from some of this stuff. And you can think, you know what, they've kind of got a point. But on the other hand, they're kind of a little bit mad with half of it. Sorry, Keith. But the fact that like we used to call local councils corporations for exactly this reason. They were incorporated. They were granted the right of being incarnate, of being flesh. They're embodied. Lots of different words you can throw out there to what as either similes or what's the other word? Similes to be like something. Alternate words for the same thing. Here in Spain it's 4:40 a.m. It is indeed. I'm in Spain. I'm in Torrevieja in Spain, and it is 4:41 right now. Noodle frufra noodle. Yeah. Hello and welcome. How did you get here? It's only 10:40 for me. Are you in the US? East Coast? I think we had this discussion earlier about a 6-hour time difference, whereas I was expecting 3 or 4 hours time difference. Go to bed. Yeah, I've just had a pee in the bushes and dragged an extra beer out of the fridge. 2 beers just in case we went long, and it looks like we're going long. I'm in the mood for a quiet guy who wouldn't say boo to a goose. Here I am. Cheers. I don't think I've said cheers for a while, an hour or two. So cheers to you guys. Thank you for joining me tonight, and to the raiders, thank you. And please do remind me, I have to stop by the originator of the raid, subscribe and say hello and say thank you. I picked up over 100 new subscribers. Oh my God. And I got a donation to the Save a Tramp fund. Yeah, you got mail. Not foreman of the land and not foreskin of the land. Freemen. Yeah, so if you reskin the... Yeah, foreskin. I knew... farmer, you're predictable. Mars, Phobos, yes. When you said you were being called all the... Oh, all the phobes. Okay. All right. Yeah. I get you. Sometimes you take me on a tangent, don't you? You take me on a tangent, Fabrizio. Yeah. All the ists and you need a word. You gotta come up with some kind of pun or something to do with the ists. You've done phobes and gone off with phobos. Now we need one for the ists. So when I'm a racist, sexist, I don't know, polygamist. I haven't been called a polygamist, but it's about the only ist I've not been called. I'm not, folks, for anyone who doubts. Now, I do say the words. I say all the words, including that one word that you're not allowed to say. I say that. I don't say every stream, but it crops up when we're talking about what you can say and when you can say and who can limit what you can say. I will say the word basically to prove that you can, or just in. I don't like to say the N word, like literally saying the N word. It's childish, it's pathetic, it's ridiculous. Just say, I'll say it. I'm not going to say it tonight. I'm not in the mood tonight. But every now and again, now I would never ever call someone the word. I say never ever, I did once. But they were trying to con me and they deserve to be called names. But that's the thing. But I'll use the word. I do use that word. Somebody one day will do like a super clip. Someone will take all the clips of me saying it and it'll be no. Ninja. I'm banned actually from Asmongold's chat on Twitch. I am. He was showing a video where someone was saying the actual word and I typed something ninja. I actually typed ninja, like the Japanese fucking, the people who killed samurais. I typed ninja. I got banned. I really like Asmongold, but I am banned in his chat because one of his mods just got fucking overreactive. Literally, I'm watching a video where they're literally saying the word, and I type like a synonym. That's the word I was. I know ninja's not a synonym for the N word, but it's an alternate word used sometimes to avoid saying the word or typing the word in this instance. I'm watching a video from Asmongold where it's being played. He's reacting to someone else. He's not saying it, but he's reacting. It's no. There's a black guy going off on one and whatever, and he's just shouting it. Like machine. He's machine gunning it, and I just type ninja and get banned. Craziest shit ever. Where was I? So I'm not. Some people who have subscribed today will unsubscribe one day because I will offend them. And, I'm all right with that. Now, I'm not saying I'm not for you, fuck off, go away now. But anyway, here we go. Farmer, foreman of the land, reskin the barn. Would that be foreskin of the land? Yeah. Then farmer says, you got mail. What did I do to get mail? What makes you think I got mail? Have you sent me some mail? You have received dinero, but that was the one that I know about. So I've only got that one mail so far tonight. PayPal link pinned at the top of the page, folks. Help a tramp out. I get no income, no money from the UK government, the Spanish national government, the Torrevieja local authorities. I get nothing from YouTube. I am unmonetized, demonetized. I was monetized for a week, but because I don't have NIE number, now renamed to TIE for Brits. Because I don't have like an official tax number in Spain, because I'm not Spanish, and because I've not done any of the paperwork or any of that other shit. I get nothing from no one apart from you guys. That's the whole point of I don't just sit here talking to you for 7.5, 8 hours, whatever the fuck this is going to be. I'll go 10 if you want. I don't just do this for the, for the good of my health. The intention is to generate donations to help a tramp living in a field with a disabled dog that he literally has to carry around 3/4 of the weight nowadays, and who's not going to last much longer. I don't want to keep harping on about that. I feel I'm becoming DSP. I'm becoming Dark Side Phil when I get like that. I don't want to do that. That's not a line of sentence that I want to go down. Ignore all that. Anyway, if you want to help, and if you can help, and if you can find them, you can hire the 80. No, that's not where I was going. Where was I going? If you want to help and you can help, if you've got a few spare euros, dollars, pounds, 5, 10, it doesn't have to be a lot. It's not a lifetime commitment. Some people send me some money every month, but that's not a, it's not a requirement. The PayPal link is at the top of it's at the top of my screen. It's going to be at the bottom of your chat if you haven't dismissed it already. It's appreciated. Anything I get is appreciated. If you haven't got it, if you don't want to do it, if you're not in a position to, I'm going to survive. I'm going to live. I'm not going to die tomorrow. Maybe in a month or 3. I got enough food in. Actually, get this. What we learned through COVID was, come an emergency, an awful lot of people don't have 3 days food in the house. I've probably got in that I'm homeless in a tent. I've got more water stored than you. Anyone, there's not one of you got more water than I have. I've probably got 150 litres in the field here. I've got maybe, it's a guesstimate, 3 months food in the tent at the minute. Between long term, I've got a lot of dry, shelf stable stuff, cracker breads and crackers and biscuits and porridge oats and whatever. I got that. Powdered milk. Between the dry stable stuff, I've got fresh. I said about my friend Ismo getting me cabbage and cauliflower. I mean, those will last 2 to 3 weeks probably. I'm a week in. But those will be okay if looked after okay. I've got stuff in the fridge freezer. What have I got? I've got tortilla breads, flatbreads. I've got some meat. I've got hot dog sausages. Hot dog buns do not go off. I have never had a hot dog bun go off. I've got 1 pack in the freezer, not in the fridge basically. But I've got 1 pack not in the freezer, just on the big Queen Anne chair. And those have been there about 6 weeks. There's not a hint of deterioration. When it gets really, really hot, they'll get a little bit steamed up inside the bag. That shit don't go bad. There's a lot of white bread does not go bad. I've demonstrated this in the past with I had 4 or 5 slices of white bread in a bag on this table out here, on the big pine table, 5-6 months. I showed it someone, my friend Tom, and then 6 months later he said, oh look, these 4 slices of bread are still here. Not a dot of mould on them. That shit, nothing in nature will touch that shit. So I've got food. I am probably more prepared for the apocalypse. We use the term zombie apocalypse or whatever, it's a joke, but for whatever breakdown in society might happen, I'm probably more prepared for it than you. Last year, about this time, I think it was, Spain had a total blackout. The grid, Spain, Portugal, parts of France and into the Netherlands, went. I didn't know for 4 hours. I saw people stood on this track out here, holding the phone in the air, turning around, trying to, you know, lift their left trouser leg up and rub their right buttock while all those superstitious things you might do trying to get a signal. That was my first inkling that anything was wrong. Solar power, EcoFlow, fridge freezer, water in the field, food in the tent, kind of golden for the first month or two. Getting water after that under my own steam, almost a pun but not quite, that'd be more difficult. Oh God. Okay folks, no, why am I 4:54? I started at 9, didn't I? So when we hit 5 o'clock here, that's 8 hours. I went long. I said I was going to get a can of beer out in case we went long, and I've gone long. 5. It gets light just after 6. Does anybody want to see us through to daylight? That would be interesting. Having come through the longest day, shortest night. I am yawning. I think I'm only yawning because I yawned once and now I'm talking about yawning. I think that's the only reason. So 5 o'clock. About an hour and a quarter. Does anybody, if nobody wants it, I won't bother. But if there's a market for it, does anybody want to stay with me for the next hour and a quarter? Maybe, possibly. Oh, the numbers are dropping, everyone's leaving. Either that or the YouTube counters lost track again. Let me... That's the third yawn in quick succession. So here was Noodle. Daylight hours soon. It will be. You're lucky enough to be in North America, Rongo. It's early. I would suspect Noodles in Europe. Rongo, okay. I don't know. Every person is listed as Keith, Sign of Nature. Every person is listed as a corporate on Company Act 2006 against our consent or knowledge, usurped, was illegally corrupted fraudulently. I've got no idea, mate. Oh, I haven't yawned until 2 minutes ago and now I'm just yawning continuously. You're in the mood, dude, but you'd like to pike the bike with the night hikes. Pike the bike? Park the bike? Pike the bike with the night hike? I've got no... Those are just words. I've got no idea what that means. Smash that record, Mike. Go, drill, baby, go. Go, drill, baby, drill. I've done a 10-hour stream before now. On my 10th anniversary of arriving in Spain, I did a 10-hour stream. Where are we now in terms of numbers? We're coming from 5 o'clock, so that's 8 hours. I could do another hour and a half just to see in the daylight. I won't go to kind of 10, 12 hours. I'm not going to do that. I'm pretty sure this is psychosomatic. I can believe I yawned once, but now this has come on out of nowhere. That's weird. Going to be steamy in that tent later. It's always hot in the tent. I have to open the doors up at 7:30, and even worse, this side, where the main door is here that I historically use the most, and where the fridge is, this is the one where the sun shines in first thing. God, I'm going to set you lot off yawning. So I have to open the door, but keep the sun off the fridge, which is like a contradiction. So I've got the I've got the cardboard box, sorry, that these flexible solar panels came in. And I put that outside to keep the sun off the fridge, but so that the door can be open. So I block half of the doorway with the cardboard box, but half of it is open for ventilation, and then I open the other. Even now, the other side's only closed with a mesh, a mosquito net, and even that doesn't seal at the bottom. You'd be surprised how much of a breeze the mosquito net blocks. I'd say that a mosquito net blocks about 3/4 of any draft, of any breeze. Even though you look out of it and it looks like there's nothing there, but because it's a really fine mesh, yeah. So when I say tits, I could be talking about the birds. So when I say great tits, I mean the bird. Yeah, tits, great tits, yellow tits, whatever. It's like when I talk about faggots. It's a meatball in the Midlands in England. Not particularly spicy, actually a little bit bland. I'd prefer it if they were spicier. But if you look up when I say black country, there you go. There's a, all the ists, all the phobes, I am the Nazi you think I am. The black country. So called because when the Industrial Revolution happened, in that part of the world, that's where it started. Bristol, Birmingham, that I was going to say channel. Do you know there are more canals in Birmingham than there are in Venice? There's one. Still yawning. I might have to call it quits soon, folks. Still yawning. We're not going to make it to daylight, I don't think. I got the stars overhead, despite me having lights. I can see stars. Considering that all day the sky was white, not blue, it's been remarkably clear all night. Anyway, Industrial Revolution, black country, chimneys, burning coke, coal and subsequently coke, which coke is to coal as charcoal is to wood. Take coal, heat it up in the absence of oxygen, it off-gasses some unrelated things and moisture and stuff, and you're left with what's called coke. But when you do all this, when you burn the coke, it burns really hot and more efficient than coal would, but whatever, you're going to get some residue. So they built tall chimneys, but the soot came out and those particles are going to fall somewhere, and they fall or fell that whole Bristol to Birmingham kind of line. The stonework, the buildings, the ground, the line became black. The countryside, the country became black, hence black country. So it's not racist, I'm not an ist or a phobe. And a faggot is just a meatball from that region. YouTube, come at me. When I type faggot, they ban me. Even when the conversation was clearly about fucking meatballs. When I type, I am British, I'm in this conversation, we are talking about a West Midlands meatball. It's still 50-50 whether my appeal works or not. Because most times when they tell you you are being human evaluated or human reviewed, you know, that's just words they use while their AI takes the piss and laughs at you. Scrolling, banks can freeze your account. They did, mate. They have. They did. I am here because of that. Let me just scroll back. It jumped. Banks can freeze your account in an instant, so take tangible out of the... And it jumped. Oh, I was mid-sentence. Take tangible out of the system stuff. Try putting a sausage in the bun. I mean barbecue. You can put a sausage in the bun. Barbecue sauce, okay. Pound, smash, poke, prod. It jumped. I hate it when it jumps because I have to just keep my hand on the screen. It's like holding your hand out in front of yourself. Pound, smash, poke, prod, press, push, punch, slap, chop, bump, tap, flick, kick, click, lick, rub, slam the like button. Subscribe. Hey guys, it'd be really good if we could get above 20 likes for this particular stream. I don't think that number's moved in the last 3 hours. Well, you keep talking about social lubricants, Mike. Yeah. You're making me yawn. It's an interesting psychological and physiological phenomenon that yawning is contagious. If you really, really try, you can suppress it by keeping your mouth closed and breathing in deep, in and out through your nose. You can try and suppress it. But the fact that you're then thinking about it makes it more likely to happen. If you see someone else yawn, you're likely to yawn. It can be a thing to do. There's all sorts of suggestions that it's to do with carbon dioxide, either deficiency or too much carbon dioxide in your body, and you're trying to expel it. But it's like, you know, when you're ill and you've got like a bad throat, a chest cough or something. You don't feel like coughing, but you talk to somebody about coughing and suddenly you start coughing. Like when you ring into work sick. Can't come into work today, boss. I'm ill, I've got a cold. And then you start coughing kind of uncontrollably. And it sounds like you're faking it. Hey, boss, I've got a cold. Sounds like you're faking it because of the timing. The fact that you're telling them that you've got this kind of chest infection-y cold kind of thing going, you start coughing. It's like, don't look down when you're on a precipice or on a ladder or someone says, don't look down, you look down. It's don't cough. Don't yawn. It's all that. There's a big psychological element, but also it's a real thing. Same, bang on cue, yeah. You made it to 5 p.m, Mike, said Fabrizio. I did, 5:06 at the minute. He ain't listening. I was listening. I'm just a little bit behind with chat. I was back that a ways 5 minutes. I'm now here. I'm now caught up. Context and just how you say it, but in law, no, racism is only in legal. Oh, you see, your distinction between law and legal. Things are lawful and they're unlawful. Legal is a word that appertains to the profession of jurisprudence, the people who deal in law. They are the legal profession. Things are not legal or illegal. They're lawful or unlawful. Certainly in British law, this was, until recently, enshrined in law. Things were they never used the word, it is, no law will ever say it is illegal to do this, that or the other. It's unlawful to do this, that and the other. Illegal is not even a word. But they don't even say something's legal. Legal means the legal profession. Judges, lawyers, people involved in jurisprudence are in the legal profession. That's the only, in English law, that is the only meaning of legal. Illegal, it's not a word, it's not real. Illegal is a poorly eagle. It's an eagle that is ill. Things are lawful or unlawful. Legal means appertaining to the law profession. Illegal kind of doesn't exist. except people use the word and therefore it does exist. This leads to the whole question of whether language is a dictionary. Does a dictionary describe the language we use, or does it prescribe? Does it dictate? In economics, this is called positive and normative. Are you describing how it is or how it should be? Positive and normative. I don't remember which way around they are. It's been a long time since I studied economics. But it's word usage. It's a tramp being a pedant. Context and just how you say it, but in law, no racism is only illegal. In law, no. Is that no racism only illegal, or is it no racism only illegal? Could do with a comma somewhere in there just to clarify. How many have you sacked back in your business days? Oh gosh, not many. And the first time I did it, I fretted over it for about a week. We got all ready to sack the guy. We booked, so we're in a building with shared resources. We've got our own offices, but I wanted a separate meeting room to sack this guy. And then he didn't turn up. And he didn't ring in either. And so the next day, he didn't come in. And I just had to do it over the phone. But it broke my heart. The first time I sacked somebody, it tore me to shreds. It tore me to pieces. I was not a harsh boss. In many ways, I was far too soft. I gave a couple of people... So I hired this bloke who said he was a former computer programmer and database manager with a big company. One you would have heard of if I told you their name. It was Direct Line. Anyway, he said he didn't know the specific language we were using, but he would move heaven and earth to learn it and to get on top of it, and he didn't. Instead of coming in on a Monday saying, I've spent the weekend learning this, that or the other, he'd come in saying, I went off with this church group and we built dry stone walls and did some forestry stuff, and I used a chainsaw for the first time. And I'm like, that's all well and good, but you were supposed to be using your existing computer skills and your knowledge of that language to develop and learn the language that we're using. Where are we with that? And I pushed and pushed and pushed, and I think 3, maybe 4 months in, I said to him and another person that I'd hired, listen, here's a list of 10 things you must be able to do. You must be able to download this thing from the internet, unpack it, and install it on a server. Bread and butter for a web design company. This is not rocket science. So I gave him this list of 10 things like that. That was one thing. There's other things. Just be able to log into PHP MyAdmin and kind of cleanse a database or reset a broken configuration or something. There was all these things. And I said, look, you've got 30 days. Or you're out. And on day 28, I'd been asking throughout, but on day 28, and it's a weekend coming up, I said, look, where are we with this list? And he's like, oh, yeah, great. If you could just help me with that next week. I said at the start, I'm here. I'm a resource. I will help you. Don't disturb the other guys that are working, but I'm a resource. If you're trying and you're stuck on, I'll tell you it, we can write notes, whatever you need to make this work, I'm here. But this is on you you got 30 days. And on day 28, he says, yeah, next week you can help me. I'm like, fuck you. No. Next week you're out. If you haven't got it already, show me you've made some progress on these 10. Which of these 10 items can you do? None. Not a fucking one. And I didn't say, this is like Friday, I didn't say anything. I stewed, I mulled it, I was angry. I went home and I, you know, beat the wife. I didn't beat the wife, but I went home and I was angry and I didn't kick the dog, I didn't have a dog. If I'd had a dog, I probably would have kicked it. Sorry, Tina. I was fucking furious. We're on day 28 of 30 days to save your career. And you say to me, oh, maybe next week you can start teaching me it. So we decided he's gone. So we booked this meeting room and we got ready. And when he came in and entered the corridor, it's swipe cards, we were going to intercept him and get him into the meeting room and tell him. And the bugger didn't even come in. And he didn't ring in sick. He didn't do anything. So the next day, I fucked him off. Now, I think I can say this because I haven't named anybody. I haven't given any details. This was a guy that was known to us, my wife, because he'd previously had an alcohol problem. And he got involved with this church group. He was off chopping trees and building dry stone walls and fucking countryside, whatever, chainsaws and... But he was supposed to be a former database manager with a big fuck off company. And he swore blind he was gonna apply himself and he was gonna do all, and he did nothing. He did nothing. And when I rang him and told him that's it, he was fine. He was like, oh, so that's it. We'll just never see each other again. We've gone from being friends to never seeing each other. I said, you're an employee. I pay you, you know, multiple £1,000s a month to do a job. And at this point, 4 months in, you're totally incapable of doing the fucking job. There's a list of 10 things after 3 months that you haven't learnt to do. I gave you a month, you still can't fucking do them. Tell me why I should pay you. It did tear me apart. It ripped the shit out of me. Next one after that, I just suggested that perhaps it would be best that she looked elsewhere. This was someone who, the second one that I fired more nicely. She'd worked for the benefits office in the unemployment office. She was known to us, she was a sister of a friend of my, again, a friend of my wife's. So sister of a friend. She trained people at college in reading and writing. She did that remedial stuff. You're looking for a job and you go do that college course to help you build a CV and help you with basic maths. And she did that. So I thought, that's great. And she supposedly had computer skills and this, that and the other. And I thought, she worked at the college teaching this stuff. College of Further Education. I thought, great. If we're going to do like a college, maybe I can get 30 people in and we can do a training course. I can teach people how to build websites and how to do. She can be the one who explains it. Yeah. She didn't know her left from her right. And I mean that quite literally. And she couldn't read. And I mean that quite literally. So I'm trying to teach her cut, copy, paste. In whether it's in a web browser, whether it's in a word processor, whatever. and it's on the edit menu, and she clicks edit, and down drops the menu. And I say, okay, so just copy. And she takes her finger, puts it on the screen, and she's reading, I don't know, insert, delete, and she's looking for copy, and she goes right past it. Her finger's literally on it, and literally right under it, and she goes, she teaches reading and writing at college, and her finger just goes right past it. And then we had a pseudo training session. I tried to get her to run a training session, and we had a projector set up, and we had a thing on the screen, and said, yeah, okay, so where your pointer is there, just to the left, and she went that way. And I'm like, you did what now? She taught at college. What's that to the left? And she went to the right. And I'm saying, what about copy? She can't find it. It's there. It's like the fifth or sixth copy paste. They're there. There's a couple of other words above. Undo, redo, copy, copy. And she literally copy. She's saying the word copy. She's got a finger on copy. She's got a finger right below copy. She keeps. I politely suggested that apparently the college were looking to she was part-time, so she had a job with me full-time, and she was there in the evening. They were looking to give her extra hours. I politely suggested she might like to take them up on that offer. So that was 2 that I sacked. There was 2 more. We expanded at one point. We had this big thing. We built a robot to search the internet to find hacked websites, and we had a list of 1 million hacked websites, and the idea was to try and contact people and tell them these weren't just random websites, these were websites running the particular kind of software that we specialized in. So the idea was build the database, the robot crawls the internet, finds these hacked websites, and then look at this, I forgot to plug the lamp back in. Then we would contact them and say, hey, your website's hacked, we can help you with that. So we expanded. I took on extra staff. I took on extra staff to try and capitalize on this huge database of hacked websites that we'd built. But it didn't work. As I think I mentioned the other day, Dave Stewart from the Eurythmics, his website was hacked. There was a race course was hacked. Disaronno, the alcohol, their website was hacked. Their website was hacked for months. Could not contact anybody. I found a Royal Mail website hacked, contacted them, and they've got the staff. They said thank you very much, and then fixed it themselves. Actually, it was an old website that deactivated it. The Victoria and Albert Museum had a website that was hacked. Contacting a Catholic girls' high school and telling them that their website is promoting Viagra. Make that work. So I've got a list of 1 million hacked websites, and the idea was we would build the website where we would build a thing where you could come and type in your web address, and then it would tell you whether your website is hacked or not. There's a keyword. That was the name of the website, hackedornot.com. Yeah, no, people wouldn't. They didn't trust us. I told people how to go to Google and type in site, S-I-T-E, colon, and then their web domain, then a space, and then the word Viagra. And then Google would show you all of the results on your website that are Viagra related. People wouldn't. I'm not technical enough. You might be tricking me into hacking my website. And I'm like, you're on Google. How do you think I'm going to get you to make? If it was as simple as typing what I'm telling you in, I'd have typed it in if that was my intention. I'm telling you how to list all the pages on your website that list Viagra, Cialis, the word porn or the word sex or whatever. Anyway, so we took on extra people because we built this thing. It took months and months to build in the background while we were still doing the regular work. And then we wanted to be, I figured you got 1 million hacked websites. If you could get 1% of them to pay you whatever our fee was, 300, 400, 500 to de-hack, cleanse and secure the website. 1% of 1 million is 10,000. If you can get 10,000 people to pay you 500, that's a lot of money. If it was 0.1%, or some fraction thereof, we couldn't get anybody. Our emails got blocked as spam. You couldn't contact them. Even if you did contact them, you couldn't convince them. If you did convince them, it's like, why are you searching for Catholic girls' school and Viagra? No, we're not. You came up, our robot scanned the web, found you. Anyway, so the extra people I'd taken on for this task, when it didn't work out, the project was over, I had to let those people go. They didn't have the other skills that would have been necessary to build websites, to de-hack websites, to do the things that we did. They were brought in to help with this marketing of this database that we'd built. So I think in total, I sacked 4 people over the course of 8.5 years. 2 were unfortunate, 2 bad hires. There's no other way to put it. I was under the impression this guy had database programming skills and he didn't know the language we're using, PHP, MySQL, or MySQL if you want to be technically correct. He didn't, but he promised he was going to learn and he made no effort. And the other one literally didn't know a fucking left from right. Literally couldn't read. Copy, 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 right past copy. So that was two were bad hires based on pedigree, based on friend of a friend or that kind of thing, but supposedly could help or use their transferable skills, you might call it. One was supposedly good at training people and was employed at the college, and she'd done systems engineering training, allegedly. What it turns out was she was the person in the office at the DHSS, whatever you want to call them, the benefits office. She was the person that had no skills or was useless or wasn't liked. So every time a course came up, every time there was a new project set up, let's push. She can do that. We'll stay here and be happy in the office doing our jobs. Oh, systems and analyst training. Oh yeah, send her. Oh, send her. But it meant she had this fantastic CV. She could say, I've done this training, I've done that, I'm a systems analyst. I train people, I teach people how to read and write and do maths at the college. Copy, 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 right past copy. Couldn't spot the word copy on the screen when a finger was fucking on it or under it. Right in front of her fucking nose. Yeah, what's that up on the left? What, over here? No, that's your right. What's that on the left? No, the other left. You know what I mean? So I sacked 4 people in the entirety of running my business. Oh, 5. 5. One of my nephews. I've told this before, so I got no problem saying this. One of my nephews. I was training him at home. Basically, the job. A lot of our work involved downloading a zip file, unpacking the zip file, and then uploading the results. Maybe we'd make some edits, we'd change something, we'd do something. So I set up a web server on a home computer. And he came around and we're working on it. It's a client project. Yeah, it was great. Yeah, just pack it up, like zip it up, upload it to the server, and then unpack it. This was the quickest way. If you want to upload 4,000 files, uploading 4,000 small files is quite slow. Zip it up, upload the zip file. It's one large file. Then unpack it. Give the commands and unpack it on the server. No, I'm not going to do that. That's gay. Sorry? Yeah, no. Zipping and uploading and unzipping, that's gay. Did you want a job or not? We're like 4 weeks into training. No, that's gay. I'm not going to do it. Okay? You're sacked. I sacked my nephew. My sister's kid. Later on I employed another one, his older brother. But I forgot about that. Technically, I sacked 5. That's a lot, isn't it? In 8 years, 9 years. He'd done the job, he'd edited the website, he'd done all the technique, he'd done everything. He just had to zip up the files, upload it to a server, and then shell in and type the unpack or unzip command, whatever. I don't remember what format we were using, whether it was RAR or zip or whatever it was at the time. I'm not going to do that. That's gay. Well, I'll let you think about it overnight, but if you still don't do it, you're sacked. Young'uns, what can you do with them? His brother worked with me for years. He managed 4 weeks and it finished over nothing. He came back to me a couple of months later. So this was at home, and then we got the office next to the town hall in Lancaster. And he came back and asked for his job back. And I gave him a second go. And then he just started not turning up. He didn't phone in sick. He didn't. And then, after not coming in for a week, he turned up for his wages. What the fuck are you talking about, lad? He got paid for everything he did. Don't get me wrong. I'm not saying that I withheld actual money that had been earned. He came in asking for an advance. He came in with his girlfriend asking for an advance. I'm like, advance on what? You haven't been in for a week. You didn't ring in sick. You left me in the lurch. What are you talking about? Oh, well, I was going to come in next week, but can I get the wages now? No, can you the fuck out of here? 5 people sacked. 6 if you kind of count the fact I sacked him twice. I took that as him resigning, but that's... Oh, my bum is still numb, folks. We're coming up on how many hours? 8.5 hours. And it's going to be light in half an hour, 3/4 of an hour. I don't know. There's not many of you here still, and I'm prattling on. That was a long answer for how many did you sack back in your business days. I sacked that many. However many, whether you want to count that as 5 or 6, I sacked that many. Under the circumstances, I don't think I did any. I don't think it was bad. Couple of bad hires. Well, 3, possibly 4 if you count taking him back. It's family, isn't it? later on, though, see, we were a family company. My wife worked with me. My brother worked with me. 2 of my nephews, one worked out, one didn't. My brother was great. My wife was great. That one nephew. And then a couple of other bad hires. And a couple of unfortunates where they were hired for a specific project. The project ran to its logical conclusion. I was going to say for better or worse, but it's definitely for worse. Hacked or Not was a great idea. And we built up this database of 1 million hacked websites, but couldn't do anything with it. Didn't bring any money. We were prior to that, we were already being paid by people to de-hack and then re-secure their websites. So remove the hack and then make it so that the hack couldn't come back. But kind of cold calling people or sending out emails saying, hey, your website's hacked, but it's invisible, you can't see it. Unless you make your browser pretend to be Google, and then it's clear. Or just go to Google and ask Google, are you hacked? Couldn't make it work, folks, at that time. So that's the mix. That's how many people I sacked. I told you about how much it tore me apart the first time. God, it did. I did my best to try and find a way to not sack him. A year later, I told you the guy had issues. A year later, we heard he was dead. And you got to wonder what part we played in that. Someone who'd had problems, couldn't get hired elsewhere, we gave him a chance. He fucked it up, so we sacked him. And then he went downhill from there, I guess. And yeah, no. Give a bloke a chance. 3 months. And then a list, you've got 30 days to learn these things, and 28 days in, he'd not touched them. It's not unreasonable to sack someone under that circumstance, surely. I don't think we were unreasonable. I hate the fact that it ended the way it did. Ended in terms of the company and his sacking, but also ended his ending. I hate that. I hate the fact that happened. And I rue the fact that we were involved. Maybe if we'd not even given him the job, he wouldn't have had the up and then the down after we got rid of him. I don't know, folks. I do. The first person I ever sacked was dead. I don't remember the exact dates, a year or 2 later. We heard through the grapevine. Proud of the fact we took someone on who had problems and gave him a chance. He swore blind he was going to make every effort to take the skills he had and transfer them to what we needed. He swore blind he would. And he just didn't. He went out chopping fucking trees and building dry stone walls instead. Now, if he'd learned our stuff, the computer stuff, and gone out with this religious group and chopped trees and built, his free time's his free time. But he didn't. He did the one instead of the other. Ripped my guts out that weekend, mulling that over. And then on the phone call when he says, so we went from being friends to you're never going to speak to me again. Mate, yeah, we were work colleagues. I don't know whether you'd say friends, but colleagues. And you fucked it up. Whoa, what was that? Hopefully that was just a plastic bottle shrinking in the cooler night air. Scrolling, folks, I'm scrolling. I've spent too long on this one question. We aren't even in the same day. It's the 21st for me still. Is it still? What time? That was 5:07. You said that. It's now 5:39. So it will still be. Yeah, I live in the future. Did you not know? Law and legal is like water and oil mixing. You can make an emulsion. Water and oil can be emulsified. Any good cook will tell you this. You need a little bit of starch or something, but it can be done. Legal eagles legally negate the legality of the eagles legally. Oh God, foul. It's like a tongue twister. Legal eagles legally negate the legality of eagles legally. Probably. But an ill eagle is just a poorly bird. Farmer says ring. Why did he say? I can't click the button, so I don't know why it says ring. Pushed and pulled until the fate of everyone. It's link after link after link. You're kind of taking the piss of it, mate. Owner doubt. I don't know what these words. Take, dock. What are these? Too sexy for your party. Too sexy by far. I'm too sexy for my shirt. Right, said Fred. Not Bernard Cribbins. Right, said Fred. Let's have a cup of tea. I see a couple of guys trying to get was it a wardrobe or a piano into a house? Right, said Fred. Let's have a cup of tea. Bernard Cribbins, folks. Bernard, if you're of an American's persuasion. Bernard. It's spelt just like your one, but pronounced different. Bernard Cribbins. Doctor Who's companion in films in the 60s and in the TV series 2008 maybe onwards. Doctor Who came back in 2005. I remember it well. I was in America at the time. There's a story for another day. Farmer says, how far did you walk? Is this related to a song? Is the raid over? Asks Eric. Eric plays. Well, at one point there was like 500 people here. Now we're down to 8. The stream is still going. It's a tramp in a field. You know what I mean? But I don't know. I guess it may be over. I didn't even know YouTube did. I didn't even know YouTube did raids. It's the first I've heard of it, and I researched it earlier, and it's existed for 4 years. On no stream I have ever watched, and I watch a lot of live streams, I have never seen anybody raid another stream. Not on YouTube. On Twitch, yes. On Kick, yes. I have never, ever experienced. So I've never been part of it. And here I was I'm not going to say victim. I was like an hour behind in chat. I was working forward, and then it went. I lost. I couldn't begin. I tried to keep up. It wouldn't let me go back far enough. Once you've got so many messages in chat, it doesn't let you go back that far. So that was the thing. You live and you learn. It was fun. I've picked up 100 new subs. I've gone from 1,700, just over 1,700 to over 1,800 subs. Everyone will probably unsubscribe over the next 7 days, but we'll tackle that when we. Oh, you're fired. Well, it was the Don in in America. And it's Alan Sugar over here, whatever that was called. You're fired. What was the program called? Not The Apprentice. Apprentice. I was going to go with Accomplice. I almost said Accomplice, and I stopped myself. It was Apprentice. Do you see how my mind doesn't work? I have to give myself a clue. I don't get the right answer, but I give myself a clue. Not accomplice, but the is, and then the at and the is. I managed to fill in the gaps post-processing after the initial thought. Where's that car going? That's weird. There was a car coming along the main road and it's turned down a side street that pretty much nobody ever goes down. In fact, it's got 2 barriers across. You can't get down. Unless you live there and you've got the key. Maybe they live there and they've got the key. You're fired. Welcome, Eric. Indeed. If I didn't say welcome, Eric, I didn't. Sorry. Keep raiding. Raid, raid, raid. Oh gosh, raid, raid, raid. Okay. Now you go ahead and keep raiding. Just no spamming chat, says one of my mods. Indeed. But yeah, that was fun. That's okay. It's because there was a raid. There was indeed a raid from Parasocial. There was the name. It was a Hispanic name. Spanish or Hispanic. Dominic Dominguez. I will have to look up who it was from. I'm going to subscribe to them. I'm going to go and thank them tomorrow. After we finish here, I'll take my dog for a quick walkies, and then I've got to go to bed because it's, what is it, folks? It's time. Tick, 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 tick. Hartley Hare, Pipkins. It's 5:45. In half an hour or less. Yeah, look. Oh, you can't look. Let me look for you. Let me point you in the right direction. I've got to reverse the camera. You're looking at a lantern. You're looking at my beer and my lamp. But over there, you see that sky? That's daybreak. The sun will shortly be up. So the stars, oh, I don't know whether this camera will pick those up. There are 2 or 3 stars there. It's a little bit difficult because of the light pollution. But there are and the camera's not great. Despite being a Samsung. But that's darkness. And that's not. That's the east. Northeast, really, because this time of year the sun's worked way past east. It's worked its way. I don't know whether you would say truly northeast. It might be east by northeast. But yeah, it's worked its way around. And from now on it's going to start coming back that way, and it'll be rising over these trees here by winter. Anyway, folks, I've been going a while, haven't I? For a quiet, shy guy who lives in a field, tramping a field, folks. Let me get my power cable back. I don't want to run out of power. Let me check. The EcoFlow's down to 35%. Fortunately, the sun will be up in 2 or 3 hours. Well, yeah. So we will have dawn. We will have actual. We won't see sunrise here. It's probably behind this tree. I could go to the cliff tops, but probably won't because it involves carrying a dog. We might be able to sit here and watch it. Maybe it'll come up in the gap there. I'm not sure where sunrise happens from the camp nowadays. When I do sunrise videos, historically I would have gone to the cliff tops, but that was when my dog could walk, and now she can't. Anyway, I'm here. Let's scroll. Let's keep scrolling. It's because there was a raid. It was. Rongo Star Sergeant Pepper. I'm going to bed because I have to get up early tomorrow, but I like your video, so I'll be coming back. Stay safe. Thank you very much. Appreciate you. There's not. I mean, I used to do actual videos, like recorded stuff. I still do occasionally on the cooking side, but nowadays it's mainly live streams because I don't get out of the field. I've got nowhere to go, nothing to record, nothing to do. Sitting here and nattering with you lot. Nattering's a good word. I don't know if nattering exists in America or Canada, whichever part of the North American continent you're on. To natter is to chat. It's I don't know whether that word works. But yeah, thank you. Subscribe if you haven't, just to make sure you don't lose. Here's two future. Oh, here's the future rates. I thought you were saying here are 2 future rates, but yeah, thank you to the raiders. Yeah, it's incredible. I've never. I struggle to hit. I struggle to hit 15. I try for 20 likes in a stream. 45 or 47 I think was the previous record. Not sure why that happened. We hit 47, and when I hit to end the stream it dropped to 45. Now whether that was 2 people hitting the like button accidentally a second time, or whether I pissed somebody off, who knows? What can you do? But this blew that out of the water. This is incredible. The maximum concurrent users I had in the past, I think it's like 2022. Suddenly we had 450 something was a number someone quoted earlier. It may have been even higher. We'll see when we're in the stream. YouTube will give me some stats. Yeah, good night, Rongo. Have a good night. This is from Fabrizio Fama. I got a feeling tonight's going to be a good night. Mike, you've sacked a lot of people. I mean, you've fired. Okay. That word there, a lot as one word, doesn't exist. There's a word with an A and 2 L's. To a lot is to a portion, to share out. But I think you mean a lot, 2 separate words. Many, a lot. I like to try and educate people because I see a lot used wrongly all over the internet. One of my pet peeves. Along with I could kill. Yeah, along with hold on. What's the correct version? I couldn't care less is the correct version, but a lot of Americans say I could care less. It's just, again, I could care less, which means you care too much. You're not saying, you're saying the opposite of what you think you're saying. But anyway, I shouldn't be the pedant that I am, but I am. You're never going to give them up, Mike. No, I am like Rick Astley. I'm never going to give them up. He's not for turning. Unlike the guy that works the lathe. Or Maggie, she wasn't for turning, but then she did. You turn if you want to. And then she did a U-turn. Ichiam. Are you alright down there, Tina? You've been quiet for a while. I hope she's stretched out. I think she's asleep. Oh no, she's moved her head. Hello, babe. Oh, that was a silent but deadly. Okay, folks. Oh, look, I'll show you the sky again, because it was kind of a joke when I first said it about staying on until kind of sunrise, but look, the sky's getting brighter and brighter over there. Something about the phone kind of foreshortens that. That makes it look a lot closer than it is. It also, to the left of the tree there, looks a lot brighter on the phone than it does in real life. That's interesting. And there's my lamp. Back to me. Star of the show. Keep the focus where it belongs. Where am I now, folks? Oh, I've moved the sugar, the jar of sugar upon which you stand. Never gonna turn around. Okay, we're doing all of the and desert them. That's the wrong dessert. You knew that was the wrong. That's a pudding. You use the word pudding differently. Sweet. That's the meal after the main course. You even have the wrong words for main courses over in North America. Is it aperitif? No, that's not the right word. What's the word you guys use? We use it to mean the introductory course, and somehow in North America they use it to mean the main course, not aperitif. That's a drink. What's another word for a starter? Can't think. The word's not going to come. And I know Canucks and Yanks are slightly different. Canadians are just Americans with a French accent. No, shush. Sign of Nature, proud of you, Mike. You've nearly burnt the raiders out. Yeah, no, they've almost all gone, haven't they? 500 of them came in. You're still live? I am. The only girls for... I thought I was going to say for you or for me. The only girls for... the best 8... Hold on. The best 8, the 8 balls, so to speak. 8 balls. Are we talking pool? 8 ball. Maybe there's a missing word there, like an of or something that should have been somewhere. The best 8, the 8 balls. So 8 ball, magic 8 ball. That's another thing we don't have over here. 8 ball, we do pool. We don't do all the variations of pool. We only have 8 balls, the standard version, yeah? But we've even replaced spots and stripes with yellow and red because it's the only version of the game that we play. So very few people over here would know what 9 ball was when it comes to pool, where you have a diamond of balls. We're talking about balls. Let's not talk about balls. The only girls, yeah, still live. I'm kind of waiting just for the sun to come up. Once we've got the sun come up, I'll probably call it quits. So I think my phone's charged enough to just unplug this now and not worry about it. I think I'm on 100%. Snooker. Let me just turn that way. Look, we're just over there on the east or northeast or east by northeast, whatever direction that is. We're just waiting for the sun any minute now, the next 5 or 10 minutes. I thought Farmer was gone. Fabrizio is still here for now. I don't think for much longer. My Tina doggy darling. Hold on, babe. Are you here, babe? Where am I? Let's do the flash. Oh, look. Oh, she's sleeping. She's twitching in her sleep. Or she was before some ignorant bugger shone a bright light on her. She has pooed back there. Oh, I've woken her up. Hey, babe, you're okay. You pooed in your sleep. I'll get that. I'll tidy that up when we finish. You're okay. I know. You don't know it's happening. I know. Farmer says he's in and out of the stream, so sometimes he's away from keyboard. I got this can of beer that I'm on here. I don't think we will get to the backup one that I brought out just in case. Back on me. Here we go. Star of the show. I like to tell myself. We all know that Tina's the star of the show, really, for at least another few weeks. But we'll face that bridge when we come to it. Snooker. Hold on. I got to scroll back. Weren't we talking about 9 ball or something? 8 ball. Snooker has 15 reds and 6 colours. No 8 ball involved. Do you guys have anything instead of PayPal? No, I'm afraid I don't. Tramp in a field. Money in person. Only PayPal. And I know some people don't like to do the PayPal thing. I know there's all sorts of there's political stuff. If you're the wrong political persuasion, PayPal can get funny. I've known people have that happen to. Some people just don't like it. No, I am PayPal only. Tramp in a field. How many forms of currency can you, or currency collection can you do? It is almost light now, folks. Clouds that weren't visible before are now visible. Not many. There's just a couple of strands above me. A few stars still visible, but not many. And yeah, about what, a quarter of the sky is now light. I was just checking whether my fairy lights were still lit under the parasol. We don't have PayPal in my country, so I want to share some money. Well, that'd be very generous of you if you could find a way. I just don't have any other. I don't have any other method. I'm sorry. What's the one I keep hearing about? Revolut. I don't have it. I don't have any. No, sorry. There is a postal address for sending real world things, using the in-post mailing boxes, but that's the only alternative. Sorry. Thank you for being interested in helping, but I don't. What's that address, Farmer? Is that the Delta Mike in a field kind of link? The Google Maps link. But there is an if you have in post, however you want to pronounce it. We do have drawers here. There are details in the description. You would have to have access to either my email address or my phone number. My email address is publicly available again in the description. But it's real world goodies or PayPal. I'm afraid those are my limits. I did an Amazon wish list thing once upon a time, but nobody used it, so that's fallen out of favour. I think one guy did try, and that was one of the deliveries. I'm in the tent all day. I walked Tina 50 metres that way, came back and saw the delivery van leave. I don't even think he came down the road. I think he just turned around at the top and fucked. And like I said, they don't make three. In the UK, they will make 3 attempts. Oh, sorry we missed you today. I'll come back tomorrow, kind of. No. Spain? Oh. We tried, we failed, it's gone back to the depot, and now it's going back to return to sender. I was here. I was like 50 meters that way. I could not have possibly missed a delivery van. But I did see a delivery van at the top of the road. I think he just turned at the top and off. Didn't ring my number, didn't email me, didn't let me know they were coming, nothing. Just no. So, and I feel really guilty about that, because the guy was sending this thing from Norway. He's sending me a phone. No, he tried sending me a phone, and then he tried buying me an adapter. So I've got a big gas bottle and a burner, but I had a camping stove, and it was for the screw top bottle, the screw top canisters that were €10 for 400 grams, 450 grams, something like that. But you can get 250 gram bottles with a different kind of top, a different fitting. You get 250 gram ones for like €2, or could. So half as much gas for like a quarter or a fifth of the price. So an adapter would have allowed me to use the cheaper gas canisters, cheaper gas, like camping gas or whatever it is. So he tried sending me a phone, that had failed to get here, and then he tried doing an Amazon wish list, buying something from my wish list, and that didn't get here. And I feel really guilty. Because on both occasions, I think he lost The phone that failed to deliver never got back to him, so that was gone. And I'm not sure whether he ever got refunded for the gas bottle adapter thing. But that's annoying, isn't it? It's annoying. I find that annoying. Okay, folks, let me show you the sky now, because we're close. We're close to calling this quits. Do we want to stay until we actually see the sun, or is just daylight enough? It's getting there, isn't it? Isn't it? Wasn't it? Didn't it? If I took the dog and walked around there, we'd actually be able to see sunrise. I just don't feel like carrying the dog. So it's not I don't feel, I'm tired. I've been sat here in this chair for fucking 9 hours. I started at 9 o'clock last night and it's 6 o'clock in the morning now. I've got to take her for a little walk anyway, even though she's pooed here apparently. I've got to take her for a walk after we're done here. It is almost daylight. Any minute now. So we're going to call it quits soon. Like I said, it's been however many hours I just said. 9, did I say? It's been 9 hours. Link to send anything above as well. Are you camping till how much day? No, well, it's not really camping, it's survival. Camping I view as being a leisure activity, something you do by choice. This is not by choice, I'm homeless. But yeah, I you know, if you want to view camping as living in a tent, it's been 3.5 years in this field, and there was 2 months in another field before that. Come August, I will have been homeless. August the 14th will be 4 years. Definitely, you know, I'm being nitpicky about definitions, but yeah, it's not really. I don't view. When the police say no camping, I say this isn't camping. I throw it back at them. Camping is a leisure activity that you partake of, that you do for a weekend, a week, maybe 2 weeks in summer. This is survival. My bank say I'm not me. I've got thousands of pounds in the bank. Not a lot of thousands, but a few thousand. But my bank say I'm not me. And in order to protect that money, they won't let me have it. Until I go back to the UK and stand in my bank branch with my passport and 3 other forms of ID. And the Spanish police say, no, you're not leaving the country. I need my money to get a lawyer to tell the police to go fuck themselves. But I can't get a lawyer until I've got my money, but I can't get my money until I've got a lawyer, and around we go. Catch-22 in the, was it Joseph Heller? I think was the author of Catch-22. Was that one Joseph Heller? Who was For Whom the Bell Tolls? That's different. Fairly sure Joseph Heller, Catch-22. Soldier wants to get out of the war, so wants to prove that he's insane. Insane so that you can get out of the war proves that you're sane, because only an insane person would want to stay in the war. Catch-22. Different from a Mexican standard, which requires 3 parties. But that's a separate, that's not why you called. Oh, we're down to just 5 viewers. As daylight is kind of breaking, I'm losing the viewers. Unless it's just the counter. Sometimes YouTube loses the counter. It's under the lockers in post. It's a link in description. It is. In your PayPal, is that you in the picture? I think it was me, and I said to AI, make me pretty. So it did the dark beard. If it's the picture I'm thinking of, if I've got the slightly darker moustache and beard, it's me plus AI. I said, here's a picture of ugly me, make me pretty. It's a picture of what I could have looked like with a little bit of hair dye or something, you know, or losing a little bit of weight. So no, I am not that gorgeous. It was never me. If it's the picture I'm thinking of, I'm not quite sure. But it was based on me. But no, I've always been the ugly duckling. I've always been an ugly bloke. Literally, when we had school photos taken, the class photos, the group photos, the other kids' parents would send them back and say, no, we're not having it because he's in the picture. That's a true story. That would happen year in, year out, for about 10 years of my life. There'd be one or two people would literally bring back the group, the class photograph. So you take them home and on approval, and then you choose what to buy or not. They'd buy the single picture, the picture of their kid. They'd buy those, maybe even get an enlargement and have that done. But they'd bring back the class photo and say, not having it because that ugly kid's there. I was that guy. If you want further details, look up the word cherubism. C-H-E-R-U-B, like an angel, a cherub. Stick an ism on the end. You might even find a picture. You won't find a picture of me like a photograph, but you might actually, if you see an X-ray with teeth going all over the place from it might even be my picture. It used to be in the scientific journals. It used to be my picture, my X-ray, not my picture, not my photograph, but my X-ray. So that's why I put my picture into AI and said, make me look pretty, make me look handsome. If I open the next beer, would that technically be a breakfast beer? 2 or 3 times in my life, I have indulged in breakfast beer. One, me and 2 friends got absolutely blotto in an apartment about 500 meters that way, and then the guy who owned the apartment, I was in the spare room. I was the lodger. I was renting the spare room. He woke me up in the morning with a cold can of beer, and he said, breakfast beer. We went out on the balcony and we sat there, and by 10 o'clock in the morning, I had a set of what's the word I'm looking for? Garden furniture type stuff, patio furniture, that's the better phrase. 2, not wicker, what do you call the woven stuff? Not going to get the words. I don't have the words. It was plastic, but rattan style, because it's plastic, not proper rattan is a grass. It's a weave. It's a like straw. But anyway, plastic. I had these 2 chairs and a big like a double width coffee table. By 10 o'clock the next morning, we'd filled the table with our empties. And then my friend, I'll never forget this because it's the most vile thing ever. He just starts and he runs inside and he doesn't get to the bathroom. Projectile vomit against the wall. He's got this watermark running down the wall of all the beer that he just drank coming back up. It was his part. You know what I mean? He stained his own walls. It's not mine. It is now. Can you see, folks? It is. If I look around, would you call that daylight? I mean, I guess the street lights are still on, so maybe legally or lawfully, not daylight. But it is. It's there or thereabouts, isn't it? It's there or thereabouts. You couldn't call this nighttime anymore, I don't think. I wouldn't. Anyway, let me So my solar panels, I don't even think they're plugged into the, well, they're not plugged into this EcoFlow because this EcoFlow is here. I'll have to take this. The other EcoFlow is empty. This one's down to 30% or so. Let me do my EcoFlow advertising because I do that every now and again. I am a big proponent of an EcoFlow. If you don't know what an EcoFlow is, folks, it's like a battery. It stores about a quarter of a car battery's potential power, but if you try and use a car battery for anything, you can't use more than half the power without damaging the internal structure. So technically, it stores a quarter as much as a car battery. In reality, the different chemistry in here means that you can use about half as much as a car battery can use. So 12 volt outlet, 12 volt cigarette lighter type outlet. Let me put the light on just a little bit, just so you can see a little bit better. I'll move this out of the way. 12 volt socket. 2 USB sockets, one here, one here. USB-A, the old-fashioned USB. USB-C, this can output, I think, up to 60 watts. USB-C. Indicators, how many hours it can carry on running at the current output, or how, or this changes to how long it will take to fully charge once you've got power coming in. This is its current percentage, 34. Watts coming in, obviously none. There's no solar connected and there's no sun anyway. Watts going out. Currently I am charging, what am I charging? Oh, the lamp. I'm charging the lamp. Now, here's the real magic. That's a proper real plug socket. 220 volts. You can choose between 50 and 60 hertz depending on your requirements. That's the inverter, from the inverter. Turning the DC into AC, alternating current, not air conditioning, alternating current. This is my EcoFlow, one of my, well, probably my greatest purchase. I do like to tell you guys, the people who donate or who want to donate, as a tramp, and I use that term a little bit performatively, as a homeless guy, I try not to waste your money. I do drink beer. 12 cans used to be as little as €2.60 for 12 cans. Now it's like $3.80 or something like that in the supermarket. I can't get to the supermarket, so I pay basically an extra euro for, what do I pay? I pay $4.90, $4.95, something like that. So as I don't have to walk. So I'm buying it 100 meters away instead of having to walk away for half an hour, because disabled dog, life is difficult. Let me open this. Breakfast beer, anybody? There's only 2 people watching. Cheers to those of you that have stuck around. I'm only 1 person watching. You've all left me. We are about to hit daylight and we will be ending soon, but I do just want to say cheers to the people, the raiders and anyone else who's still here, the original, the OGs that are still here. Thank you, thank you, thank you. You're much appreciated. Cheers, folks. Keith says, learned something tonight. We get daylight before you. Yeah, you're further north. So in summer, you get daylight before us, like 4:30 in parts of northern England, whereas we have to wait until 6 o'clock. On the flip side, in winter, it doesn't go dark here until 6 in the evening, whereas you go dark at 3:45. From what I remember, 3:45 or before. So when a football match kicks off at 3, the floodlights have to come on before half time, don't they? So 3:30 maybe, it's getting dark. We don't have that shit. 6 o'clock, 6:30, something like that. So it's that tilt of the earth. We're further south, you're further north. Here's one, folks. I think some of you will be sick of hearing this. the entirety of the UK is further north than the entirety of the contiguous United States. Alaska, she might not tell you, but no, Alaska is probably roughly where the UK is, or parts of it. But Cornwall, Devon, that south coast of Britain, is further north than the northernmost, your Vermonts and your Illinois and all of those places. Is Washington, is that the furthest north you get on the east coast? I think it is, but I'm not 100% sure. I got a car, okay. Coming down confidently and not grounding out on the bottom like the other one did. Grinding out. I keep seeing bright yellow in my eyes and thinking it's the sun, but it's just my lamp. Do you think I can turn this off now? I think I can turn this off. Oh, okay. I've accidentally activated a different. Yeah, now it's going to take me forever to turn off. Once I kind of double click the button, there are these different modes that I don't know about or don't understand. I cannot. There we go. Yeah, look, now it's glowing blue. I don't know what glowing blue means. It's supposed to glow red when it's charging. I don't know what glowing... Okay. It has this different mode. It's got a solar panel on top for charging, but it can also work as a... it works as a light detector. And the lamp will come on automatically when it gets dark. So I put my hand on the solar panel and it comes on. That's not what I want. I don't know how to turn it on. I got to double click again, maybe? No. Triple click. Long press. What do I do? I haven't got a fuck. Somebody tell me how to work a light from Leroy Merlin. 2, 3, 4, 5. That's got it. I'm not sure it's actually charging though. I think there's a slight red in there. Who knows? I make this shit up. Okay, folks. We are now on 6:20. 9 hours and 20 minutes. I'll give you another 10 minutes. We'll go to 9.5. I don't think I want to do till 10. I'm drinking beer at breakfast o'clock, 6:21. I'm not exactly proud of that fact, but this is still last night to me. This is still yesterday. All right? Don't judge. I know you're judging. There'll be people thinking I was going to donate, but what a fucking pisshead. I know. He's just opened his... Is that the 3rd can of beer or 4th? I've lost count. In how many hours? 9.5 hours. He's opened his 3rd or 4th can of beer. Can of beer. Can of beer? That's not always... Am I tired or am I drunk? I'm not sure. Tina, no. Leave that alone, darling. Oh, do you know what, folks? Give me a second. I got something I got to take care of just here with the dog. I said earlier that she'd made a mess. Now, she's not sat in it. She's sat away from it, but I may as well have a quick clean up now that I can see what's what, because it's daylight. Somewhere in this pocket there is a roll of 2 bags. Hey babe, Daddy's going to clean up now that I can see what's what. It's okay. You've been laying there a long time, haven't you? I know you're not as mobile as you used to be. I'm going to get that from there. Is there more? No, I don't think there's more there, but there's this one this side. You done 2 separate ones? Okay. I got them. We tidy that up. Do you know what else, folks? If you just... Hold on. No, I do need to mute the microphone before I do this next thing. And I probably shouldn't do it during daylight. Give us a second. I will be right back with you. Okay, folks, you're back with me. Have a look at this. Have a look at this. Let me just... This... Okay. I'll zoom in a bit for you because it's... it looks smaller on the screen than it does in real life. This is my view. You're looking, broadly speaking, south-ish. That's the view from outside my... Well, I'm not going to say from outside my tent, but from outside my camp. Over this way, you're looking, broadly speaking, east. And sometime soon, the sun will come up over this tree or through this gap. Tina, stop it. Stop. I've zoomed in a lot now. Back to normal. Whoa. Yeah. Do you know vitiligo? Vitiligo. White patches, lighter patches of skin, lighter and darker patches of skin, if I remember correctly. I believe so. August the 14th, Elvis went home that date. Home from where? Home from national service in Germany? Or do you mean he died that date? It would have been summer. I remember 1977, the summer of 77 when he died. My mum was a big Elvis fan. Let me... Hold on, I'm zooming in on a... Look at the... Folks, give me a flat surface and I will fill it with crap. It's not crap. Look, I've got spare cups for when I've got visitors. I've got a box grater. I got coffee, hot chocolate, more coffee jars. I got my rings for when I do pancakes or eggs or whatever. Keep them constrained. Here's a jar of sugar that you... Here's the phone stand upon which you watch me. Here's my sieve. So it's not... When I say my table's full of crap, I mean it's cluttered, but it's all good stuff. Here's my other table, folks. I've got a big pine table here, given to my friend Tom. Look at me, tramp in a field, fucking pine table. Splits in half and has an extension function that I don't know how to do. But I keep jars because one day I might need them. I said about becoming a hoarder. Jars, Tupperware, plastic, upturned, that's a mixing bowl. And then frying pans and crock pot, the liner, the crock from the crock pot. Give me a flat surface, I will fill it with shite. I say shite, not shite, but I will fill it, I will clutter it. I was about to grab the phone there, but then I realised my hand would have been in front of the camera. Oh, hey Tina. Oh! Hello, babe. Here she is, down here, without the need for a light. Oh, I've left my fairy lights. Look, under the... I've still got my fairy lights on under the parasol. Let me turn that off, those off. I've got to protect those batteries. I have to put them to charge soon. Oh! Oh! I'm groaning like an old... Do you remember when you could stand up without making those noises? I used to be able to move around and get up and get down without making those noises. But now I'm a fucking old man. I don't know if you can tell, the white beard. I'm not young. I'm not as young as I used to. Nobody's as young as I used to be. I mean, that's a truism. There's not one person on this planet that is younger than they used to be. So the whole phrase, I'm not as young as I used to be. Duh, obviously. Let me scroll. I've been on a little while, haven't I, folks? I came on an hour early last night to catch... I thought there might be... We had like a white sky. Rather than a blue sky all day, it was white. So I thought high cloud. Summer solstice, sun going down, I thought there was a chance we might get a like a glorious sunset. Morecambe, M-O-R-E, More, Cambe, C-A-M-B-E. Have a look, just type in Morecambe sunset. They call it $1 million sunset. Basically, 4 days a week, you know, you never know, on average, you get these glorious sunsets. It's on the west coast, so you're facing out over the water and the sun's going down over, and you get these oranges and you know, reds and oranges and purples even. Speaking of which, actually, if I just show you this, so facing west, we've got some reddish sky starting to happen. These light clouds on the opposite side. So the sun's rising over here on the east. There's a bird going past there, look. Try and catch him. I thought he might come out the other side of the tree. Where'd he go? Anyway, over there on the west, you've got a slight reddishness, which may build into something. Maybe. Red sky in the morning. How does it go? Red sky at night, shepherd's delight. Red sky in the morning, your barn's on fire. Something like that. Sailor's warning, actually. Red sky in the morning, sailor's warning. Let me zoom out. And then reverse the camera back to me, the star of the show. So I normally go live 10 o'clock my time, and I came on at 9 because I thought we might get a sunset. We're now getting it is getting redder over there. I guess as the sun comes up, it'll get slightly redder before disappearing. There's not a lot of cloud, but you do need those particles to disperse the light, diffract the light, to make the red sky. What was I saying? I came on at 9 instead of 10 because I thought we might get a sunset. And with it being, it's this whole midsummer thing, isn't it? It's the solstice. That was 21st yesterday. Today's 22nd. 23rd is Norwegian midsummer. And also San Juan, St. John. The Norwegian midsummer is also called St. John, but in Norwegian. I don't know why. And San Juan, Juan is John, but in Spanish. I don't know why different countries do these things on different dates. On Friday, it was the eve of midsummer. And Saturday was Midsummer's Day for the Swedish and the Finnish. Midsummer, 400 or 500 years ago, would have been a thing in Britain. In my entire life, apart from Shakespeare's Midsummer Night's Dream with Oberon and Titania, however you want to pronounce it, never been a thing. Never heard of Midsummer in Britain. Came over here and folks start walking about in their national dress. The Norwegians and the Swedes. Different days. They choose different dates for when midsummer is. But yeah, fancy dress and feasting and things. A party. Pickled herring. Not surstrumming. I don't think so. I think that's different. That's fermented rather than pickled, I think. Not an expert on these things. I still want to try surstrumming one day. That's the really stinky, rotten, fermented fish. Bury it in the ground and leave it there for 6 months and dig it up. However that works. We'll get there. Anyway, let me... one of us has got laggy internet. Oh, I hope it wasn't me. Yours. Okay. Sort it out between yourselves. Is it Sunday the 20th? No, it's Monday the 22nd now. I'm in Spain in Europe. We're on Central European summertime. It is 6:33 on Monday morning, Monday the 22nd of June. Just looking back, still only the, whoa, did I accidentally click something I shouldn't have? Still only the one donation, PayPal. Only Girls, the Only Girls USA, yeah. So you're 5 or 6 hours behind. Venice Beach, Venice Beach. Is that California? I'm not, I think it's Los Angeles or somewhere over that way. I know a better way to make money, so make up a sign in a heavy, an area with heavy traffic, is that what you're saying? They say, give money to sing your favourite song. I can't sing. Bye, I had to go. Bye bye, the Only Girls for... The four throws me. I want to say for you, for him, for her, for whatever. But yeah, well done to the Raiders. And the Raiders have all gone now. We're down to just 4 viewers. And have you guys not got homes to go to? I'm going to call it quits any day now. Fuck. Any day now. Yeah, in a day or two, I'm going to call it quits. I'm just going to show you, I think that the redness is easing off. There are these wisps of cloud that are catching some orangeness. They're catching the orangeness from the sun. But it is fading now as the day gets brighter. We haven't really got sight of the sun here. You probably would have from on the cliff tops. But we're not really going to get that. I don't know. I don't think I'm going to hang on to see the sun actually from the camp. Not only did the Raiders leave, I left. And I don't know how or why. Bad interface on YouTube's part. Okay, folks, we're not going to go too much longer. I will witter on a little bit, but let me get sight of where we are time-wise. 6:30. So I've done 9.5 hours, roughly speaking. Now I was a few minutes late starting the stream in the first place because I had to maneuver Tina around and get things ready. Just the logistics of trying to go live. I'll be honest, I wasn't especially in the mood. Twice over the weekend I thought to myself, I'm going to go out and cook a meal and go live in the afternoon. And I didn't. By the time it got to the afternoon and it got all hot and sticky and horrible, I couldn't be arsed. I didn't want to do it. I didn't want to eat, and I didn't want to go live especially. No offence. Gray. I'm not going to read those random numbers and letters. What's up, Unk? Hola, tío. Nothing. It's just a tramp in a field who's done, what did we say, 9.5 hours. I'm about to go to bed. What's up will be the sun in quarter of an hour, half an hour maybe. We have achieved daylight, and now if you look over there, it's just starting to get a little bit reddish. Oh, the phone just doesn't do a good job of it. The phone doesn't represent that well. Just between that tree there and that bush there, it's actually quite pink, and the phone's just not. Tina, leave the flies alone, darling. No. Leave that alone. So yeah, it's the bird. Oh, I missed it. Back to me, star of the show. I'm about to go to bed. That's about what's up. I'm going to be in bed all day, aren't I? I'm not going to be here to manage my solar panels to make sure that the EcoFlows get charged. I'm going to be asleep between now and 4 o'clock. No, that's too long. I'm sure the dog will wake me up every time anybody walks past or drives past on the little lane here. Oh, the flies are out now in the morning. They are a little bit annoying. A little bit. Breakfast beer, folks. Cheers. It's still last night for me, okay? I've been working. I've worked 9 hours and made 15 euros. Cheers, thanks. Maybe someone will reward me later. My mouth doesn't work. Too much beer. 4 cans in 9.5 hours. What can you do? Okay, folks, we're going to bring it to a close pretty soon. I just wonder whether we won't get... If my dog wasn't disabled, I would have dragged her around. You know, we would have got... I would have dragged her. We would have gone around and actually watched the sunrise. We've probably missed that. But I thought we might just catch it over the trees or bushes over here before going in. But I think it's going to take a little bit too long. We might not bother with that. 6:40. I started at 9 last night, so that's 9 hours 40. Do I finish in 5 minutes on 9 hours 45? Or do we go 20 minutes and make the 10 hours, which would be the joint... Oh, it wouldn't be the joint record. I did a 10-hour stream and then I stayed on for another hour and a half afterwards. It'd be up there, though. It'd be right up there. It'd be the second longest stream that I've done. I'll stay... I'll aim for 10... If people watch... If I look and the counter says 0 viewers, then I'll call it quits. There aren't many of you there, but... if you haven't hit the thumbs up already, folks, it would be appreciated. This is a record for me because we had the raid. I got to contact that person afterwards at some point and thank them very much. I don't know why they picked me, how they picked me. I didn't even know that YouTube did raids, but hey. And I've watched some really big channels. I've watched people who get 20,000 concurrent viewers on a Friday night. I'm thinking Friday Night Tights from Nerdrotic. You regularly get 16 to 20,000 viewers on a Friday night. I have never seen nor heard of someone doing a raid in YouTube. And I got raided and suddenly had 500 viewers where I normally have 20 or less. So that was something. And here I am sat now having a breakfast beer. Cheers. And half of you were thinking, no wonder he's a fucking tramp in a field. Alky bastard. Not at all. Quite the opposite. I used to work in an alcohol and drug works, not that I've volunteered, in a drug and alcohol counselling service. I wasn't a counsellor or anything. I was helping to give them extra skills. I was teaching them how to use computers and maintaining and cleaning the computers in the place. Yeah. Last beer of the night, I promise. I'm not going to have a second breakfast beer. Very few times in my life have I done breakfast beer, and I was telling earlier about the one time, the big one I remember. When my patio furniture set, the garden table, the coffee table that was part of the set. My friend woke me up with a cold beer, and then we went straight out on the balcony and filled the coffee table with empty beer cans before 10 o'clock in the morning. It was quite spectacular. The only one that I remember more spectacular than that, and this is on Facebook. If you know my real name and you go look at my original Facebook account from back in the day, some of you will know my name, you will be able to scroll back through the pictures and see the time that, so there was me, there was Ismo, and there was Christian. This was in my apartment. It wasn't an apartment, it was a house, 2-story, 2 bedrooms and 1.5 bathrooms. Anyway, we sent Christian to go and get the beer, and he went down to Lidl, and Lidl at the time were really funny about how they stacked their shelves with their beer. So they come in a 12-pack, and he's buying for 3 guys that are going to be hitting the pop that night and maybe for the next day. So he walks down, and he's got a couple of Mercadona carry bags, shopping bags. So he's thinking that, like, oh, I'll buy 5 or 6 12-packs. You know, I'll get the beer in. I think I gave him the money. Lidl. They unpacked. They would unpack every 12-pack and just put the cans on the shelf. So you couldn't just pick up a 12-pack and a 12-pack and a 12-pack. So he walks in. He asks a member of staff, "Hey mate, I'm here to buy a load of beer, like a lot. More than 5 or 6 cans, you know what I mean? It's just, can you go in the back and just bring us out the 12-packs still in the wrapper so that I can just pick them?" You know, no, can't do that. She says, "You're kidding." "I'm here to buy some fucking beer." I said, "I've got a couple of mates at home and me, and we're going to hit the pop tonight and maybe carry on tomorrow. Get me some beer." Can't do that. So he got the bag and he swept the shelf into the bag, and then he goes to the till, the checkout, if you will. And the guy on the checkout, "How many is it?" "I don't fucking know. It's your job." Made him count them all out. He said, "I came in, I asked nicely, can you get me some 12-packs? Why have you not got 12-packs on the fucking shelf?" And the guy had to ring them through can by can by can by can. A week later, they had 12-packs on the shelves. But the reason I mentioned this was the Argus. So Argus is the legal, I think it's their own brand. It's the only place I've ever seen it. Like Argos, but ARGUS. It's a U, not an O. And Christian brings these bags of beer home, and I think I took a photo of at least one of the bags. And then I've got like this big round pine table. I had one of those. I got a rather memorable memory of that particular table from a different event, but let's not go there. That's a sex thing. But anyway, I think the next morning, I took a photo of that table full of beer cans, and there's only one left in the bottom of the bag, 1 or 2 left in the bottom of the bag. I think I posted, "Oops, whoops, I did it again." Me, Ismo and Christian, back in the day. Beer, folks, beer. It's incredible stuff. Uncle Sam's a sign of nature. Raids alert, incoming. They were, they've gone now. Timony, fucking hell. Hello, my friend. Happy summertime, Mike. Who were the raiders? They were from a channel called, hold on, it's 2 words. It's when you feel parasocial Dominic, maybe Sanchez or something Spanish sounding. I do apologize to the gent involved or group or whoever, whatever. I'm going to contact them later and thank them, him, her, whatever. But yeah, I had about 15 people in, and I was about an hour behind in chat. I'm working forward through chat, and then it went, fuck off. And suddenly they all just went, raiding, raiders, raid. And I tried scrolling back to where I couldn't, it had gone. YouTube wouldn't show it to me. And suddenly I had 450 or 500 users all at the same time. You see the number of likes now. My record was 42 or 45 or something in the past. I got 137 likes. I picked up 100 new subscribers in that half an hour. And it's been a ride ever since. What am I now? I'm 9.5 hours in. 6:49. At 7 o'clock it'll be 10 hours in. And for me it's still last night. So cheers. This is not a breakfast beer really. This is a last night beer. I got flies on my legs. I'm not happy. I know it looks bad drinking this early in the morning. But it's not this early in the morning. I haven't been to bed yet. So it's still yesterday, isn't it? In some ways. I'm kind of wanting to call it quits, but at the same time, I can see the orange in the sky over there. I'm just waiting for the sun. I don't know whether it'll be far enough around that this tree isn't in the fucking way. I know that by 8:30 I have sun on the solar panels. By 8:30. But it's only 6:50, so that's another hour and a half away. I'm not going to do that. I don't even think I can. I can't go above 12 hours. Where am I? How long did I say? 6:50? 9:50. 9 hours. Nearly 10 hours. I could actually, yeah. Excuse me. In theory, I'm not going to, but in theory, look at this. The neighbours are starting to appear. I don't know if this is one of the neighbours or someone coming out that went in before. I'll wave even if you're an ignorant cunt. Yeah. Eyes forward, don't look at the tramp. Anyway, that doesn't make him an ignorant cunt, but well, maybe it does. Look, have you seen my nails? Is that... See how dirty they are? If I just kind of scratch myself, my nails are that dirty. It's time for a shower. I do have one. I have a thing. My friend Ryan, who stopped by here recently, but when he came on a previous visit, he brought me this. Imagine a metre-long pipe, pump at one end, and the shower head at the other. It's only about a metre long. So you would put a bowl of water, say, on the table, and then charge the thing of USB, plug a little plastic thing in to stop water getting in that electric port, and then you just sink one end into the bowl of water, turn it on, and it sprays water. It's a shower head. My mate Ryan brought me that. Tina, don't do that. Don't do that. I know you want to lick your wounds, but don't. Just keep the flies off. But don't lick. Otherwise I'll have to buy you the collar of shame. Where was I, folks? My legs are reaching because of the flies. Happy summertime. Yeah, we are in summer. Yesterday was the first day of summer. Well, technically, is the solstice the first day of summer, or is it the first day after the solstice? I'm not sure how that happens. But Timony, yeah, thank you, my friend. But yeah, so I said the name. If you, I don't know how far back you can look in chat. I will watch this stream back myself. I still have to get through Fridays, but I will look back through this. I will get the name of the channel that sent them, but it was Parasocial Dom something. The parasocial, so parasocial is when you see a streamer and you feel an affinity with them. You feel like you're friends, but they don't even know who the fuck you are. You know, like me and you. You know, we have no real idea about each other. We've never met. That's parasocial. And then it was someone's name. Spanish sounding or Hispanic. Dominic Sanchez, Dominic Guevara, I don't remember. Whoa. That's not me being I'm not deliberately trying to be offensive to the person, to the channel involved. I thank them very, very much. Greatest influx to ever hit the channel. And that's not to take away from my friend Tez, who was the previous, there's no T on the end of previous, who he's listed as friend of the channel in the description. Very nearly interesting. Very nearly interesting. When I was on, I think it was on like 920 or something subscribers. He did something he says he's never done before. This is a guy with, I think at the time he had like 25,000 subs. He's now got about 60 or 80 or something thousand. He put out a post, like a community post, saying, this is not something I do often, but there's this guy and he's always very nice, he's always very complimentary about the channel, really nice guy, and he's a tramp living in a fucking field and trapped by circumstance, and he put that out. And I went from like 920, so for YouTubers, trying to get to 1,000 is a big deal, because certain opportunities are supposed to open up for you at 1,000. Monetization, so that you get paid for the adverts that get shown in your videos and stuff. It did happen for me, but not for long. But I went from 900 and chump change to like 1,050 in like 3 days, thanks to Tez. So yeah, that was a massive influx. I think this is going to be bigger. If not, it's at least on that scale. And because it was a raid, 500 people watching at once. 137 thumbs ups, where my previous record was like 42, 45, 40, whatever. I think it was 47 during the stream, and when I clicked end, it went down to 45. I either pissed somebody off, or somebody, or a couple of people accidentally hit the thumbs up a second time and took the thumb away by accident. I don't know. But there's that. I'm scrolling. Cheers, Mike. Thirsty work going the distance. Yeah, I mean, talking, I've always said this. One of the reasons, so I don't only drink beer. Guys, I've drank 2 coffees. I've drunk, not drank. Is drank even a word? Yeah, he drank it, she drank. Yeah, past tense, past participle for he and she. But I drunk. No, I drank. Oh fuck! Hold on. Wait a minute now. Let's analyze some English. I drank that yesterday. Drank versus drunk. He is drunk is an obvious. That's a different connotation. Drunk, I'm not sure. I'm no good at English grammar. I've said I got as far as verbs, nouns, adjectives, pronouns, and adverbs. Beyond that, the gerund form and some of the other what the preterite tense, they use that an awful lot in Spanish apparently. I don't even know what the fuck that is. That's a future form with uncertainty. Are you coming tonight? I will try. Apparently that's preterite, or I think that is. That's my version of it. Is he going to be here? He said he will. It's it's a positive, but with an uncertainty. I think that's now. I don't. My inability to master these grammatical concepts in English restricts my ability. Tina, I said leave that wound alone, okay? It hampers my ability. How do you learn something in another language when you don't understand the structure of your own language? And it's a massive, massive weakness and a massive gap. And I'm not dumb. The reason that I don't know these things is because I was never fucking taught them. It's a massive, massive gap in the English educational system, as far as I'm concerned. Now you can go away and read a book on it and spend a year teaching yourself English language. You could, but who's going to do that in life? It's like you got a wife, you got a job, you got the. You don't do that, do you? You don't do that. They don't do that, do they? What does that remind me of? Trevor and Simon. We don't do duvets. We don't. If you're not British, I'm sorry, you won't get the reference. Even if you are British and you never watched, it wasn't Swap Shop, it was later than Swap Shop. It was one of those Saturday morning BBC programs. We don't do duvets, do we? This will be the late 80s, probably. Kylie Minogue was in vogue. I'm a poet and you didn't know it. Kylie Minogue was in vogue and she went on the program and they made they've done this thing for like 2 years. We don't do duvet. Every guest presenter went to this fake dry cleaner shop with a duvet. We don't do duvets. We don't do duvets, do we? Kylie Minogue walks in and they did the duvet. Because Kylie Minogue was the fucking shizzle. She was the bee's knees. She was the biggest thing at the time. So it's somewhere between 87 and 92, I guess. Scratch your balls there. Just you didn't see that. We don't do duvets. Oh, we'll do your duvet. Okay. Cheers from hours ago, Hunter. Oh, you're still here, or you came back 6:50. Where is it now? I'm behind it. I'm 10 minutes behind chat. She'll be ready for a morning stroll. She would be, but if you saw her yesterday morning, her front legs just weren't there. I picked her up. We were all ready to go, and I picked her up. Her legs just stayed up. She just swung around. She just rotated. Her front legs were just gone entirely. They just weren't there. I had to wrap her lead around my left forearm, and I had to pick the front end up as well as the back. It's okay, babe. There's some dogs. I know the exact house. I know the dogs. They leave them out overnight as guard dogs. It's a fairly common thing. Some people leave their dog out overnight, like on the balcony. Just like you, dogs they're like working animals. They're not pets in the same way for a lot of people. And this is one of those houses. So anybody walking past, dogs are off. There's a house over the back here. So there's this tower block, but there's this lower kind of 2-story building over here. They've got one of the houses has got 3 dogs that they leave out on the balcony overnight. The next door neighbour's got a dog when they're here. So the 3 dogs live here permanently, and the next door neighbours with a dog are infrequent visitors. But when they're here, their dog and the 3 dogs next door, and they will bark at each other for like an hour before one or other of the owners comes out and says stop or shut the fuck up or whatever. And they don't go for an hour. Even in the middle, this is not like oh, we're asleep. This could be the middle of the day. Even just somebody just walking past over there. So cliff tops and a path, and there's a bar over there as well, a kiosk. So anybody walking up and down can set them off if they're there. It's really... I shush my dog. Someone walks down here and Tina like just growls, and I'm like, shush girl, it's okay. Shush, shush. Tina, shush. Their dogs are full on raging for half an hour and no one tells them to shut the fuck up. Every now and again, I do. From here. I'm probably not that dog owner's favourite person. Every now and again, somebody has to fucking step up and just say no. And sometimes it's me. Like when the guy was trying to break into the garage, 4 in the morning. Someone has to just say, no! And if it means having a 2-hour stand-up fist fight and putting the other guy in hospital, I'll be that guy. Even when the police don't come and back me up when the guy's throwing stones and rocks at me and damaging my tent. I called 112 twice. Either side of 6 o'clock. While the guy was stood 4 yards away from me, hurling like he filled his tracksuit top with rocks and rammed them at me. You know, kept hold of the sleeve and catapulted a whole, like a bag full of rocks at once. How long did it take the police to respond? Well, it's been about 8 months now, I think. And they're still not here. Someone has to stand up. If I'd not, he would have broken into the garage and I don't know what damage he would have done. I don't know what he would have stolen. Whether it would have been booze, whether it would have been cigarettes. Just the damage he was doing to the door. What thanks do I get? Fuck all. But still, it was the right thing to do. It's 4 o'clock in the morning. I put that guy on the floor. I said this earlier, somewhere between 12 and 20 times. I mean, I won every single round. Every time he came at me, he ended up on the deck. He ended up going to hospital, cut to ribbons. And then he came back that next day to ask for my help to find his wallet and phone. We found his phone. Apparently there's a wallet potentially out there somewhere still. Maybe he lost it before he even got here. But he was about 20 or 30 years younger than me. I was quite proud of winning every round. Every time he came at me, he ended up punched out on the floor. I almost choked him out at one point. He'd go off and he'd lay down in the fucking road. And then he'd get up and he'd come back down. And come back down and come back. Then he went down to the end and he'd come back and come back and come back. And every time on the deck. Every fucking time. I'm not... Okay. Some of you don't like me talking about violence. I'm a good practitioner of violence. I apply it and it works. But I don't instigate. This is a thing people have to understand. It's like people think soldiers go around killing people. A soldier's job is to protect. A soldier isn't going out to kill. A soldier goes out with the protection of others as his foremost, whether he's protecting his buddies and the rest of his squad, whether he's protecting his country, whether he's defending some area that has been assigned to. Soldiers protect. And it's similar with me and violence. I can be very, very violent. And I am very, very good at violence. But I don't walk around starting fights. Tina, it's okay, babe. It's okay. Tina's okay. Yeah. Hola, buenas. No, quiet, babe. I don't walk around starting fights. I don't I said about the Swedish guy in the shop the other day that was trying to, what was he was going to call the police because my dog had been in the sun for 2 minutes. What the fuck? What are you talking about, son? Get the fuck out of here. And I just told him he was an idiot and to go. And this guy was like, I don't know, 6'4", 6'6". I mean, he was a big bloke. But when I turned around and took half a step towards him, he flinched. I knew I'd won that one. Still annoyed the shit out of me, and I'm still angry about it now. But, oh, where are we, folks? I'm still, the sun is up. Hold on, I will have to I'll have to take you with me. It's behind the tree, but it is up. Give me a second. Oh! You see what I said about being able to stand up without making those noises? I remember when that was a thing. I could do that. Now I can't. I have to walk out of the camp a little bit. Here we go. Are you ready? I wish I need sunglasses, actually. Are you ready? There we go. Oh, look, does that work? Oh, you can't. It's blurred. I can see a distinct yellow ball, but on screen it's... Do I click... If I try and adjust the focus? No. If I try and zoom in, does that make it better or worse? I think worse. You're only seeing this... There's a distinct separation between the yellow ball and the tree, you know, the sun and the trees. But you're not... Oh no, and I'm trying to stare into it to look at my phone. That's sunshine, folks. We've stayed up from 9 o'clock last night. Not just stayed up, but been live from 9 o'clock last night through to... It's 7-Eleven at the minute. That's a shop, isn't it? 7-Eleven. The phone is just not doing it. Maybe you're seeing it better than I am. Maybe it's just my screen. I don't know. But there it is. There it was. Hey Tina, you're okay, girl. He's a Tina girl. Hello you. You're a pretty little lady. You're my little lady. Yeah, I know. You've been sat there a long time. We're going to go for a walkish soon, and then we're going to go to bed. Get some proper sleep. Even though you've had a nap, I haven't. You've slept, I haven't. Look at the state of the table. Look at the state of this table. It's a lovely big pine table. And you can't see any of it. It's all covered in shite. Crock pot. I've rinsed that out twice since I last used it, but there's still shit stuck to it. I don't know. Here's Tina's water bowl. Halfway through the night, she stuck a paw in it. Then she put a paw on the floor, and then she put a paw back in the water. So that's where all the mud, all the sludge in the bottom. It's not that I'm trying to feed my dog or give her mucky water. Oh, she mucked it all by herself. And here we have the pièce de la résistance, don't we? Oh, is it pièce de la résistance or just pièce de résistance? The breakfast beer, almost empty, nearly gone, folks. Unless we carry on and I get another breakfast beer, but that feels like that would be a little bit bohemian. There's a good word. That would be a word. Bohemian. Let's look up a dictionary definition of it. I'm going to say extravagant, over-the-top lifestyle. What would be another word? What's that word where you do everything for your own pleasure. There's a word. I'm not going to get the word. Maybe they'll give me the word. Oh, look at that. Does that say battery power 3%? The fuck? Hold on. Wait a minute now. Hold on. Wait a minute now. I do have electrical power available to me. It is a thing. I didn't think that this would need it. It was on 3%, folks. I cannot see the fucking screen. Here we go. I can't see the screen. A little bit more brightness, even though we're only on 3%. There we go. Now I can see it. Oh! There was Matteo R. I won't give the full name. That was the one donation that we got last night. 15 euros, which I'm going to put towards my my Temu challenge. So for anyone who wasn't here, I wanted 50 euros, not from one person, not a 50 euro donation from any one person, but collectively from 50 euros. What can I buy from Temu, however you want to pronounce it? What can I buy from Temu to make my life better as a tramp living in a field in the height of summer in Spain? One of the things is going to be a kind of a aircon unit. It's not real aircon. It's a fan and some spritzing water. Put cold water in, it sprinkles it, it blows it out. A swamp cooler would be a recognisable term to some people who live in warmer climates. It's not something most Brits know about. Look at that though, folks. Look at that. I went from 1,710 subscribers to 1,815. I gained 105 subscribers last night. Ain't that something? Ain't that something? Let me, what was I came here for a reason. Bohemian definition. There we go. Hold on. Wait a minute now. What's the other thing? The lifestyle where you just do everything that's pleasurable. Let me just see if I can get the word. I know a word. I'm good with words. I'm just not fast at recalling them anymore. I used to be sharp. And it annoys the fuck out of me that now I'm not. Now I'm a brain dead fucking idiot. The pleasuring thing, I'm not going to get it. I can tell I'm not going to get it. Oh, that's not how you spell Bohemian. B-O-H-E-M. Bohemian, not Rhapsody. No, just not Bohemia as a place. Bohemian, the word. Bohemianism? Is that a religion? A social and cultural movement that has at its core a way of life away from society's conventional norms and expectation. The term originates from the French bohème and spread to the English-speaking world. So it doesn't have it just means away from conventional norms. So what's the other word I'm thinking of that's all about pleasure? Has somebody said it in chat? Maybe someone's answered it. Thank you, Tim Timoney. Hedonism, it is indeed, sir. And now I've got to scroll back to where I was really and then come forward. Drank you very much. Do you know what? I have just finished this can. I am, if you will pardon me, and if no one minds, I know it's whatever fucking time it is. 7 o'clock, 20 past 7 in the morning. I am going to go and get another beer. Because you got to remember, it is still last night. For me, this is still yesterday. Did I get to beer? Hardly a new phenomenon. When I first got Tina, I cracked open she would jump. The crack. And I said to her, I literally told her, by the time I've opened 10,000 of these, you won't care. Now, I don't know It's 10 years later. We could guess. I could, if you wanted, I could perhaps guesstimate how many, either how many drinks I've had or how many cans I've cracked open. I could, you know, government statistician once upon a time. I could do the math, as the Americans would say. I would put an S on it because I'm British. But would have thought. I don't think 1,000 cans a year would be a bad estimate. I don't think it would. 360 odd days a year. It's only 3 cans a day, isn't it? Or 20 a week. I mean, there's whole periods of my life where I didn't. But as a guesstimate 10 years ago, to say to the dog, by the time I've opened 10,000, you won't be shocked anymore. It won't surprise you. Give me a minute, folks. I am just going to go and grab another. I know it's terrible. I could make a cup of coffee. I could put the kettle on and actually make a hot cup of coffee. But it's still last night. Just because the sun's up over there, don't kid yourself. It's still yesterday. It's still Sunday. For me, I haven't been to bed yet, so it's still yesterday. Oh, give me a second. Well, 30 seconds. Oh, look at you. What kind of bird are you? Hello. You're different. No. Oh, while I'm here, hold on. Wait a minute now. Hold on. Which one? Oh, you have to do. You put this. Can't hang about. Gotta go. Oh, hey Tina, who you barking at now? You need to go and eat them. You need to go and eat someone. Hey darling. Oh, look at that. Oh, look at that. Oh, that's weird. Hold on, folks. Wait a minute now. Just come with me. I'm just gonna. I heard a crack earlier and I had no idea what was happening. Look at this water bottle. So through the day, the water has steamed, it's expanded, created pressure. At night, it's contracted. And the bottle's leaked. The water's all come out. Well, not all, but some significant. That's new. Look at the shape of the fucking bottle. It's kind of got an hourglass figure. It's gone all Pammy Anderson or Marilyn Monroe or something. Well, that's new. Oh, fuck. Hey, Tina. Hello, babe. Are you going to say hello to your fans? Let's see whether... Because you've been hiding all night. Because I had to put a light on her. She always turns away because I had a light. I had a light on. Hey, baby. Let's just clean that off. Hey, babe. Say hello. Oh, you've got... Is that a fly on your nose? Yeah, they are a bit annoying at this time of the morning. Normally I'd be opening the doors to the tent about now and there'd be like a swarm of them inside the door. And then half an hour later they're all gone. Hey babe. Hello. Here's Tina girl. I want some pictures. I want some... I'm going to have to... One day I'll go through all these videos and start compiling clips of Tina girl.
because I think I've said it, well, you might not have been here earlier, folks. Disabled back legs, front legs don't really work so well anymore, and my best guess is that we've got less than a month. Hey Tina, let me kneel down and come and cuddle my girl. But I'll be amazed if we get through summer, but I don't think so. If the back legs aren't working and I'm carrying her, but then the front legs stop working, and then the bladder and the bowel and all of that isn't ideal. She picked up some soreness, or you know, she peed and then laid in it through the night, and I didn't know because she didn't tell me. Hey baby, say hello to your fans. Tina's an internet sensation, aren't you? But I gotta get up now. Look at me. Hold on, folks. Look at me. I've squatted down, and now I have to. Okay, I didn't make the noises, but my ankle and knee both cracked. I don't know if you heard them. Let me try again at showing you the. You can see that I'm in sunshine now, right? Let me again. On my screen, that is flared out to hell. I'm hoping you're getting a better picture than I'm getting on my phone. It should have, would have, could have made a nice picture. But there have been instances where, like I point the camera at a bird that's flying by and it's not on my screen. But then when I watch it back as a video later, it's there. Maybe this is one of those. Maybe the representation on my screen's no good. I'm just seeing, on the phone, I'm just seeing orangeness. In real life, I can see a distinct sun. I don't know. I have just stared at the sun too long and I've now lost my vision. Try not to stand on the dog. Hey babe, Daddy doesn't want to stand on his girl. Look at this. What time in the morning is this? After this, if I'm still going, it'll be coffee, but for now, fuck it. I have lost my vision. A little bit of glare. The glasses don't help. Shh, don't tell anybody. I'm cracking open a second breakfast beer. I'm just wondering, where am I for power? This is 63%, that's okay. This was down to 3, wasn't it? Now it's... Did I say 24? No, it didn't, it said 14. Okay. Soon, the sun will be on the solar panels, just there. Soon. See this tree? If I really needed power, I'd have to get rid of that tree. I have to wait for the sun to either climb up above or come around. Different times of year, different... Now, in a month or two, it will rise above this gap in the trees, this lower... So instead of that big tree there in the way, it'll be around here, working its way south. It'll rise, you know. Instead of being northeast, it'll come up on the east. But that's not now, that's later. And again, I've just been looking towards the sun and I have just lost my vision. Of course I have. And we are now just, what, 9 hours in to the stream? Am I? Hold on. No. Okay. We had a bit of a disconnect. And when that happened, the the timer on the YouTube app just fritzed out. It's telling me I've been live for 6 hours and 2 minutes and 42 seconds. It's 7:28 and I went live at 9 last night. So that's 10.5 hours, is it? It is. Fuck. Or it will be in 4 or 5 minutes. What am I doing? Why are we here? Scrolling. Were they punks or rockers? Hold on, I don't know what I have lost context. Cheers from hours ago. There was Hunter YT, Hunter YouTube. Cheers, Mike. Thirsty work going the distance. I certainly seem to be. She'll be ready for a morning stroll. Yeah. Were they punks or rockers? Who? What did you talk to the biggest audience about? I think I talked to the biggest audience about how I had the biggest audience that I've ever had. I was just like taken aback and surprised. Did you know that raids were a thing on YouTube? I have literally, and I'm online a lot because tramping a field. But even before that, the Amber Heard Johnny Depp trial, the kid with the rifle in America that, why do I not remember his name? These big trials, 100,000 people watching a stream at once, and when it ends, nobody ever raids anybody. I have never seen a streamer on YouTube raid anybody. Never. Kick, yes. Twitch, yes. I didn't even, I had to search and see if it was a thing. I thought it was a new feature. It's been there for 4 fucking years. Not only have I never been raided, I've never been on a stream where they raided someone, and I've never even heard about it on YouTube. It's the most bizarre. If it's been a feature for 4 years and nobody's ever heard of it, is it really a feature? Scrolling. Thank you, Tim Timony, for keeping things going while there's nobody here or while there was no one here. Drank you very much. What are you doing, Tina? What's going on? Hello. I know you've got a lovely face. You've got a lovely face when you're looking at Daddy. You just won't do it for the camera. Somebody else joined. Hold on. Yoshi. Hello. Yo, oh my God, Grandpa. Well, I don't know about Grandpa, but okay. This stream's so tough. It is when you're, however many hours I'm in, 10.5 hours in. Yeah. I said I'd stay. You did, Hunter. You did indeed. And I did. But sooner or later, you're going to have to go and join the real world. Presumably you've got a job or a family or a, maybe you have to get out of bed or go to bed or I don't know where you are in the world, but yeah. Did the garage workers realise you'd protected their premises? Not that I know of. No one's ever said anything. I'd never been in the 4 years I lived here, I'd never been in there until I think about a month ago. So the Chino Bazaar wasn't open on a Sunday. The supermarket used to be open on a Sunday and suddenly wasn't, and I'd walked to buy, and so I went in the garage to buy something, and nothing, no recognition. Lovely young lass, well, I say young lass, what I mean, woman. She'll be like in her 30s, but to an old codger like me, she's young. Bun or ponytail or whatever on her head, and no, nothing. When I rang the police and said that this guy was like throwing stones at me and that we'd had a 2-hour stand-up knockdown fist fight, and they asked, well, why are you fighting him? And I said, well, he was trying to break into the garage. So I'm the guy living in the tent opposite the garage. So I I wasn't difficult to find. And they must have noticed some kind of damage on their grill, the security stuff in front of their door. He was standing there with a gas bottle, fucking hammering it with a... No, I got no recognition, got no acknowledgement. The police didn't come out to kind of help me and get rid of this. It's not that I needed help because I was losing I won the fight in every round, but it's the guy came down throwing stones and wrecking my tent, and then the cunt comes out the next day and wants me to help him find his fucking phone and wallet. How bizarre. He's just like, oh, what a night. Too much beer or whatever. What the fuck? Dude, no. Not what a night. This was, so when he'd run through here, and I'd had some pans full of water and washing up liquid, soaking kind of overnight. And he threw the pans at me. 2 pans hit me, bounced into trees. Both pans are missing to this day. They bounced off me, landed in bushes somewhere, and I have not found them. But he ran through here, ran up there. So when he came back, I said, well, what you did was, and you went up here, and we found his phone in the bushes up the way there. Well, not bushes, but in the scrubland, in the grass. Didn't find his wallet though. The fucking nerve though, to come and ask me to help him. 2 hours, stand up, knockdown fist fight. Let's say a 15-round fight where I've put him on the deck all 15 times. He ends up going to hospital with his hands cut to ribbons because when he's run through the field, he's fallen on some metal clasps, clamps. I don't know. I took them off some planks that I used to make my bed. So there's these bits of metal, and he's fallen into those and landed heavily and cut his hands to bits. And he's gone to hospital with that. So I didn't really, it's not like I put him in hospital. He kind of fell over in the wrong place, on the wrong bits of metal. But people, what do you do with people like that? Scrolling. He sounds like the prototype of the Terminator, the one you kept flooring. Yeah, I mean, we'd have this fight, I'd put him on the floor, he'd kind of, not exactly run away, but he'd skulk off. But then I'd see him just lay on the floor, either on this road, this side road. He was laying in the main road at times and going to sleep, kind of, you know, drunk, I don't know, drunk or whatever, off his head or whatever he's on. But then he'd get up and instead of fucking off home, he'd come back and come back and come back and come back. 2 hours, stand up, knock down fist fight. Because I stopped him breaking into the petrol station. The petrol station don't want to know, the police don't want to know, and I'm just some cunt in a field. Hey, Tina, leave the flies alone, darling. You can't eat them all. They're like Pokemon. You might try to catch them all, but you're not going to get them all. That's the sun, all right. Make sure it wipes its feet. It isn't it? The sun is here now. I mean, you can see the sun here. Hunter, I have to go to bed. Have a great day. See you tomorrow. I don't know whether I'll be online or not, but yeah, next time I'm online, happy to see you again. All my new friends. Are all the containers out for gathering rain? No, I don't do rain collection as yet. I mainly rely on friends bringing me So I have friends who come out here and they go to the super, they don't trust the tap water, so they buy actual water, spring water in the supermarket. But then when they've drunk all that and the bottle's empty, they fill it up with tap water and bring me the tap water. Because I'm happy with tap water. That's not a problem. Hedonistic, thank you for that. That was indeed my question about whatever the other word was. The French. What was the word? I was searching for the word. I do know it. I just don't remember it because now it's that they were all artists, painters and authors. Oh, hello. Don't remember the word. Let me refresh my own memory. It's not that I'm an idiot, it's just bohemian, it was indeed. That bohemian lifestyle. The word actually didn't quite mean, so I thought bohemian meant kind of hedonistic. And I guess in a lot of cases it did, but it just means an unconventional, non-normal lifestyle, which could mean lots of things. But every time I've heard anyone talk about bohemian, it's Matey Boy, the guy that looks like me. The Old Man and the Sea, Spanish Civil War, American, what's he called? Have you seen some of those pictures? He's the fucking spit of it. He's got some pictures where he's the spitting image of some of my pictures. Now in other pictures we look different. Old Man and the Sea, come on, talk to me. Author. Ambulance carrier, stretcher bearer during the Spanish Civil War. Come on. Old Man and the Sea. Author. Old Man and the Sea. Ernest Hemingway. If you look at some pictures of Ernest Hemingway and then you look at some pictures of me, I thought it was a photo of me. Someone pointed this out to me. I didn't know. Someone told me. I did a search for Ernest Hemingway photo. I looked at the picture and my immediate thought was, I don't remember that. Where was that taken? Even though I knew I was there to look at Ernest Hemingway, I thought, where was I when that picture was taken? I know, right? Crazy. Look him up and then maybe don't look at this, but look at one or two, look me up and get some photos. Oh, I've still got crap all over my leg from kneeling down for Tina. Let me see whether I can find you a good example. Oh, there is a good example, because one of my videos I showed me and him side by side, I think, in the thumbnail. Did I? Or did I might have just used him as me. I think I did. Let me see if I can find. I got to adjust this brightness again because it's getting brighter. Tim. Hello. Thank you. Is that? I don't know if that's Tim Timony or if this is a different Tim. But happy solstice to Tim the donor, Tim my donator. The word donate is not right. I don't like the word donator. Donor. The proper word is donor. Let's keep the language proper. Now I got to log in here. Old Man, Ernest Hemingway. I got to go. Now that I know the name, I don't know why I can't remember it. Ernest Hemingway. Let's just say photos, pictures, whatever. Well, I'm gonna go photo. You can put an S on if you want. I still got to turn the brightness up even more because I want to show you this. I'm gonna click that. Apparently I'm not. Click, you fucker. Show me a bigger version of that. Okay. Can you see that? No, you can't. Oh, you fucker. And maybe now? If I block the sunlight? No. Or maybe you can. Maybe the brightness on my phone's not high enough. Let me just up the brightness of my phone. Oh no, look at that. It's quite high, the brightness there. Where's the fucking, where are you? Oh, it's turned off because I didn't touch it for there. Do you see that guy? Now, if I take those off, it's going to take me a minute to adjust. And it's gone again, hasn't it? No, he's still there. He's still there, and I'm still here. Tell me you don't see a fucking likeness. It's not. Can I hold it further away and have it still be visible? I can't. Even I can't see it. Oh, I went to my pin again. You all know my pin. I've read it out so fucking often. There. I mean, there's a black and white versus colour, but and my hair's a mess. I'm having a bad hair day. It's not just, oh, it's a white guy with a white beard. The lady who told me that she thought I looked like him, and then I looked at the pictures that she linked to. I thought it was a picture of me. I'm looking at a photo of him, and I'm literally asking myself, where was I when that picture was taken? I don't recognise that picture. I've never seen it before. I thought it was me, even though I knew I was looking at, or looking for, a picture of him. It was the... I think when I used him as my picture on the thumbnail, I think most people didn't notice the difference. Honestly, you'd have to go look back through the... this would be proper TrampCast rather than TrampCast Hangout. This would have been back in the days of a proper TrampCast, where I detailed 7 days in the life of. But yeah, no, it was incredible. I was totally blown away. Here's to a long, not too hot summer. Oh God. Said hello in PayPal, so you did indeed, Tim Timony. Thank you, my friend. I wasn't sure whether it was you or another Tim, but you have just confirmed it for me. Will this be the summer we all swim in the sea, Mike, including Tina? Tina, she hates the water. Even when we went to Santa Pola Doggy Beach, I said this earlier, you won't have been here. I had to swim right out with a lady friend. I had to go right out into the sea for Tina to get in the water. She doggy paddled frantically to me, and she didn't have when she got there, she was battling for life kind of thing. She wouldn't stop. She couldn't calm down. She clawed the shit out of me. I'm in the Mediterranean and I'm bleeding like fuck. Does anybody see a problem with this picture? Like a great white problem. And I'm not talking white supremacy, I'm talking shark. She carried on doggy paddling my chest. I had to carry her out of the sea. I had to pick her up, scoop her up in my arms and carry her out with blood oozing. Fuck off. blood oozing. I thought I was going to attract a fucking shark. If there weren't shark nets out to protect the coast, or if there was a gap in them, I could have been chum. Chum, do they call it? I think they call it chum. The chopped up meat that you put in the water to attract the sharks. I was the chopped up meat. The people who call her my nemesis and think that she's sent here just to make my life more fucking difficult. Honestly. Having just clawed me almost to death, I then had to carry her out of the sea. She wouldn't swim. On top of that, to answer your question, Tim, will we see us in the sea? Tina's not going to be here. We're in the end times. We're in the closing stages. I don't know how better to put it. I hesitate to guess at a timeline. I think a month. Back legs don't work. Front legs don't work first thing in the morning. And even in the afternoon, she's not walking on her paws. She's walking on her kind of forearms. Almost. Bowel and bladder control are gone. And she can, I've got like puppy pads, I've got newspapers, I've got towels. But if I don't know that she's done it, or if I'm asleep and she pees and she's laying in it, she's gonna get sores. Already she stuck to the newspaper dried and it pulled chunks of fur out, leaving exposed red blotchy bits. I'm not crying. I'm just pulling sleep out of my eyes. Honest. Maybe a bit of both. I did kind of cry earlier. If anybody wants to replay the stream and send me a timestamp, I did cry. She's not going to be here. She's certainly not going to be here Christmas, New Year. I don't think she's going to make it through summer. My best guess is a month. It's her body falling apart, and it's me, the strain. So for over a year now, I've been carrying the back end, and now the front end's not there, and I'm pulling up. I'm picking up half maybe of the front end of it. So I'm carrying 3/4 of a 35-kilogram dog every time we step out of the tent. And then it's not just that, but the unsteadiness on her feet, the way she couldn't veer in front of me or away from me. My back, you've got all this weight, all this distance, and I don't know if it's going that way or this way. My back. I will carry her as far as she wants to go, as long as she wants to go, for as long as she is here. But it's having a toll on me and my body as well, and that's it's also having an effect on me, at my attitude. I'm getting testy. I'm getting annoyed with her, which I don't like to be, and it's just Tina, can we see? Look, I used to be the most calm, relaxed bloke I ever knew, and now I'm getting, even though she's just trying to eat a fly, I'm shouting at her. I'm getting testy. Is that a word? That's a word, yeah? Testy? I don't know the derivation of it. Is it to do with testicles? Is it a male aggression thing? Or does it mean something else? I don't know where that comes from. Well, I'll look it up another time. I'm not in the mood right now. But I am in full sun now, but my solar panels aren't yet. Another quarter of an hour, half an hour, depending on what time it is. Where are we? Okay, 7:50 odd. Somewhere around 8:15, 8:20, we'll have solar power on the panels. Then I'll have to take the EcoFlow in and get it charged. I'm not going to go on forever. There aren't many people here watching now. Me in the North Sea, I used to love swimming in the North Sea. Cleethorpes. We had a rubber dinghy in the, it must have been late 70s. Nowadays you'd get told off for taking an inflatable into the North Sea, especially in the Humber estuary, where the sea comes in so much and goes out so much. But back then, everything was figure. Oi! Stop it. But yeah, no, it was good fun. Always very cold. Doesn't matter how hot the day is, doesn't matter what part of summer you're in, the North Sea is always icy cold. But that feeling, like we'd capsize the dinghy and be under it. So you're in the water, but you're under the boat, but your head's in an air pocket caught under the dinghy. And that salty brininess, is that a tautology? Salty and briny are kind of the same thing. But that smell, that sensation, the smell of the rubber and the sea and the air, loved it. Great times in Cleethorpes. Great times. The cockles, the winkles, the mussels, all of that. If we'd known that razor clams were edible, we probably would have got a fucking boatload of those as well. But we were ignorant. Crabs we never really chased. We didn't know that you could just eat any crab. We thought that edible crabs were a specific variety that was red. You boil a crab, it turns red. There is a specific variety that is red in and of itself. We got confused by that fact. We thought that, only red crabs are edible. No, you boil them, they turn red, just like lobsters do. There was this set of lock gates, there was this inlet, I don't know if it's an inlet or an outlet, but there was this set of lock gates, and people did go crabbing off the end, but we thought they were just doing it for fun. Tina, what are we bitching at? I don't get it, there's no one there. What's going on? What is it? Talk to Daddy. Is it the flies around your bum? Let's get rid of the flies around your bum. We're going soon. We'll go in, we'll get in bed and we'll have a cuddle, okay? We'll go CPs together. Okay folks, I've got no idea how long I've been online now. It is 8 o'clock. I went online at 9. That's 11 hours. You can't go beyond 12 as I understand it on YouTube. So I'm gonna call it quits. We might as well do it now at the 9-hour mark or here or hereabouts. Bohemian Like Me song. Bohemian Rhapsody. Are you going with Rhapsody? Christiana Town is Bohemian. I'm not aware of a Christiana Town. I don't know what that is. My favourite book, The Old Man and the Sea, Hemingway. It's one of my favourites. What was the young lad called? Was he Manuel? There's the old bloke, there's the young lad. He goes out, so the guy, he repairs his nets and he goes out on it with his boat and he's catching, hold on, it's a big fish. I don't think it's a whale, is it? What's he catching? Is it a swordfish? And he's trying to get back home, back to port, back to the beach with his fish, and it's getting nibbled at by sharks. and there's this big, it's a battle for survival. He survives, but the big fish that he caught doesn't. Tina, for fuck's sake, darling. But the big fish that he caught is pretty much gone, pretty much ravaged by the sharks by the time it wasn't a swordfish, I had it there. It was a marlin, however you want to pronounce it. I did work for a company called Marlin. That's a different story. It was a marlin. Pretty sure, fairly sure, almost certain, 95% I'm going to say. It's a long time. I listened to an audio book about 5 or 10 years ago. Was it Donald Sutherland? I'm going to say, is that my hair again? That's my hair again. I'm going to say Donald Sutherland audio book. Definitely Donald Sutherland. But I read the book once upon a time, and I should revisit that. I should reread that. What the fuck? Who are you? Oh, you're the little bugger that I saw before and didn't know what you were. Let's see whether I can get this fuck. No, you've gone. There's this bird, and it's, oh gosh, oh it's, no, it hasn't gone. It's still on the floor down. Oh, it's manipulating chat. Where are you? That's that. You're up and to the right from there, but not near a bottle of water. There. Center of screen now. What is it? It's like some kind of finch, but with a gold or a yellow stripe down one side. You see the stripe of yellow? Maybe, yeah, you can see the yellow on the screen there. It's a bit blurry. I am zoomed in, folks. Tina, can we fucking stop now? Chomp, chomp, chomp. She's going to break her teeth one of these days. Chomping at flies. It doesn't even matter if you catch them. It makes no difference to shit. There you go, folks. That guy, he flew from over there. He came right at me and then just turned away at the last second. And here's the thing. If you're in the ground and you find the birds picking at the ground a lot, that means there's food stuff there. It's only a matter of time before the fucking mice and then the rats turn up. I'm going to scroll. I'm going to turn back. Tina girl, if you don't fucking stop, I'm going to get angry. And you won't like me when I'm angry. And what's worse is that the day after, I won't like me after I've been angry. Dog. Now I've got flies landing on my glasses just to fucking get in my face. I'm gonna wait, folks, until I want the sun on the solar panels, and then I'm gonna set everything up, and we're gonna call it quits. We are on 11 hours and, well, it's not quite 11 hours and 2 minutes. It's 8:02 in the morning here. I started just after 9. I think I was about 5 minutes late. So any time now. Oh, was that you? Sorry. You're broadcasting for 11 hours, folks. You can't hold everything in all the time. And I am still on the breakfast beer. It is still last night because I haven't been to bed yet. But I do thank you all for joining me. Whether you were here last night, whether you've just joined this morning. The raid was phenomenal. I mean, I've never seen anything like it. I did not even know YouTube had a raid function. I have never ever seen anybody talk about a raid function on YouTube. It's not just that I've never been raided before, but also the size of the raid. My chat, I was in a the chat, and it just fucked, and I couldn't get back to the previous comments. They'll have to wait until I watch the replay. We're over 4 hours, so it'll only be like 15 or 20 minutes after we finish that YouTube will have synchronized chat for live chat replay, and all of the different resolutions and things. But I suddenly had 500 people watching. For a guy who normally has between 10 and 20, rarely gets above 20. Rarely get above 20 likes or thumbs ups. Rarely get more than 2 subscribes during a stream. I got like 110 new subscribers. I got 137 thumbs up instead of kind of 7. Incredible. What did you talk about in the raid? Mainly just about the raid, I think. But there was a lot of people asking questions. How did you end up homeless? Why are you a tramp? Why are you in Spain? So there was a lot of answering those basic, somewhat repetitive questions. But new people, they don't know that they're repetitive, do they? They don't know it's been asked before. Yeah. I haven't read it or any book in years, really. I haven't read much autobiographies. When I was first homeless and I didn't have when my phone, tablet, when everything of mine got destroyed in the first flood, I would pick books up from by the bins. People will put out like a box full of books, and I picked up a lot of Spanish books, so mainly autobiographies. So I read Eric Clapton's biography. Rod Stewart's biography was amazing. I'm pretty sure it must have been ghost written, but he must have had a lot of input in it because you felt like it was him talking to you. He was talking about, you got to be honest, he was talking about what a fuck up he was. He's dating Miss World, or a former Miss World, and then he starts shagging another Miss World contestant. He's got this bevy of beauties, and he's saying what a dick he was, and what a, you know, he was saying what was good about it and what was bad about it. You really felt like it was him talking. He's talking about his London roots but Scottish kind of heritage and that interplay. He's talking about his love of football, and it all, honestly, probably, well, I gotta be careful. Stephen, what's his face? QI, Hugh Laurie, Stephen Fry. His autobiography is in like 16 books. The one that I read was phenomenal. So it's a toss-up between Stephen Fry and Rod Stewart. Stephen Fry clearly wrote his own. Rod Stewart probably, I wouldn't like to say definitively, probably ghost written. Here's what I think happened. He's given a draft, he's given a layout, a sketch, and done all the interviews, and then it's been ghost written, and then I think he's rewritten it in his own voice, in his own words. That's what it reads like to me. It reads like him. I'm pretty sure none of these rich and famous people write, very few of these rich and famous people write their own. I have to caution myself there, because Stephen Fry is a prolific writer, probably did write his own. It's in like 9 or 10 volumes so far. A bit like Jordan. She brings out an autobiography every 2 fucking years. it is what it is, I guess. But the Eric Clapton one, that one felt like it was ghost written. It didn't feel like him talking. It was a very, very good autobiography. Especially the chapters about his son that fell from the balcony in New York. I think it was New York. Tina girl. Tina, if you don't stop, I'm going to get you one of those collars. I think that would have been about 1918. I think that was around when I was living in London and working in Chelsea Harbour. Can't remember the name of the kid, and I do know it. This is just me. But very good autobiography. Okay. Two guys walk around New York. Two musicians, and they walk into a bar, and they get their beers or whatever, and then they ask the band that are playing, can we have a go? It's this guy called Jimmy and this guy called Eric. And the band tearing up, just pull yourself together. Jimmy and Eric ask if they can have a go. And the band are like, are you any good? Maybe we'll give you a go. Eric Clapton and Jimi Hendrix get on stage and perform to 30 people in a bar. I don't know why I'm crying. It's just like a stupid story. Are you any good? Fucking Jimi Hendrix and Eric Clapton. I can't even tell the fucking story. I'm crying just at the silliness of it. With hindsight, it's like fucking ridiculous. I don't know, guys. Are you any good? Well, I don't know. Give us your guitars and we'll see. We think we're all right. Jimmy and Eric walk into a bar. Can you imagine being one of those 30 people? They're on the cusp of superstardom in the, I don't know, it was the late 60s, early 70s. Two guys walk into a bar. That's fucking ridiculous. But he tells these stories in Clapton's biography. So I read one book, I'm going to say not long ago. By not long ago, I mean within the last 18 months, probably. In Spanish. I can just about make out. So if I had to form Spanish sentences, I can't do the conjugations. I can't form all the words. I can just about read it. I can certainly. Let's say that you can read 75% of the words in a sentence. You can probably make it out. Occasionally, you'll miss a word that totally reverses a sentence. You know, you miss not or something like that. He can do this, he cannot do this. If you can't spot the not, but you'll work out in the next sentence, oh, I thought he could do it. No, it went wrong. Oh, he can't do it. Okay. That kind of thing. I mean, that's a trivial, silly, stupid example. But I read this, but it was Contagion or something like that. It was a So I read this post-COVID, but it was a book about that kind of thing. What do you call them? The science of tracking down diseases. Not gonna get it. The words, it's in here somewhere, but it's not making itself known. A bloke called John Snow was the first guy ever to do it. I think it was John Snow. It was London, it was cholera, and he tracked it down to a single water pump. He did all this analysis of who died and where, and where was in the centre, and where were the water pumps. He did all this 48 hours. He went from nothing to all the data to the answer. Everyone else thought it was miasma, bad smells that were spreading the disease. He tracked it down. I almost had the word there, and I'm not going to get it now. It's gone again. The science of tracking down diseases and how they spread. It's not pathology. That's not where I'm going. Oh, I hate it when my brain does this to me. Give me a second. One of you's probably typed it already, but I'm just gonna... My mate Google will know the answer. This... Oh, can you see that? I don't think you can. I'm gonna whack it up full brightness. It's not quite full. Oh, he don't half look like me. Ernest Hemingway, folks. Go look up pictures of Ernest Hemingway and then look at me. You can see the similarities. If you look at my first couple of videos, you'll spot it. Anyway. Oh, I almost had the word. Hey babe, what's wrong? What are we complaining at? Do you want a cuddle or do you want to go to bed? Is it bedtime? I think it's going to be bedtime soon. Right, science, not of curing disease, but of tracking disease. I don't know what you want, Tina. Tracking diseases. Science of tracking diseases. It is called epidemiology. I knew that. I knew that. And I'm going to say Jon Snow, even though that's the name of a character in some Dragon and Tits program that I've never watched. Tina's making noises and I don't know why. You're not trapped somewhere, you're not hurting, no? There's nothing immediate. So what's the problem? Is it the flies? We're going to go inside. Give me 5 minutes. Okay, folks. Right. I've been here for hours and hours and hours. Over there. We saw daylight, then we saw sunrise. There's the sun. It looks like shit on my phone. It's just a big ball. In reality, I see a small ball surrounded by a halo. I'm not sure what you're going to see. Over here, you will see the sun starting. It's on the top half of my solar panels. By the time it's on both panels fully, I want to have this here EcoFlow inside, wired up and charging. My other EcoFlow is dead already, totally discharged. My fridge has not been running for the past 8 hours, 7 hours, 6 hours, however long it's fucking been. I gotta get my fridge turned on, otherwise I won't have cold beer. Priorities, folks. You gotta have your fucking priorities. I'm a tramp in a field in Spain where it gets fucking hot. Cold drinks are essential. I'm gonna scroll quickly, make sure I haven't missed too much. There was Tim Timoney. I haven't read a book in ages. What did you talk about during the raid? I think I've answered that. Wow, 101 new subs. Yeah, I think it's something like that, yeah. Tina didn't embarrass us during the raid by farting. No, she didn't fart. She did shit, I think twice, separately, but nobody saw. They did, but... Joe King Buffalo, how much you make from Rage? Nothing. I'm not monetized. I don't have a Spanish tax number, and therefore I can't get monetized by Google stroke YouTube. So I got some subscribers. I make my money through I'm a tramp in a field. I make money through donations to the PayPal account if anybody wants to help in that way. But I don't make it directly from YouTube itself. Oh, Jeffrey Archer is doing the rounds plugging a book. I read, what was it called? The one about the media guys. Basically it was Murdoch and Maxwell. But it was, it was. One of them was an Eastern European guy who spoke lots of languages and who worked with MI5 and whatever the Russian equivalent was called. I do know it. But anyway, it was about these two competing companies and how one overextended and went bust, and the other almost went bust but just pulled it back. What was it called? It was about the media, it was about newspapers. It was Maxwell and Murdoch, barely disguised. I just don't remember the name of the book. That was only a couple of years ago I read that. Yeah, no, so I do read every now and again. Where are we here? That sounds like a gig and a half, Mike. Blimey. What was the gig? Don't know. Why don't you do a full summer live stream? Show the youngins how it's done. Fuck. I guess I started on the first day of summer. I'm still going. We're into the morning. Look here. You want to see the bad side of me? Here we go. So you see that white bag over there? That's my new bin bag. That shopping bag, that carry bag. But you see all these green cans? So that was the first one. That one there in the center of the screen. That hit the table leg and bounced back. So the others are at least near the bloody bag. But yeah. Hold on, Tina. Oh, let me show. For anyone who's, Tina didn't like it in the night because I was shining lights on her to show people. Oh, it's got a magnet on the phone. It was sticking to the chair. Leave the flies alone, you little bugger. We're going to go inside. I'm going to take you for walkies. Then we're going to go inside. And then we're going to cuddle and fall asleep on the bed together. I hope you have a barbecue summer. We'll certainly have a good summer. It'll be hot. Whether I'm allowed barbecues or not. Are there any bans on having fires yet in Spain? For a few years we had a ban because it was so dry and arid. A single ember could spark the field on fire, and the police were really worried, mainly because they thought it was private land. Oh, I left the picture facing the wrong way. I do apologise. The Jimmy Eric gig. Oh, the Jim and Eric gig. Yeah, no, that, can you imagine two blokes, Jimmy and Eric, walk into a bar? Can we have a play, mate? I don't know, are you any good? Jimi Hendrix and Eric Clapton. I don't know, mate, are you any good? A little bit. Playing to 30 guys in a bar. Fuck, I couldn't even tell the story without kind of fucking tearing up about how remarkable and how out the ordinary, how exceptional. And he tells it like multiple, it happened multiple times. They'd walk into a bar and one or other of them would ask, can we have a go? And the looks they would get and the faces, obviously over time they got known, and then they got really known. There are probably people out there that were in that room at the time that don't know who they watched or who they listened to. Isn't that remarkable? Jimi Hendrix and Eric Clapton. do an impromptu fucking concert to the 30, 50, 100, however many people in various bars over various months. And some of those people, oh yeah, it's just guys in the band. No, it's not. But to them it is, to the audience who don't know. They're not going to remember like 5 years later, oh my God, that was Jimi Hendrix in the bar that night. That was Eric Clapton. That was both Jimi Hendrix and Eric Clapton. Some people are just not going to fucking know. You live in the right place for some epic guitar solos. I wish I could hear them. Mark Knopfler and Sunsets. Okay, Mark Knopfler Sunsets. I haven't heard any Mark Knopfler in a long time. Dire Straits and all that. Did they break up? Did they disband? Are they dead? I have no idea. What happened there? Did they just descend into obscurity like some bands do? I don't know. I'm not a big muso. I'm not knowledgeable on music. I know what I like and I like what I know, but I'm not. We had a conversation earlier in the stream about it's a repetition of a conversation we had Friday night. Elvis, Roy Orbison, Johnny Cash, Gentleman Jim Reeves, Karen Carpenter. Proper, real voices. I would tack on a Gene Pitney or a Del Shannon and some other names. Carole King. I would have said Dolly Parton if she wasn't quite so squeaky in her early years. A little bit overly high pitched, a bit too shrill for my liking, but a fantastic writer of songs. Tammy Wynette. There's another one, another female country singer that I'm not thinking of. You go more modern, you've got Shania Twain. It's not quite the crisp, it's a distinctive voice. It's not quite got that clarity and crispness that some of the other names I've mentioned have. So I'm not a heavy rock, I'm not a guitar solo, I don't know all that stuff in general, other than reading Eric Clapton's autobiography. Friday night I think we talked about opera and stuff. I like a bit of opera. I like some Gregorian chanting. But that takes me off on a whole other conversation about my eclectic taste in music, which is probably not where most people want to go. I listen to one song a week on average. So you don't listen to the radio then? Dolly, mate. In terms of writing, listening to The Coat of Many Colours, one that she did about her mum stitching this bunch of rags in a coat. Very moving, very good writing, okay singing, but in general I do find her a little bit too shrill, a little bit too high pitched. What was the one she wrote? It was Whitney Houston, wasn't it, that performed it? I Will Always Love You, the theme from Bodyguard. That was written by Dolly. Fantastic song. But it was Whitney that made it be what it was. By not being too shrill. And also they added the melisma. You know when you do that, you know that, I don't mean to sound like Tarzan, but when you do, you can either say like hallelujah, or you can go hallelujah. That breaking the vowels up and adding extra kind of syllables or whatever you want to call it to extending a vowel. Those, you are live. Am I really? So Whitney Houston and Mariah Carey were kind of the queens of melisma, breaking a syllable up into multiple, like that Tarzan thing that I just did. Guys, have I gone over 12 hours? I will get in trouble if I go over 12 hours. The stream will disappear and not even be archived. We are on 11 and a half hours. I'm going to call it quits here. We're going to call it quits here. I'll quickly just scroll, make sure I'm not missing anybody. People say Beyonce country album is good. I don't know it. I'm not aware of it. I don't know how recent it is. I am going to call 11 and a half hours, folks, for fuck's sake. I appreciate the donations. I really, really, really appreciate that raid. I appreciate 100 new subscribers in one stream. I have to get asleep. When I wake up, I'm going to contact the person that did the raid and thank them very, very much. I've no idea whether they knew who they were raiding or if they just picked a name at random out of a list. That's what I suspect. But right now I've got full sun on 2 solar panels, neither of which is plugged into an EcoFlow. My EcoFlow here is down to, I can't read that, 24% maybe, I think it says. Can you see that? You probably can't. I can't even read my own screen in this light. I think it says 24%. I gotta go plug that in. I got no power. I gotta get them both up to 100 before close of play at 6, 7, 8 this afternoon, this evening. I am still on the breakfast beer, folks. I will say, I know this is wrong. I know I'm making a cunt of myself, but it's 8:30 here in Spain, 8:30 in the morning. I'm still drinking last night's beer. Tina girl, I'm gonna get angry if you carry on. Okay, folks, cheers, big ears. Here's what we'll do. I'll say cheers, I'll have a quick drink. You don't say cheers and not drink, you have to drink. Otherwise it's bad luck. Cheers to you guys. From Tina, if you will stop just licking your ass and your pussy. I click this link here, this button to reverse the cameras, and it takes me out of the app. Tina, from Tina girl. It would be nice if you would look at the people. I'm trying to build you up into an internet superstar. Yeah, internet superstar. Come on. Here we go. Give us a good look, Tina. From Tina. Here we go. From Tina. And from me, Delta Mike. Out! 11 and a half fucking hours. Beat that.